Good morning and welcome to the Lakeland Stadium in Rowrah, home of the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, and round two of the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. My name is Henry Beaudette, and joining me in the commentary box is Anthony Jordan. Anthony, welcome back to your second day of British karting action. Yesterday, a fantastic day of racing. We've just seen a review of that. What were your thoughts having seen the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships up close and personal for the first time?
Well, I have to say, again, the professionalism with the drivers, the standards that we see out on track, fantastic with the racing. Close, fierce, but very well sporting, as we saw earlier on in one of the races where we saw one of the drivers roll over and we saw Higgins come over.
Matthew Higgins.
Yeah, come over and relieve him of the cart on his head.
Yes,
so it was nice, very sporting of him. But
yes.
The friendly atmosphere in the paddock here, it's a great place to be. And coming into race two with the weather having a bit of a twist.
Yes, there is a certain amount of trepidation in the air because of the level of precipitation that we may experience. Now, looking at the circuit, you can see there's the entrance to Paddock Bend, the final corner. We are stationed in the last, on the right-hand side of that two-storey building with Cumbria Kart Racing Club. That's the commentary box. Just give it a quick wave out the window. There we are. Just see us. Say hello. We have got a packed lineup of racing today, but before we get underway with what we're going to see today, for those of you that are just tuning in today that missed yesterday's first round of the action,
Hi, my name's Dan Parker. I'm Motorsport UK karting manager and manager for the British Kart Championships. We had to obviously take the very hard decision and march to suspend motorsport in the UK. So that had a huge impact on all the disciplines for Motorsport UK. Obviously, karting being my passion and my job meant that it was a very long task and difficult process to begin to understand how karting might look once we understood what would be the new normal for everybody. And at kart meetings, it's very difficult to socially distance, and for us to be able to operate, we've had to do many things differently. Some of those things are good. So, for instance, we've managed to do away with physical signing on, and we've gone to a more digital approach with our friends from Alpha Timing, who've created a brilliant online system which enables people to sign on for the events, scrutineer for the events. And so that side of things has actually had a positive effect and maybe brought the sport forward into a more modern technical area. There are other areas. I'm talking to you now from Rowrah, the BKC, our first round, and obviously you can see I've got a face mask on, which is mandated in the pits, in the paddock, in any controlled area. Indeed, everybody that's been here today at Rowrah has been mandated to wear a face mask. It's a very strange experience for everybody, of course, but it's necessary that we understand that they do make a difference, and particularly where it becomes difficult to social distance. We're very fortunate that we operate outside, and normally that we've got plenty of fresh air around us, but that's mainly one of the main things that we've obviously had to put in place. Before you can even begin to get into the paddock to put your face mask on, here at Rowrah we have a track and trace system, again using the Alpha system, which allows us to check and regulate who's coming in. We've limited the number of people that can come in with each competitor, and that's also been challenging. Karting's a family sport, and to ask drivers to make a sacrifice that they're only allowed a driver plus two, it's very difficult. As I say, karting's a real family sport, something that the whole family enjoy going away at. But in order for us to get motorsport and get back on track, we've had to make these difficult decisions, and we've been temperature checking people on the way in. We've got the track and trace in place. We've got face masks. We've got awnings in the paddock here at Rowrah. A lot of those have got the sides up or they've got the doors open just to keep ventilation free. We've had to prohibit track walks. There's a lot of things that we've had to do, but I have to say everybody that's been here at Rowrah at the first round of the championships done a fantastic job in enabling us to get back on track. And all of the kart clubs in the UK that run Motorsport UK events have done a great job enabling the sport to get back on track. So this weekend at Rowrah, it's the first round of the British Kart Championships here in sunny Cumbria. We've got the KZ class racing, the IAME class racing, the Bambinos racing, and we're looking forward to an amazing weekend at this fantastic circuit, one of the drivers' favourite on the calendar. So what's new for the BKC in 2020? Obviously with the delayed start due to COVID, we're operating a smaller, more compact calendar. We've got 9 events, which will cover events and tracks all over the country. It's going to be a fantastic season. We've got Bambino racing, we've got some new circuits and venues. And most importantly, we're really delighted that we've got Alpha on board to bring you the highest quality live streaming of all the events. So finally, just a big thanks to our sponsors and partners, Tweeks, and of course our stakeholders, Rotax, IAME, TKM, Honda, the KZ and the Bambino classes that race with us here at the British Kart Championships.
Well, thank you very much, Dan, for giving us a bit of insight into what we can expect this year. But Anthony, let's have a little look at what we can expect today.
It's going to be a good little day, I think, of racing. The sun is just starting to break through these very dark clouds, and we're going to kick the day off with Bambino Heat 2. They were just out for qualifying not long ago. That's going to be kicking off around 11:15. The KZ2, they're Heat 2. I was speaking to one of the drivers earlier on today, and we'll hopefully get a glimpse of that later on in the stream. They're going to be kicking off at around 11 o'clock. Junior X30, their Heat 4 is at 11:15, and then the Senior X30 Heat 4, 11:30, and IAME Cadet Heat 3 at 11:45. So again, a nice action-packed day all the way throughout.
And just saying, because you're saying Mini X30 Heat 3 at 12 o'clock, and then you've got the KZ2 pre-final at 12:15. You haven't missed any of the racing. That was yesterday.
Yes.
So it was all streamed yesterday. They had a final yesterday for the Mini X30 classes, the Junior X30, the Senior X30, and the Cadet IAME. The Bambinos, the KZ2, they did one heat yesterday, and you can see their pre-final. After the lunch break, we're into the last heats for Junior X30 and Senior X30, 1:15 and 1:30 respectively. And then we've got the final heat. So each driver today in the IAME class and the X30 classes, they're going to be doing 2 heat races. You can see that IAME Cadet Heat 4 and Mini X30 Heat 4 are at 1:45 and 2 o'clock local time. Then the seniors do their final heat just after that second break. But then, Anthony, we're into the business end of the race meeting. Yes,
definitely, and the finals kick in, the repechage as well. We saw it yesterday. The bubble, a new term that's my favourite new term now. The bubble, that's going to be kicking off at around 3:25 as well. So keep an eye on for that one. That's going to be the top 6, obviously, that go through from that one, which will be great to see. Then of course, the finals for the KZ2s as well. And
racing all the way up until gone 5 o'clock today. I think the last race. For the last final for Senior X30 will be going out at 5:20 this afternoon. So lots and lots of racing to take place. Now, we mentioned our partners. You can watch this on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can watch this on the Alpha Live Facebook page. You can watch it on the Tweeks Facebook page. And a big thank you to Tweeks for coming on board to support the British Championships this year. And you can also watch it on the Motorsport UK Facebook page and the British Kart Championships Facebook page. Now, live timing, if you want to see live timing and scoring, our timing partners, Motorsport Timing, you can go to their website at www.motorsport-timing.co.uk to follow the live timing as well. And then pictures from the event will be available from kartpics.net at the end of this race meeting. Chris Walker is here, the official photographer, doing a fantastic job as ever. Bit of sun shining as well. But before we get into the weather, because I think we have got a weather graphic coming up, but I mean, a quick way you can also contact us through the social media on YouTube, all the social media, the comments, we can see them coming in. A lot of people watching again from Germany. We had people watching from Canada, people watching from Australia, people watching from the United States yesterday, as well as all over the UK, and lots of messages of support coming into the drivers. What we would say though is keep the chat karting and keep it nice and civil. No talk about Fortnite or GTA or what PlayStation game that you all like playing together. So there we go. That's that out of the way. The weather, the weather's looking mixed at the moment, but very shortly, hopefully we're getting a little bit of a dry line coming out there. You can see it was raining overnight. It rained for time qualifying this morning, but it's Bambino Heat 2. Second chance we get to see the youngest of our drivers here. There's a look at the weather. Yeah, it's 13 degrees. Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? It's not as warm as it was yesterday.
That feels good.
Yes, it certainly feels good up here. Yesterday was a little bit warm. So, Bambino Heat 2, we saw their first race yesterday, which was won quite comfortably by Edward Haynes, but let's see who's lining up where today.
Here's your grid then on the screen, starting on the front row, Blair Smith in pole position, Cooper Snedden in second place. Moving on to the second row, we've got Finley Hines, Edward Haynes, and then on the third row, Ryan White and Jensen Ackerman. Henry Clark starts on the fourth row with Harry Neeson beside, and then row 5, Harley Musk, Liam Welsh, Luca Holmes, Ballack, and Jason White on the sixth row. Seventh row on the back of the grid is Sebastian Power and Ethan Lucas.
So 14 drivers. This race will see a rolling lap, which they're just going out on now. You can see the karts filtering through the first chicane here. Then it'll be a standing start, and it'll be a 10-minute plus 1 lap race. The KZ2s will be up next. They'll be doing 10 minutes plus a lap, and then everyone else does 8-minute heats. Now, these drivers, so let's have a talk around this circuit. A classic circuit, the Lakeland Stadium in Rowrah, 1,030 metres. It's been here since the late 1950s. It's been extended over the years. They're coming through Iredale's hairpin and down the back straight. Now, this is the longest and fastest part of the circuit that the drivers are on now. Just to the right of the driver, or to the left of the drivers, on the right-hand side of your screen, there is the lake, Stuart S's. Now, you can see the barrier arrangement has been changed at the Stuart S's since yesterday. That little middle portion of, on the left one, the middle portion of that track with the red barrier on the left. Yesterday, that was several different sort of red and white sort of air barriers and some cones. And Kanato Lee discovered, to his unfortunate displeasure that if you get a kart up on those, the kart will then unbalance and roll over with you under it.
Yes.
And we have to say again a big congratulations to Matthew Higgins, one of our junior X30 drivers, for getting him. So that's changed a little bit. They're coming out of Paddock Bend. This is the start line. You can see the two white tram lines. We'll explain a little bit about that later on, because in the rolling start classes. So there they are, lined up on things. Blair Smith on the left-hand side of your screen, kart number 45, then Cooper Snedden in the number 18 kart on the outside. So this is a race, and these drivers, again, 6 to 8 years old. They're all looking at the lighting gantry, and it'll be, there's one red light, red light out, off we go. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Cooper Snedden on the outside. Now, Cooper was really unlucky yesterday. He retired whilst running in a strong second position. Now they go uphill through the first chicane. You can see it's a very slippery track. So one driver's gone around already. That's the number 21 of Harley Musk. Now they come out of that first chicane down towards McRae's hairpin. Out of McRae's hairpin, now uphill towards Iredale's, and already Cooper Snedden looking over his shoulder, the number 57 kart of Finley Hines. Hines 57 varieties. He's done, that's one variety of way to overtake, and that's one variety of way to go wide. He's onto the park, and that's going to see a lot of that now. Very greasy conditions, Anthony.
Yeah, it's tricky out there. Again, these are the worst type of conditions you could have for karting. There's no standing water on the circuit for the treads to actually work. It's just greasy, slippery. It's not ideal for racing. Off the racing line, you can see is probably the more favourable line to take on a wet track. But of course, through this section, from the incidents yesterday, there's still quite a bit of debris, so I think drivers are trying to stay clear of that as much as possible as well.
Yes, no, there has been time qualifying this morning, and so the drivers have been out on wet tyres, but like you said, there's a dive at the inside. That was, you couldn't quite catch the number, but it's Snedden who leads, and that is the number 46 kart of Edward Haynes, yesterday's winner, a dominant winner as well yesterday. So he comes across, and he's looking to the inside of Snedden for the race lead as they complete lap number 1. It is number 46, Edward Haynes, who takes the race lead. That's a great shot, and it gives you an idea of just the elevation changes here at Rowrah. There is not a single place. Oh, somebody's had a little off-track excursion in the background, just behind the top 5. Snedden, though, coming back at the inside of McRae's. That's a standard dry racing line, but in the wet, not so much, because, of course, you lose so much traction momentum on the exit. But it is Haynes who's leading, and it's Blair Smith who's got it second. Then Hines going wide around Iredale's again. Snedden dropping back a little bit, and just behind Snedden is the number 44 kart of Ryan White.
Yeah, desperately trying to get past there at the back. You could see weaving all over the circuit. The 57 absolutely glued to each other here. Here's the 44 and the 18. This is 45th place at the moment, having a good little scrap. But 7.5 minutes left on the clock, still plenty of time, and again, already starting to see a little bit of a dry line appearing on the circuit. Now that's going to play into the drivers' minds out on track as well, because they're going to think, where's going to be the best place to position the kart out on circuit to defend or potentially even overtake? You can see around the outside there, super dry.
Yes, and I think we see that as we get the more experienced drivers, even the cadets, you know, that they're going to start, they know a little bit more about the wet lines and the dry lines. For some of these drivers, it's the first time that they would have been here, so they're learning almost every single lap. They come through that first chicane out on there. You can see the number 18 kart of Cooper Snedden there, just using the curbs on the exit. You've got to be so careful using the curbs. Those painted curbs just offer even less grip than the tarmac. Snedden there using all the track and a little bit more. Side-by-side action behind, that is on the left-hand side of your screen, driver number 12, Jensen Ackerman, and on the right-hand side of the screen, Harry Neeson in kart number 47.
Oh, a little bit of a tap from the number 12 of Ackerman into the back of the 47, and that's caused a huge pile up there.
Synchronized spinning.
It was indeed.
It's an Olympic sport, isn't it? But at the 21, the 88 and the 11, that would be so Sebastian Power in the 11, Harley Musk in the 21, and Liam Welsh, is he, in the number 88. He's not, actually, he's English.
Oh, there you go. But
I won't hold it against him.
There you can see these three squabbling away here. The 45, the 46, this is our top 3, and it is all to play for that second place spot. As you can see, the 57 of Finley Hinds trying to get past Blair Smith on the start-finish straight. Can't get it done this time. Slots in behind as they go through the top chicane, but again, they come into this very easy overtaking opportunity of the McRae's hairpin. But again, no joy here, and a fastest lap as well for Finley Hinds as well that time around, 1:13.060. And
it's we've got an international audience. So in looking British, in the UK, these kids are in year 3 in primary school. They're in grade 2. If you're looking at, you know, the United States and places like that, incredible to watch them. The karts are capable of doing over 35 miles an hour. They're slipstreaming and battling inches apart down the back straight. Incredible to watch. Into the Stewart S's again. Hines in these slippery conditions, certainly not having it all. Haynes in these slippery conditions, certainly not having things all his own way, not by any stretch of the imagination. He's got Hines behind him, and then he's got the number 45 of Blair Smith, the Scotsman on the right chassis. So the top 3, they have broken away. There's a 3.5 second gap back to Ryan White in 4th. Henry Clark is running in 5th. Then it's Luca Holmes-Ballack, Jensen Ackerman, Cooper Snedden has slipped back to 8th position. And then the drivers that had that spin earlier on, Harry Neeson, Jensen White, Sebastian Power, Harley Musk and Liam Welsh. Ethan Lucas is running in 14th place.
Finley Hinds there with a great overtake through the first chicane. A brave place to overtake, especially in wet conditions, let alone in these conditions. But a great move. Finley Hinds seems to be absolutely flying out there at the moment. He's got good control over the car. It just seems to have that planted out there.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen many overtaking moves going in, into that first chicane, because you're coming from the start-finish straight, which is a downhill straight, then you're going sharp uphill, a right-left-right chicane, and the first right-hander, it's a blind apex, you hit it, and then you've got to get across to the middle part of the curb, and hopefully if you hook the wheel up, your front left wheel up on that inside curb, it pulls you around the corner, and then you can fire off over the last half of the curb, which of course then is off camber, and it bounces you literally across the track onto the second straight, which is it's very physical. This is the downhill section from St John's Bend into Sunny Bend.
Oh, round goes Blair Smith there on the 45.
And he gets going again, but it just shows how, again, this part of the thing, coming through St John's, there's a slight lip on the corner, then the track falls away from you. The track is falling away from you, but you're trying to get the kart from one side of the circuit to the other to set up and brake for the next corner, which is the left-hander at Sunny, and of course you're trying to do that in slippery conditions, and it just caught Blair out there.
Did indeed, and that was, of course, allowing these two to break away, the 57 and the 46. Hinds and Haynes. Hinds leading the way at the moment in the 57. 3 minutes left on the clock at the moment. These two again, neck and neck. It looked like Hinds had the better pace and was going to break away, but I think Haynes has pulled something out the bag here.
Yeah, and of course, you know, with the conditions change, you can just see there on about halfway down the back straight, there's a slightly lighter patch of tarmac. That's a dry line developing. So even Hinds is leading. Oh, there's another incident. It looks like Cooper Snedden is regaining the track there after a spin. He's not, these conditions not favouring the number 18 driver, another one of the Scottish drivers. I mean, it's raining and he's Scottish. He should be flying at the road, and oh dear.
Here's a recovery. Can't see the number just yet. Looks like 28.
Yes.
You can see.
Luca Holmes-Ballock, who finished 4th in yesterday's heat, but he's obviously not going to finish this one. But you say that, you know, Hinds can't pull away because he's sort of the guinea pig, as you were. Every lap now, the track conditions are changing slightly, and so he's the one that's got to tiptoe around, and that sort of gives Haynes a great opportunity to sort of sit in his wheel tracks and follow. They're actually coming up to lap a slower kart. That would be Ethan Lucas. But oh, here we go. So Haynes is now right with the race leader as they come into Iredale's.
Yeah, the pressure you can put on a driver. There you go. He looks over his shoulder, and that's not the ideal thing to do when someone is so close. And the 46, Haynes looking down the inside here, going into the S's. Can't quite do anything. Slots back behind, and is going to try again somewhere else, I think.
Yeah, so looking at them going wheel to wheel, it was like Mansell and Senna in Barcelona 91 in the Spanish Grand Prix, only at 35 miles an hour, not 175 miles an hour. But apart from that, it was just the same.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, a couple of sparks behind, and it would have been a highlight reel. So here we go, out of the it was Sunny Bend. It's a misnomer today, there was one, into paddock. And so the last lap round, there was the fastest lap for our race leader, Finley Hines, a 1 minute 11.5. He's gone 1 minute 10.43, so he's picked up over a second. That tells me that the track is now drying out quite quickly.
It does, yes, as they go past the 53 just here. This is Ethan Lucas just getting out the way, which is nicely done, as these two still nose to tail as they go through. And you can see the rain that we had earlier today, it really kicked up some debris over the circuit, so these drivers having to avoid that as best as possible out there. And again, another brief look over the shoulder from the 57. And again, even at these speeds, it doesn't look like they get much of a slipstream, but they do get something still.
Yeah, they do, and you can see Haynes sort of like tucking down. I mean, he's only like 3'1" anyway.
Doesn't need to tuck down.
He's tucking down even more behind the steering wheel just to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency.
Yes, I think that's a good way of putting it.
I mean, he doesn't know what any of those words mean because he's only 6, but he just thinks it's like to go quicker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, there we are. Just about to click over to 0. These guys will cross the line this time, and a 5-second time penalty going out to Ackerman. Now
that would be a start line infringement, sort of jumping the start possibly. I'd imagine. Well, it's a standing start, so if you only mean one thing, yes. So I would say that he jumped the start.
Yes, yeah, potentially, which is not the best thing. So last lap board will come out this time to your race leaders as we look here at the 21 of Harley Musk, who had the spin earlier on in the race, recovering well. Running
in 8th position at the moment, so it's Hines, Haynes, Clark up into 3rd place now. It looks like the number 88 kart recovering. That would be Liam Welsh. Now he is back in 9th position. In fact, now make that 10th because he's lost a place to Sebastian Power. But the clock striking 0. And look at that, Anthony. So, we've got a breakaway. So Hines has broken away a little bit, and he's broken the toe from Edward Haynes.
He has, yes. You can see there out of Stuart S's, our 2nd place man, Haynes, just slightly ran wide there onto the dirty stuff. You can see the back end of the kart step out, meaning losing that traction, not able to get on the power down the hill towards St John's. As we come round the final corner onto the start-finish line, last lap board will come out this time. And
there we go, yep.
I feel Haynes is in a good spot here.
Yeah, it's his race to lose. You know, Haynes is not in a position to slipstream or make a late lunge under braking. They're 9 seconds clear of Henry Clark in 3rd position. Blair Smith is recovering well after that spin into 4th. Then it's Ryan White and then Jensen Ackerman, but he has got a time penalty, and that 5-second time penalty. But things are quite spread out, so he would only lose 1 position as it stands. He would drop behind the number 47 Kart of Harry Neeson. So Harry Neeson would move into 6th position, but it looks like I don't think that Haynes is going to catch it, Hines, unless Hines makes a mistake, and he doesn't look like doing so through the Stewart S's. Very smooth line through there, being careful to stay off the curb and the painted white line. Now those white lines are very slippery today.
They are, yeah. White lines in any racetrack are slippery when it's wet.
Yeah, white lines in general are bad.
Don't want to go near
Tell your
those.
kids. Into the final corner then. Finley Hines, driver number 57. He's coming up to lap Cooper Snedden, but Hines takes the checkered flag. Haynes finishes 1.5 seconds down in 2nd place as the sun does come out. It appears from behind the mist. And make me the 3rd place driver. There's the 3rd place driver, number 82, Henry Clark.
Clearly very pleased with that 3rd place, and rightly so. It's
He finished 6th yesterday, so a 3rd place result today. That's good. Blair Smith in 4th, Ryan White in 5th, and then Jensen Ackerman will come home in 6th on the road. But with that time penalty, it's a 5-second time penalty. He'll drop to 7th, so Harry Neeson will get promoted. Well, that's a very... Okay, we had a good start to today. I mean, tricky conditions. There was a couple of spins, but by and large, that was a very, very good, well-controlled race from everyone.
It was, yeah. And here's the order on your screen from the race result, of course, pending any scrutineering. Haynes, Clark, Smith, White are your top 5. Ackerman, Neeson, Musk, Power, and Welsh rounded out your top 10. Snedden, Lucas, Wayne, and Holmes Bannock rounded out the entire grid.
Now, yesterday, eagle-eyed listeners may have recalled that I made one of my numerous very bad puns, and it was about how Jensen Ackerman was a very principled driver. So you didn't know the Ackerman principle. So the Ackerman principle is the distance between the 4 wheels on any vehicle and the diagonal measurement across the car to make sure it's all equalised. The Ackerman principle. When I used to race, the scrutineer at Landau International Raceway, where I did most of my racing, John Goddard, God bless him, you could go up to scrutineering and go, John, tell us about the Ackerman principle. And he would instantly go into this great diatribe about how to correctly measure the corners and things like that, and he would forget to notice that you've got holes in your gloves, holes in your race boots, your rear bumper's hanging off, and you've probably got 1 or 2 little bits on the car that aren't in the old blue book, as it were. Fantastic way to get through. Not these scrutineers, however, but that's how the Ackerman principle, it always makes me smile, because that's how me and my team got through scrutineering when maybe we shouldn't have.
Right.
Pre-race scrutineering to make sure that everything was bolted on correctly and that our race equipment was safe.
Well, hopefully they're not listening and going to take back what they allowed.
No, yes, exactly. I can't imagine them
strip you of any...
The 2005 Landau Kart Club Senior Pro Kart Championship title, I think, is safe in my hands.
Awesome stuff. But yeah, the sun, as you say, coming out now, the track drying, and this is going to make it difficult for the next grids. What are they going to go for? Are they going to go for slicks? Are they going to go for wets? I'm going to say slicks.
And yet the next grid is coming up as we go from the slowest to the fastest. So, KZ2. So this is the British KZ2 Short Circuit Gearbox Championship for the multi-speed 6-speed gearbox karts. And it's yesterday's race winner, Joe Charlton, starting from pole position. James Glenister, last year's championship runner-up, will start alongside Joe on row 1. Lee Ward and Miles Murphy. And Anthony, you had an interesting, we'll go through the grid, but I think you had an interesting chat with Miles Murphy last night. He starts 4th. Tom Longfield and Dan Kelly start on row number 3, and Tom Longfield finished a strong 3rd yesterday.
Yeah, Alan Kenyon starts 7th on the grid. Ryan Cannon as well on 8th. Adam Barber in 9th. Ashley Lewis in 10th. Ryan Dones in 11th place, and Lee Hasler in 12th place for Rush Performance as they drivers head out onto the track now.
Yeah, Rush Performance run by Jamie Rush, former Gearbox Championship driver. Darren Allen and Daniel Gould are on row 7. Chad Shiner and Peter Brickcliffe round out the field. Now, Joe Charlton won yesterday as a privateer driver, an excellent result for Joe, who's been a stalwart of this championship, but Miles Murphy finished second. Now, I know that probably we'll see a video interview with Miles a little bit later, but a really interesting character. You had a nice chat with Anthony yesterday.
Well, it was this morning, actually.
This morning?
Yeah, it was this morning. Bright and early I was at the track. It wasn't bright, it was rainy. But yeah, no, I had a great little chat with him. We... Get someone talking in my ear. We had a great little chat with him this morning. He had a bit of a disaster, though, in practice this morning. He went out on track out of Sunny Bend. He flipped the curb and pirouetted up the banking out of the penultimate corner. Oh. And how is that going to play into his mindset going into this race? I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine. He seems a man who's on it in terms of in pace and controlling his emotions while out on track. But I can imagine for me it would be, I'm going to be a little bit more cautious out of that corner now, I think.
And I have noticed that the drivers, the majority of them at least that I saw go past the window, are on slick tyres.
There we are.
Quick little bit of business. So Graham Clark there, obviously he's watching young Henry Clark on the stream and saying, well done, third place for him. And the gearbox drivers, they don't use the Stewart S's, but look at all that rubbish and detritus on the outside of the circuit.
Yeah, that's that rain.
Some of the drivers are pointing at that there. When you said Miles Murphy had a bit of a disaster on track, I thought you meant that he'd gone out on the track with the van keys in his pocket and his co-workers couldn't get back from the circuit. That sort of disaster.
Don't know what you're talking about.
No? Oh, okay. I must have been a mistake then. So yeah.
It's fine. At least I locked the van.
At least you locked the van. Some of the Alpha crew stayed a little bit later at the circuit than they intended to last night because the van keys were in Anthony Jordan's pocket as he was settling himself down in the bar at the hotel they were in. So here we go then. Standing start, 10 minutes plus a lap, KZ2 gearbox karts, slick tyres, damp track. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed. They wait for the lights to go out. The 15 of Charlton, yesterday's heat winner on the left. Glenister on the right. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start from Glenister. Glenister, like a rocket out of a cannon, into the first turn cleanly. From the outside of row 1, takes the race lead. Wow, he left Joe Charlton standing there like a, well, something that was just left standing there. Miles Murphy into third, and there's the number 17 kart of Tom Longfield into fourth position already, and tiptoeing around the first gate. But already you can see that the dry line is emerging. You were right when you said that the track would dry out quite quickly, and I was wrong when I said that it's not going to dry out quickly. It's not the wind.
Well, you could see from the start as well, Tom Longfield also had an amazing start. You could see him dart off the line, immediately pull to the left-hand side. He almost clipped onto the grass, and this grass is still wet, and that could have been a disaster on the slick tyres, but managed to get away with that one as they head through. He's now in fourth place at the moment. A great start from his fifth place spot.
Yeah, now of course, now the problem with all the debris at the back end, the bottom end of the circuit, is that does take away one of the overtaking opportunities, because the Stewart S is really the Stewart Bend for, as always, you see Ryan Cannon trying to look at the inside of driver number 8, Lee Ward there. Ward finishing yesterday's heat in 6th position, Cannon finishing 4th yesterday. There's the number 11 kart of Alan Kenyon, having a little look at the inside, but where now Glenister has managed to find himself back into the lead by the looks of it. Yeah, no, he's a great start from Glenister. I thought Charlton 1.6 seconds down. Now, on a track like this where overtaking opportunities are few and far between, that's a commanding advantage for James Glenister already. It
is indeed, and you can see these guys scrapping at the back as well. Holding on to those positions, you can just see as they darting through those positions again, just eyeing up where the grip is out on circuit, where they can just send it down the inside, because they have to be cautious. And there you got the 17 down the inside of Miles Murphy, gets that job done. Miles again pushed out wide, gets swamped and loses 3 positions in one corner.
I know, you were telling me. Oh, and he's got a problem there in the number 6 kart. They maybe missed a gear.
It looked like a gear miss,
You can see there with his right hand, so, you know, up to 2 or 3 gears. They're changing gear about 30 times a lap here, which is incredible over just 1,030 metres of circuit. Miles Murphy there, though, and you were telling me this morning that Miles, there's a lot of car wraps and designs and crash helmet designs. He worked for Demon Tweeks, our partners, for several years, and the actual Demon Tweeks logo you can see on the screen is a Miles Murphy design.
Yeah, so we've told that one.
I don't know if he got a discount on the entry fee. I doubt it somehow, but there we go.
Well, yeah, there we go.
But no.
There you go, the number 10 again as they go up the hill. Again, it just looks so bumpy. When they're trying to change gear, you'd be amazed how often they have to change the gears on this lap. You say over 30 times a lap. Ashley Lewis goes fastest 44.6, so a little bit slower than yesterday, only about a second slower a lap in these conditions, which of course is quite tricky out there. The number 11 again looking in, the 8 going defensive of, who is the number 8 again as long goes? Lee Ward, sorry.
Lee Ward going defensive. Now,
yeah.
The 2018 champion, Dan Kelly, in kart number 3. Oh, and sorry, Adam Barber was that making a lunge and then having to back out of it last minute?
It was, yeah. It looked like a little lunge and then thought, oh no, I like my nose cone, I'm going to back out.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dan Kelly down there's the number 3 kart, that red and white Birrell ART chassis for the Andy Fairless racing team. He is down in 8th position at the moment. We haven't really seen the best of Dan Kelly yet this weekend. But we are seeing the very best in this race of James Glenister. Joe Charlton, however, is starting to peg him back. The gap was 1.6 seconds. We're now on lap number 5, and the gap is 1.2. 6.5 minutes to go, so still plenty of time.
Yeah, lots of time to get this done, of course, with the laps being so short. 6 minutes is a long time for these guys. You can see this long train of karts just going through the last couple of corners and side-by-side action. The number 11. Alan Kenyon, yes, getting past, and again it's all just scrapping through here. You've got the number 8 there as well involved, Lee Ward. He's trying to get past as well as this long train still trying to snake their way through the chicane. The 64 also in the second place part of this group. Adam Barber, he's going to be working hard. And
that was Dan Kelly having a little chew on the rear bumper of Lee Ward's kart coming into McRae's hairpin. Ryan Cannon set the fastest lap of the race, 43.82, and there's the Moore Racing Miles Murphy running.
And a problem for the 17. Tom Longfield, he's pulled over at the side of the track. It's a bit of a precarious spot, but not sure what's up with that. He is still moving, but albeit at a very slower pace.
There goes Kelly at the inside of Lee Ward at Sunny Bend, and so Miles Murphy, they're racing for the Moore Racing team, Sam Moore's team. Sam Moore from Sedborough, Sedborough Sam the Coleman, and there's number 47. Ryan Doan, so one of the Rush Performance karts out of the race. They didn't have a great day yesterday. Best finisher for them was James Glennis down in 8th, but they're having a fantastic run this morning. And so that's, he was out of, Ryan Doan's out from about 12th or 13th position. Looks like Lee Hasler also may have retired in the number 37 kart, and Hasler also retired yesterday, so not a good day for him. There's the black and white number 11, the privateer entry as a Sony kart chassis for Alan Kenyon. And comes across, and he's leading the number 84, the number 64 kart of Anna Barber up into 5th position. So Kenyon into 4th. The order is, on lap number 8 is Glenister, Charlton, then Cannon in the number 10 kart is 3rd. The number 11 of Alan Kenyon is 4th. Make that number 64 of Adam Barber is 4th. Now, why is Kenyon slowing down? Oh dear.
Is that a flat tyre?
Let's have a look. He's going up through the gears, down to the gears. So there's these very, very highly tuned bits of kit. But the number 11 kart looks like he is about to join the list of retirement. It's going to promote Dan Kelly to 5th, Lee Ward to 6th, Miles Murphy in the centre of your screen, then up into 7th place, and then that red number 24 kart of Ashley Lewis is chasing him in 7th, and then it's the number 51 of Daniel Gould.
Yeah, long train of karts here. This is where most of the action is. The 24 trying to get past the number 6, Lewis and Murphy battling here. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and again, just see these karts, it looks like they slow down for the corner, and then they really decide, oh no, now I really need to hit the brakes, and the car just goes sideways into the corner. So the real control that they're chucking into these karts, and they're drying the track out incredibly quickly, but I don't even think it's wet anymore. The engine heat and everything coming off that, of course, is also drying it, and yeah, it looks quite grippy out there now, doesn't it?
So 3 minutes to go. The majority of the track is bone dry, but of course these KZ2 karts, they don't use the Stuart S's. Everyone else will, so there's going to be one tiny little part of the track that's nice and greasy for everybody else. Here, though, is a battle for the race lead. Glenister, no, that's a battle for 2nd place. Henry, what are you talking about? Go back to bed.
It's still early in the day. You're getting into it again.
This is really early for me. I'm normally just getting in at this point. No. Cannon in 2nd place. Charlton in 3rd. The 10 and the 15. Cannon has moved past Joe Charlton. So yesterday's race winner down to 3rd position.
These guys, here they come again across the line. It looks like that gap's just opened up again slightly. It looked like they were really closed up. Not sure what happened on that previous lap, but yeah, that gap's really opened up and potentially got an issue for the 15. Certainly
the gap was 1.1 seconds. Now, who is this slowing down? Or is that the number 11 kart still touring It looks like Kenyon's still sort of turning on. Maybe he's thinking to himself, I can sort of solve the problem. It's an intermittent issue. But I think what happened was Dan Kelly, 43.38 new fastest lap. Cannon obviously caught Charlton. In that battle, they slowed each other down a little bit. 2 minutes to go, and the gap 2.3 seconds between number 2 James Glenister and number 10 Ryan Cannon. Looking on screen now at the battle between Miles Murphy, who has now moved into 6th position, and just behind him in 7th is Lee Ward. Then it's Ashley Lewis in 8th, and 9th place is the number 51 of Dan Gould. Behind them in 10th position is Darren Allen. Peter Brithcliffe is 11th, and Chad Shiner is 12th. Alan Kenyon still running in 13th, but touring around. But this 4-kart scrap for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th is the best battle on track at the moment. Glenister, well, he's just cleared off into the distance, and is I noticed that there's a few bits of consternation on the social chat about why is it sunny in Rowrah and raining everywhere else, where normally it could be sunny in the entire country and biblical downpours here in the quarry at the Lakeland Stadium. And Dan Kelly makes another move for 4th place. So Dan Kelly, the 2018 KZ2 champion, is beginning to sort of get into the swing of things at this race meeting. He was a little bit off par in qualifying in yesterday, and now he's starting to charge towards the front for that Andy Fairless Racing prepared kart.
Not much time left of the session to actually complete that. Of course, these drivers running around this track at 43 seconds with 44 seconds left on the clock, so only a couple of laps left to go. But yeah, that's good progress so far for the number 3 of Dan Kelly. And these guys, again, just around this circuit, it's tight, it's twisty, but with karts this powerful as well, with the gear changes, the fact that they're even getting overtakes in is beyond me. It's, you know, the skill of these drivers out there is ridiculous. I'd be all the way at the back of the grid, being lapped probably about 16 times by now.
I'd be in hospital by now because even if I hadn't crashed, I think my ribs would have taken a beating, or my neck would have fallen off, because it's very, very physical through the first chicane. You can see that the kart's bouncing around. Of course, no suspension at all. We're into the final few seconds. The clock's going to strike 0 just about now, and the next time that James Glenister passes the start-finish line, he will see the last lap board go out.
Got a pretty calm race at the front of the pack, but not calm here as the 24 nudges his nose down the inside. Just having a little bit of a look.
An exploratory lunge, I think we could...
letting him know he's there.
Yeah, letting him know he's there. He's trying to, well, he's trying to worry Lee Ward into making a mistake just by sort of darting around and getting into his peripheral vision. And of course, the drivers, they're not looking over their shoulder. They can hear the engine noise. They know there's somebody there. We're on the final lap now. Those 3 karts plunge to their good idea of the elevation change going up the hill. Blind right apex. You've got to clip the apex, but look how close that barrier is in the middle of the corner to that curve. You've got to be inch perfect.
You do.
And in these karts, when you're doing sort of up to nearly 90 miles an hour, even at a short circuit like this, then
it's a tricky one.
It's a tricky one. So here we go. There is Kelly, Barber, and Murphy, who is now broken away from that pack, but driver number 2, James Glenister, takes the checker flag, 1.5 seconds in front of Ryan Cannon, and Cannon really closed in there at the end. Joe Charlton, yesterday's winner, finishing 3rd, Kelly 4th, the rest of them plunge across the line. Barber is 5th, Miles Murphy is 6th, and Lee Ward 7th, Ashley Lewis in 8th, Daniel Gould 9th. They're now waiting for the 10th place kart. There he is on cue, number 33, Darren Allen. And I think Adam Barber was actually the leading rookie home in 5th position. And no kart race is ever easy, but as kart races go, you know, James Glenister, he won't find a more unchallenged win than that this season. I
think that was a very a calm race for himself, just driving up at the front and cracking
control
onto
performance, and of course, you know. But so Glenister in the scorching heat yesterday, and we'll go to scorching heat in a minute. Glenister wasn't so great. The sort of the cool, damp conditions this morning, although the track dried out, much suited to his kart. Let's see what the conditions are for the pre-final later on. As you see, the drivers that failed to finish: Alan Kenyon, Tom Longfield, Lee Hasler, and Ryan Dones. Before we get into the next race, which will be race 21 on the programme, very quickly, a big call out to Theo McCurris, who is the UK's representative in the CIK FIA Academy event. Now, Theo is a junior X30 driver. He would normally be racing in this championship, but of course all the calendars are realigned, and Theo is out in Adria in Italy with the Rob Dodds School of Karting, the BKC racing team, and so he's there representing the UK out there. And I think yesterday he had 2 top 8 finishes in his heats yesterday, so Theo is flying the flag well. out there as we look at the drivers coming in through post-race scrutineering. So when we say the results on screen are provisional, they come in, they go over the weigh bridge, they have their nose cones checked, and then the scrutineering team in the scrutineering bay will tell them to say, well, you know, this is what we want to check for legality.
Yep. It's probably the worst part of racing is heading into scrutineering.
Well, it is if you were me, but then again, I got my Ackerman principles.
Yeah,
there we go. So just between us, no one else listening. You know, the Ackerman principle. Ask Ernie Salmon about that, and then see if he turns a blind eye. No, I'm joking, obviously, but yes, do that. So we're now into the next series of races. It'll be Junior X30 up next.
Well, Junior X30 will be making their way out onto the circuit very shortly. We're just trying to have a look through the mountains of paperwork for our grid. But for you, lucky people at home, you've got the grid coming up on your screen here. First place starting on pole, Charlie Rippin. Had a great day yesterday in the normal conditions. Your probably, I would say, driver of the day, Matthew Higgins from yesterday. He's starting on the front row as well in second place. Bart Harrison in third place with Darryl Taylor in fourth. Oliver Greenhall in fifth place. And Sam Heading rounding out row 3 on your grid. Fourth row, Rashan Chigarimbo in 7th place. Sam Shaw in 8th place. Alex Moody in 9th and Aidan Lynn in 10th place. Jack Cox starting in 11th place and James Walker starting in 12th. Lewis Mackey in 13th, and it's Harry Jr. in 14th place. Nathan Clifford in 15th, Connor Clifford in 16th. So the two Cliffords next to each other there.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting trip home in the van if they kick off.
Yeah.
Josh Agabar and Brandon Templeton are next, and then behind Agabar and Templeton you've got Mitchell Givens and Harvey Ryby, Lewis Johnson Cool, Harry Cottrell, Alicia Barrett and Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans, and then Jack Sherwood and Michael Rapsey rounding out the field.
The drivers had a very quick warm-up lap there, and they're making their way around the final corner now. Here we go.
So this will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Here we go to the line. Charlie Rippin, a great pole position for Rippin, and he makes full use of it, although Matthew Higgins on the outside. Can the Welshman make it? He was too wide through the middle chicane. Are they all going to come out the other end? Yes, they do, and Higgins has, well, like a Welshman in a field of sheep, he's gone off like a rocket. And Higgins has taken the race lead. Charlie Rippin was, he was, oh dear.
The 81.
That would be Mitchell Gibbons, last year's Cadet Honda champion. There's another driver off the side of the circuit, and McRae's there as well. But Higgins is, he's gone to taking a wide line through the S's there, and that is the Mick Barrett racing number 77 of Bart Harrison, who was having a look as well.
Yep. Exciting start for this one. It was obviously a lot more drivers in this class, so a lot more action out on circuit. And we saw great action from these yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to see lots more today. As you can see, these guys squabbling through the final corner across the line. Higgins leads the way from Harrison, Greenall, Taylor, Rippin, and Chigarimbo.
And Charlie Rippin, it's fair to say, I mean, I was saying yesterday, he's got Jordan Baines mechanicking for him this weekend. Oh, and there's a problem there, crazy. There's a problem at the top of your screen. Somebody has gone through the barriers at the first chicane. Kart's getting themselves turned round. We'll catch up there. There is the number 57 Kart, was that, of Sam Heading going through behind Rashan Chigarimbo. Now down the back straight. Here comes Chigarimbo looking to the inside of Alex Moody. And Moody, who was in the repechage yesterday, but this qualified very, very well this morning.
Yep. Heading followed him through as well. So that was 2 positions lost in 1 corner. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Again, still plenty of time to get the job done at the front of the grid. Only a 1/10 of a second between our top 2. Still very close there, neck and neck as they go through in towards the first of the hairpins of this circuit as the rest of the field go through.
Yeah, Sam Headings was offline there, going through the first chicane. Matthew Higgins leading this race, finished 16th yesterday, so really the weather has turned the form book on its head. And there's Lewis Mackey in the number 13 on the inside, going past the slower Kart there. Now, so it's Higgins and Bart Harrison. So Bart to the race lead, and again, speaking to Mick Barrett, his team boss last night, of course, Mick Barrett has said he brought Lando Norris through cadets, but he also brought Alex Albon through a lot of the karting, a lot of his junior karting as well. So this, Mick Barrett again is can see a good spot of talent when he says, and Bart has really come along. He's said his exact words, he's really manned up in the last couple of months there to move out of minis into juniors and to really have a strong showing. Especially today, a little bit of racecraft. Higgins is right behind him. Then it's Oliver Greenall in the number 64 cart in third place. Darrell Taylor is fourth in cart number 14. Now, Darrell has got Lewis Malin mechanicking for him, and somebody was there going, can you, send out his fast and spectacular mechanic Lewis Malin? I said, well, I use the word spectacular. I'm not sure about the other one. No, but he's very good with Malin at spannering.
Ripping down the inside of Taylor at the S's at the top end of the circuit, moves up another position into fourth place. So again, changes are being made all the way through this top little group. Now there has been a little bit of a breakaway. Greenall's managed to get away from the Rippon and Taylor battle. He's managing to close in on Harrison and Higgins, and just see if he can try to close in. Still 4.5 left on the clock, so there is still time. If these two start scrapping again, then that's going to allow them to catch up probably within a couple of corners if they go for a move.
And I think that you can see the way Harrison is looking over his shoulder as they came up to Iredale's there, that he's concerned with the presence of Matthew Higgins upon his rear bumper. And somebody there running wide, Sam Heading says, there's Bart Harrison had every right to be concerned with Matthew Higgins on his rear bumper, because he's no longer on his rear bumper, he's in front of him.
Yes.
And Higgins has retaken the lead. So Higgins from Traffic Royce. Yesterday I was incorrectly saying that Higgins was from North Wales, and then David Higgins, a rally driver extraordinaire, pointed out to me last night that Traffic Royce is actually in mid Wales. But I said to him, I'm from Barry Island, which is the southernmost part of Wales, so anything north of Caerphilly is north of Wales to me. So there we go.
I'm used to the mid part of Wales.
Yeah, it's rally territory.
Yes, yeah.
But Higgins is keeping it on the tarmac at the moment, but Greenall is there in third place. Fourth is the number 21 of Charlie Rippon, who's having a really strong race. He qualified well, but now he's showing that he can sort of keep it together in the racing, as in the race itself. Darrell Taylor is next, and then it's Rashan Chigarimbo, Sam Shaw, Jack Cox, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Sam Heading rounds out the top 10 ahead of Mackie, James Walker, Alex Moody, the two Cliffords, 14th and 15th, and Alicia Barrett down in 16th, Ryby 17th, Cottrell 18th, Templeton 19th, Johnson Cool is 20th, Jack Sherwood, Michael Rapsey, Thomas Cucurilla Yeoman, Josh Agenbar and Mitchell Gibbons are next, and sadly Aidan Lynn didn't go out. Now I don't know if he took the start or not. He did sort of tweak his shoulder a bit yesterday, so maybe there's a withdrawal there, we'll have to see. But now that Higgins is in front, he's certainly not pulling away. In fact, the door is opening for Ollie Greenall in cart 64 and the MLC Motorsport number 21 of Charlie Rippon.
And there's another position change for the lead. Again, now it's back to normal. We've got Bart Harrison back up at the front. Higgins had to come back down, but not for long indeed. No, Higgins straight back down. It's a Valentino Rossi special move there. If you can't get them back within the next corner, you're never going to get them back again.
Yeah, and he was a nice four-wheel slide as well, so we had the back end out like a Rossi special.
Yes, indeed. So these guys absolutely flying through. Really close action there. At the front of the pack, but of course that's allowing these guys to close up, and now we're under danger now. Greenall managing to get past Harrison as well, and that's going to allow the 64 Greenall to try and now break away, and the 77 in a lot of trouble now for Harrison.
Yep, but he's got the number 20 of Charlie Rippon behind him. Now Rippon yesterday, I'm looking now to see where Charlie finished in the final. He had a great result yesterday, top 7 finish, which is I think it's safe to say that was probably exceeded his expectations. But he's having an even better run today. Can he muscle past Bart Harrison to get into the top 3? We've got 90 seconds to go. Rashan Chigarimbo in cart number 92, and Rashan, by his own admission, Rashan said yesterday that Rowrah is not a circuit where he traditionally excels at, but he certainly managed to sort of get his cart sorted. There's a move, there goes Rippon at the inside on Harrison, side by side now coming out of McRae's. And you can see Chigarimbo in the 92 going to the inside now of Rippon, and Rippon's teammate Darrell Taylor also has a little look at the inside, but slots back into line. So this is the battle for third place on screen. Harrison the 77, Chigarimbo in the number 92, then the 2 MLC Motorsport car. Lee Murray's going to be having kittens out on the banking there, trying to make sure that his drivers stay at least, if it's not social distancing, it's at least 2 millimetres apart, let alone 2 metres.
That's my favourite thing in racing nowadays. You have to stay 2 metres apart on track as well. Yeah, don't come near me.
That's what the leader says to everybody. Right, 2 metres away, everybody. I'm leading the race. Matt, but Greenall is definitely not 2 metres away. He's 0.2 of a second away from Matt Higgins. They go into McRae's there on lap number 10. We've got 30 seconds to go, so we've got a straight fight for the win, and then a 4-kart scrap. Make that a 5, 6, 7-kart scrap, because Burgoyne Jr., Shaw and Heading have joined the party, and there goes Greenall, and he's, well, I mean, I don't know if they deliver mail on a Sunday here, but he certainly put the stamp on that one and sent it.
It was a nice move, and here comes Higgins again, back on it again. It's the same move he tried earlier on, straight back him at the next corner. Now, Greenall knows that he's going to do that next time around if he tries it again, so he's going to defend this time as the last lap board comes out. Well,
as you noticed there as well, Anthony, as Higgins dived at the inside going into St John's, he forced Greenall wide, and Greenall was on the very edge of adhesion coming into downhill under braking for Sonny, and he had to really get out of the gas, and it's cost him momentum as well. So that was a well-timed move from Higgins, but also track positioning wise, that was perfectly executed, because and now Darrell Taylor gets muscled wide by the number 16 of Sam Shaw. Sam Heading goes across the grass to try and, now that's going to mean his tyres may be a little bit slippery coming into braking for the Stuart S's, but Higgins I think timed that perfectly, the track position as well, because Greenall lost all his momentum, and Greenall's actually under a little bit of pressure from Harrison. There's the battle for 6th and 7th place coming through Sunny Bend for the last time, but the checkered flag is coming out, and Matthew Higgins, well, takes the win. That's a rich reward for the way that he stopped to make sure that Kanato Lee was yesterday. He spoilt his own race. Well, there's a red flag, but he could have spoilt his own. He didn't care about his race. He wanted to make sure his competitor, his rival, was uninjured. And his reward, who says karma doesn't exist?
Exactly that. No, that was very well deserved there from Higgins. A great move as well to get that into the St John's corner, and again a good reaction move after an overtake from Greenall at the Essex. But what an exciting race we saw from those guys.
Yes, indeed. Like I say, the driver from Mid Wales takes the win. So David, his dad, is happy now. The driver from Mid Wales takes the race win by 1.1 seconds over Ollie Greenall for Fusion Motorsport. Bart Harrison, and a strong performance again. You know, he's going to be frustrated with third because he, but again, you can't take away from another strong performance. Charlie Rippin, excellent run to fourth. Thrashan Chigarimbo, that's the weekend's best, him in fifth. Harry Burgoyne Jr. for the Ollie Rowland Motorsport team in the top six, and Oliver Rowland is here, the driver that finished fifth in this year's Formula E Championship. A little bit further down the order, so Connor won the Battle of the Cliffords in 13th place, so he's got bragging rights. He gets to sit in the front of the van on the way back.
He's got the
front seat,
front seat,
and the choice of iTunes or Spotify on the way home.
You get the aux cable.
Yeah, there we go. That's the one. You know. But there's still plenty of racing to go for Nathan to get him back. So a good first race. You can see that that's a very unfortunately placed puddle on the inside, because of course the drivers like to have a little look up the inside and to break out and make a move there going into that the second hairpin. That is not an option at the moment. There's the Mick Barrett Racing crew collecting Bart Harrison's number 77 kart. A little chat there, and Bart is be frustrated, but again he's racking up a consistent set of very strong results at the moment. But we'll be moving on very shortly to race number 22, which is the first senior X30 race of the day.
Well, the senior X30s will be making their way onto the track in just a moment. As you see there, a nice picturesque shot there of the So my co-commentator muting my microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Here's the grids anyway that we've got coming up for this senior X30 race. Kean Shields starting on pole position, Sean Butcher in second, Joseph Taylor starting in third place on the second row with Danny Curl, who obviously came third yesterday in the final. Of course, he was looking to win that one. He didn't get it, unfortunately, but again, going into today, best of luck to him. Oliver Hodgson starting in fifth place, Caden McQueen in sixth place in the number 42.
Connor Jupp, whose birthday it was yesterday.
Was it?
It was Connor's birthday yesterday, and a couple of drivers gave him a few birthday bumps on circuit, but he starts seventh alongside Brad Pennell. Will Murdoch and Tyler Reid round out the top 10, ahead of Thomas Fleming and Morgan Porter.
Casper Suka there in 13th place with Samuel Hawthorne in 14th, Gray Edwards in 15th place. Oh, it's Gary Edwards. I said grey. It's the clouds.
It's the colour of the sky.
Yeah, it's the colour of the sky. So Ollie Gratham in 16th place, Caleb Marshall in 17th, and Dan McOwen in 18th place.
Good result for Gary Edwards, I have to say, because he just failed to make the A final yesterday. One of the few drivers to miss out, and he's qualified 15th here. Ahead of Blake Anglis, Harry Platten, Oliver Gray. Well, again, a great drive from Oliver in the top 5 yesterday, but only 21st in qualifying this morning. Nat Thomas, Chris Bingham, and Tom Nippers. No, Tom is from South Wales. He's from Newport. Like the gold-looking chain.
Yeah, no, Newport, near Landau Circuit, of course.
Yeah, near Landau International, home of champions, yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Is it a home of champions because is that where you raced?
Well, it's the home of champions and one, fat Welshman who managed to hack around for a little bit. But no, Landau International Raceway, home of champions. There we go. So again, 8 minutes there. No, so that's bad news, but good news, because that's the number 48 junior X30 Kart of A. Lynn coming back, and that tells me that he is out there racing.
Yeah.
So even though he took a knock yesterday, he is back out there racing. It's a pity his kart wasn't cooperating this morning. So here we go then. 24 drivers set for 8 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. I have to say, Sian Shields, driver number 71, pole position, great result. He finished 28th yesterday. So the rain this morning really mixing things up a little bit. Now it's dry. You've got the drivers that were good yesterday who are out of position. I mean, I'm looking down the list there. Sorry, Danny Curl will be disappointed in 4th. Oliver Hodgson in 5th. Connor Jupp down in 7th. Yesterday's repechage winner, Casper Scusa, in 13th place. Morgan Porter, who was strong yesterday, he's only in 12th. Oliver Gray, also well out of position in 21st, but now they're going to see them coming through. And what is Danny Curl going to have to, because he's now going to be in a pack of traffic. Caden McQueen is behind him. Now, yesterday, Caden was complaining, I was saying about Caden looking for more waft out of his engine, the engine known as the waft unit. Andrew Saylor saying that there was something other beginning with W unit, which I can't say, but let's just say that Caden McQueen will be tugging away manfully at the chance to get back to the top today, as we're off and racing. And from the outside of row 1, it looked like Sean Butcher in the number 57 kart gets the drop, and up in the second place comes Danny Curl. So a little bit of a circumspect start from the number 71 kart of Sian Shields, who's dropped to 3rd place, and he might drop to, he hangs on to 3rd because Joseph Taylor in 4th, and then McQueen is 5th with Oliver Hodgson in 6th. And then the number 22 is that. It looks like the number 22, Bradley Pennell, is next. They're all through cleanly. Oh, there's Oliver Gray still stuck down at the back of the field. The number 63 driver. Oliver, of course, finished 4th yesterday.
And there's a spin. The 21, I think that was. It clipped the inside curb that we saw with the incidents earlier. It's the 22, sorry.
It's a badly damaged number 22, and he's hit that red barrier in the inside thing. But of course, that red barrier wasn't there yesterday. But of course, after we saw Kanato Lee flipped, it's good that the circuit have changed the barrier arrangement. Although he will be, still. Obviously, he'll be unhappy that he's out of the race, but I mean, that's a safety issue that has been there. There goes McQueen up into 4th place.
The 42, a big look over his shoulder there to see that the 21 and the number 3, and here they come going through. It sort of looked like he pulled over there, did McQueen, to allow them to pass. I'm not sure if he's nursing something that's wrong with the kart there, or if he's just trying to get an understanding of what's going on around him.
Well, I mean, he was hoping for rain because, of course, he made that comment earlier about the lack of waft from the waft unit.
Yes, yeah. So not enough waft out on circuit. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Back here at the sharp end of the grid. The race leader, Butcher, still controlling the pace at the moment. 3/10 of a second advantage from Danny Curl in 2nd place at the moment. Sian Shields in 3rd. So they've kind of broken away from the main pack here that you can see of the 3, the 42, Hodgson, Taylor, McQueen, Jupp and Reed, as they go through now through the first of the 2 hairpins, or the second of the 2 hairpins. Again, with a big look over the shoulder and a dive down the inside.
Good move there from Joseph Taylor in the 21 Argenti Motorsport kart to pick up a place there. Now McQueen has got back in front of this group, jumping the number 35. Again, he's probably thinking, well, I know it was my birthday yesterday, but you could have given me a bit more goodwill cheer. And there goes Connor Jupp saying, well, thank you very much, you opened the door for me, so I'll take that as a belated birthday present. But then that does give the second of those Argenti karts a chance to squeeze through as well. That's Tyler Reed having a good drive in the number 37. He now moves ahead, but up front we've had a change of lead. Defending champion Danny Curl moves into top spot ahead of Sean Butcher. Now Butcher will try and just stay with him. So Curl, of course, finishing 3rd yesterday. Butcher finished 7th. They are 7/10 of a second in front of Sian Shields, and again, Sian Shields having a really strong race, qualified well, and he's just settled in as the Scotsman into a safe third position, but he does have Oliver Hodgson, yesterday's runner-up, closing in on him, because he's just as Hodgson is in front of McQueen, who runs 5th, then Jupp, Will Murdoch, Howling Man Will Murdoch in the number 93 Kart is up at the 7th place, and then it is the number 65 of Caleb Marshall for the Dan Holland Racing team.
Looked like Platten tried to go around the outside and get the cut back over the start-finish line for the move down the inside on Tyler Reid. Doesn't look like he actually managed to get it done, but very close battling all the way through here. You can see the 59 and 75 there as well. They're just going through. That's Greetham and McCowan as they head through now into this back section here. Sideways under braking goes the 18, and that was a very tricky section of track there to get through, and it just looks dry all the way over. It looks like they've completely cleared that chicane as well now. I didn't expect it to clear so quickly.
No, it does indeed. And of course, track temperature will be a little bit lower than it was yesterday, which will affect the setup of the kart, the handling of the kart, the tyre pressure, etc., etc. There's the number 50 kart flashing through your screen. That's Ollie Greetham for the S8 Racing team. That very black, orange and yellow coloured kart. That's the Fullerton chassis. Of course, Terry Fullerton is here helping the S8 Racing team this week, and of course, Terry Fullerton, named by no less than the late great Ayrton Senna as his best ever rival. As and there's Sean Butcher taking the lead back from Danny Curl. I have to say, that's not something I expected to see.
It seems very familiar from the final that we had yesterday evening, where, of course, you had Curl battling for the front, and there was just backwards and forwards dropping away, but third place isn't involved here, and also 4th, 5th, 6th isn't involved in this one. It is purely these two, so they've got a bit of a nice buffer between themselves and Sian Shields and Oliver Hodgson, who are a little further behind, but these two still scrapping away. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go. Now, what Sean Butcher's running very wide coming out of McRae's hairpin there. Curl a much tighter line, so that tells me that Curl doesn't need to use as much track to get the run off the corner as Butcher does. Maybe Curl's keeping just something in hand, and again, Danny Curl is not one to show everything he's got in the very first race of the day, but he's going to show just enough. He's sitting behind Sean Butcher and thinking, well, I want to know about Sean Butcher, I want to know where his kart's good, just in case I have to deal with him in the final when it really counts later on. So let's watch and look and see whether Curl makes a move. 2.5 minutes to go. These two come down the start-finish straight. They complete in a lap. Sian Shields being closed in on now by Oliver Hodgson. McQueen in 5th position. Then it's Jupp, Marshall, Murdoch, Porter and Reid, the rest of your top 10. Harry Platten runs in 11th. Casper Skuza has retired as well for the MLC Motorsport team. So we had MLC having some great runs in juniors, but not so good in seniors just yet. But otherwise, the 22 other drivers are still running.
Yeah, these two here, you were saying about whether or not he comes back at it. Danny Curl, I feel like he's not going to expose his cars just yet. I reckon he's going to hold off until the last lap, until the last possible moment, because he knows how quick Butcher can come back and get that position back at him. So I think he's going to hold off to the last lap and then try and get him there, and then he can try and get a win, because yesterday in the final he held on to that lead for too early on to the race.
Hang on. Curse the commentator. Sorry, Anthony, he's gone for it.
He has gone for it.
He went for it going into the first chicane, so obviously dived at the inside and sort of bullied his way through, and Hodgson is now up into 3rd place as well. So Butcher for KR Sport loses a place, Shields for KR Sport loses a place. So the two Cosmic chassis down to 2nd and 4th. I was about to say, still having a very good morning for the KR Sport team, but McQueen in 5th position now. Looks like he's sizing up Shields for a go. But again, Danny Curl, and now Danny Curl will he start to pull away? Difficult to say. I mean, he's got a couple of kart lengths on him. Hodgson in 3rd place, again, slowly just climbing up the order. Hodgson, so he started 5th, so he's gained a couple of positions, and McQueen is now looking at Shields as well, and out of the race, Will Murdoch.
Yeah, there's also another name going down, Joseph Taylor. He's just gone back up, though, down the list, but he dropped a fair few positions there as well. Down
to 19th is Taylor, and I mean, in this race, you've got Blake Anglis. Now, there's 18 references. I think you're far too young to remember this, but you've got B.A. Baracus Anglis and Howling Mad Will Murdoch in this race. So there we go. I haven't got... Face was Templeton Peck. Face Templeton Peck was the name of one of the other characters, but we've got no one called... And we've got Brandon Templeton in juniors. We've got no one called Face here.
No.
And we got no one called Hannibal. Sorry, we got no one called Hannibal. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
But
popular references from the 80s.
yeah, you know, just pop in a couple of 80s pop culture references to show my age a little bit. But up at the front, so there's the third place battle. Curl is about 10 kart lengths in front of Butcher at the moment, with as the clock strikes 0. Next time around, they'll get the last lap on. Here's the good battle. Caleb Marshall in number 65, ahead of Tyler Reid in the 37, and Morgan Porter in the 46. Now, they are the two Argenti Motorsport teammates, and Reid gets a little wheel on the grass there as he looks to the inside of Marshall. Now, Argenti Motorsport set up by Mercedes Formula 1 employee Michael Meadows, I believe.
Ah, there we go. Again, I'm learning so much off you.
I mean, it could. I know his name's Meadows. Michael, I could have been making it up to sound professional.
Okay.
But I think it's Michael Meadows now. But anyway, so final lap underway. Danny Curl, Sean Butcher, your top two. 2 seconds in front of Hodgson in third, as they just for the 4th and 5th place battle on your screen now between the 71 of pole sitter Sian Shields and the number 42 Mad Croc Kart of Caden McQueen. There's the scrap for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. But your lead battle down the back straight, and Danny Curl looks pretty safe now.
He does, yeah. He's got, like I say, a couple of kart lengths here as we go into the final few corners. And still action here with the 71 going down the inside of the 42. And that's Dean Shields again, and McQueen having a great little scrap here as they head around the last couple of corners. But the race leader about to cross the line is going to be Danny Curl. He missed out in the final yesterday, but he's going to take a heat win here today as he crosses the line, with Butcher in second place. Hodgson comes across in third, and then it's Shields, McQueen and Jupp.
And look at this battle coming across the line there. That would be Reid taking 7th. So Tyler Reid takes 7th. Looking at it, he finished 10th yesterday, so a great result for Tyler today in 7th. Just beating Caleb Marshall, Morgan Porter and Harry Platten to the line. So Platten in 10th place. Again, he started in the top 5 in yesterday's final, but fell back and did so the BMR restart team, the Zenon chassis, finishing well. Ollie Greetham there in 11th by the looks of it. But Danny Curl, your race winner in that. So the number 1 plate starts Sunday off in the number 1 position. Oliver Gray, good drive from Oliver. We saw him starting back in 21st position, and he made it up into 12th. So he'll be so pleased with that, going in the right direction for a young Oliver.
Yeah, rest of the field there you can see up on the screen. Fleming, Angelis, McCowan, Nippers, Edwards, Hawthorne, Taylor, Bingham, Thomas, Murdoch and Scusa, rounding out your grid of 23.
No, there was 24. Yeah,
there was 24
names on the order. Now let me have a little bit of an investigation as to who is absent, or as we say, Brad Pinnell was absent. He like his left front tyre.
Yes,
which was absent from pointing in the right direction. So there we go. Mystery solved. Just call me Poirot.
Do we have to?
No. But I like to think that I know something. So it makes me sound a bit more cultured. Moving swiftly on, as they see the drivers coming into Parc Fermé. It's such a shame that we can't get the mechanics are going to have masks on. And the drivers have got to keep their crash helmets on, because you don't see the emotion. I think yesterday we saw Macaulay Bishop. I mean, that's half a mask on for that. For the Mark Litchfield racing team. Although, oh God, judging by his boat race, you need to put it right on, son. It's enough to put off your breakfast, that is.
Oh dear.
Right, let's move on. Race 23, the first Cadet IAME battle, up next.
There we go, as we can see the cadets lining up there on the dummy grid in the shelter. The best place to be if rain comes back, I suspect, is in there.
Yes.
Again, going for the slick tyres out there, of course, track bone dry. The clouds, though, are looming.
Yes, I mean, the subcontinental weather system here at Rowrah is...
You're thinking of a word.
I'm thinking of a word. Yeah, looming was a good word. You know, it's omnipresent.
That's a big word.
That's a very big word. I had to look it up. No.
Can I hurt myself if I try to say that?
There on your screen is Nathan Ty Jr., who yesterday finished on the podium in 3rd position. He will start this one on the outside of row 1. And there is yesterday's race winner, Macaulay Bishop. Oh, good to see he's brushed his teeth this morning. Good lad, Macaulay. The big pearly white grin for Macaulay. The number 9, Paul Munn, racing driver, and we'll start this one from pole position. Yeah, it was Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall and Nathan Tye, the top 3 yesterday. I'm just looking to see if the number 5 Kart is in. Well, he is going to be in this race. He's starting down in 17th. Let's have a glance at who starts where. I said pole position, yesterday's race winner Macaulay Bishop for the Paul Munn driver programme, and for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Nathan Tye, the GP plate holder, starts from P2. Cathal Clark and Zach Drummond for the Fusion Motorsport team share row 2, and Connor Duncan for Oliver Rowland Motorsport and Zach Knight, his teammate, on row 3.
Row 4, you've got Wolf, Spanswick, then row 5 is Knight and Cassington.
Katsantonis.
Katsantonis. You helped me out with that one yesterday, didn't you?
Captain Hot Tin Roof.
Yes, on row 5. Moore and Werrell on row 6. A lot of drivers in this one. It's a very busy grid.
It is a very busy grid with Alfie Slater and Sebastian Mins, Fusion Motorsport, on row 7, and Ellie Baden and Archie Clark on row number 8. Ethan Jeff Hall, yesterday's runner-up, starts down on row number 9 alongside Canada's Hardy Mamasi, who had a great run to 7th yesterday.
Cole Glover, 19th place, with Roman Kamyab in 20th. George Edgar in 21st place, with Kit Bolowski in 22nd place. Mason Rudman in 23rd, and Daniel Sofrena in 24th place.
William Antrobus and Cameron Pratt-Thompson are on row 13. Jack Cunningham and William Murtagh on row 14. Jesse Phillips and Ben Smith on row 15. And the field rounded out by Joey Brown and Michael Walker. 32 drivers. They come to the line. Now, good start from the poleman Bishop, holding the middle of the track through the first chicane, and they all just about get through cleanly. Someone at the back there taking a little bit of a circumspect line, but everyone out down towards, oh, and I say that on the straight down towards the second hairpin. There's a bit of a pile up at the back of the field, but all the leaders led by Bishop through clear. You can see 4 karts there off at the side of the track, but by and large, all the front runners safely through. And now they can settle into this 8-minute plus 1 lap race with number 12 running a bit wide, Joseph Katsantonis. That's Bishop's Paul Munn racing teammate. Now down towards the Stewart S's for the first time. There's Noah Wolf in the 43, the side-by-side action there. But Bishop and Tye safely through into the top 2 positions.
Lewis Werrell making good progress as well in the number 10. He's moved up a couple of positions from that start as well. So he's making good progress there. As you can see, the number the 11, diving down the inside. That's Cathal Clark. He's holding on to that 3rd place spot after having a little bit of trouble. Zach Drummond did manage to get past, but he gets that position back early on at the end of lap 1. As you can see already, half a second gap has got Bishop from Nathan Tye.
Well, Bishop won yesterday's final by a full second. Tye, though, has got to try and get his head down. He's got the 2 Fusion teammates behind him, Cathal Clark and Alfie Slater. Good drive so far from Alfie Slater, finished 11th yesterday. So he's up into 4th position. Then it's number 36 of Zach Knight. And Knight, there goes Zach to the inside. 2 for the price of 1.
Yep, Zachary Knight there. That was Clark and Drummond through the S's at the back of the circuit. That was nicely done, getting to the front of this little group of karts now. So he's leading this one as he tries to pull away. Is he going to try and, tell these guys, come on, let's try catch up, or is it going to all go wrong? And already the number 30 is trying to get past. That's Connor Duncan trying to get past as well. So technical flag going out to Cunningham in the number 19 as well. Yeah,
Jack Cunningham was one of the drivers involved in the first lap incident that we saw. Now Connor Duncan, who also is going to be racing the British Cadet Honda Championship, which kicks off at Lydd next weekend. And he was a bit disappointed yesterday, but I was speaking to his mechanic David Bell-Chambers last night, and David went through the kart, and they think that they found it, but obviously he's moving forward this morning and in a good position. And now is that now the number 36 has dropped back to 19th on our screen.
Well, I think it's half of the grid has dropped back on our screen.
I think there's a few transponder issues.
There is, yeah.
So the timing scoring bar down the side of the live stream at the moment isn't giving the viewers back home all the correct information. Sometimes these transponders develop a mind of their own. There goes Zach Drummond to the inside of his teammate Cathal Clark at paddock, and Alfie Slater in the number 27 following him through. Now Bishop still leads by 3/4 of a second. Now I noticed on the Jorge Edgar in the number 17 for Fusion Motorsport, he runs in 16th position, and of course Jorge Edgar, Jessica Edgar, they're all part of the Edgar Racing dynasty that is based up here. And Johnny Edgar, who was a regular in this championship for many years, has won his Formula 4 race out in Germany yesterday, so another fantastic result for Johnny Edgar, who's on the Red Bull Young Driver program now. So the Edgar Racing pedigree is strong. Jason and Justin Edgar for many, many years, some of Britain's top kart racers, and their various sons, daughters, all doing well indeed. Bishop's lead still 7/10 of a second over Ty, and this is the battle on your screen for third place, which is the number 36 of Zach Knight. You know, his brother William Knight is there in 8th position, but it's Zach Knight leading number 30 Connor Duncan, who runs in 4th. Then the leading Fusion driver, which is number 10 Lewis Werrell.
Yeah, good little scrap between all these guys. 4 minutes left on the clock. A little group of 3 breaking away from the main pack that we were seeing for the battle of third. There's a move down the inside though. Who was that managed to get through? The number 30. So that's Connor Duncan managed to get past Zachary Knight through the McRae's hairpin.
You see him tapping his helmet and saying, right, come on now, follow me, push me.
Yeah. Let's try and catch up to these guys in front, but with that gap, what is the gap? They do
have a 3-second lead to make up on, a deficit to make up on, which is going to be a long time. Now Ethan Jeff Hall in kart number 5 started back in 17th, the Strawberry Racing. He started to make a bit of progress. Ethan Jeff Hall is up into 8th position now, behind William Knight and Alfie Slater. But this is the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle. 3 seconds up the road is Nathan Ty in 2nd place, although Ty he's not able to bridge that 3/4 of a second gap to Macaulay Bishop, who is leading away, unseen by us, because you know that the leader is away, and this is where the action is. And Hardy Mamasi trying to join to the back of this sort of elongated group. They're the 2 leaders at the top of your screens, and the gap is still 3.2 seconds between Ty and his teammate Connor Duncan, running 2nd and 3rd. Although Duncan does have the ability to get a push from behind from Zach Knight. You can see Knight not trying to make a move. He is trying to push his teammate up to the front the last 2 or 3/4 minutes, but it's a big ask at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it is quite a big gap that you can see throwing out there. New fastest lap of the race did go out to Nathan Ty that last lap around, meaning he is slightly closing the gap on Macaulay Bishop, so that's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, but all eyes at the moment on this battle for 3rd place. Duncan, Knight, Werrell, and of course the other Knight as well. William Knight is slightly closing in on these guys as well. It's almost becoming a 4-way battle.
It is indeed, and of course if these start battling, and William Knight just has caught them, and there goes the number 10 of Lewis Werrell to the inside of Zach Knight. So the 2 Knight brothers are now together on track, but not for much longer, because yes they are, because William Knight follows his brother Zach through and pushes Werrell back a position. Then it's the number 5 Ethan Jeff Hall, Cathal Clark, Alfie Slater, Archie Clark and Zach Drummond next. Eden Spanswick and Hardy Massey also in touch. So from 3rd back to 13th, you can see on screen there, pretty much all together.
Yeah, it is a very close-knit group of drivers as they all go through, and of course any battling that happens closes them all back up again and they lose the opportunity to catch up. The 30 of Connor Duncan breaking away, but yes, the 50 the 36 there, Zachary Knight, I think getting...
Losing a position.
Yes, William Knight moving up.
Brother William. Brother William takes the position, so we talked about the Cliffords having, who gets to sit in the front seat of the van on the way home.
It's the same battle with the Knights.
Same battle with the Knights.
There you go, just over a minute left on the clock as we see these drivers go through. That puddle hasn't gone anywhere, has it?
Nope, it's still there because, of course, no one's going over it to displace the water.
Yeah.
But up at the front, I mean, this is a great battle on screen for 3rd position, but up at the front, Nathan Ty has just shaved 0.3 of a second off Macaulay Bishop's lead in the space of 1.5 laps. Cathal Clark passing Lewis Werrell, so Werrell going backwards now. He was up in the 5th position. Werrell in the number 10 kart now back to 7th or 8th, because I think Archie Clark is behind him. Ethan Jeff Hall has gone through as well in the number 5 kart, but Bishop crosses the line, and I'm just looking to see, and Ty is ever closer. Ty's now within 0.3 of a second, 30 seconds to go, and Anthony, we could have a battle for the lead before this is over.
It could happen ever so quickly as our cameras try to get hold of them, and here they are, the number 8 and the GP going through, Bishop and Ty. And Ty seems to be in control here. He's looking to the inside, so Bishop goes defensive, looking over those shoulders, moves back round to the outside here for the corner, to the optimal racing line. Ty follows him around the outside, so no move there. Of course, they haven't seen the last lap board yet, so last lap board's going to come out this time as we follow the rest of the group behind, but it is absolutely nose to tail now for these two.
Yep, so it's taken Nathan Ty nearly 9 full laps to catch Macaulay Bishop.
And here's the move, here's the move. Down the inside goes Ty, and he gets past Bishop and now sees the last lap board. Yep.
Ooh, there's 2 wheels in the grass with Bishop.
Yeah, it was very close between those two. He can't get past those, so Ty still holds on to that lead. Bishop stays behind in second place. He looks now, sweeps to the outside. Is he going to try and get the switchback move here, or does he try to go down the outside? No, he does get the switchback move. Nicely done by Bishop. Gets back past Ty, and he's opened up a bit of a gap.
Yep, Nathan Ty was had to bounce around on the exit. Luckily, I mean, Bishop left him just enough room. He didn't force him onto the grass. But look at, I mean, already this third place battle goes. Connor Duncan literally pointing forward, saying, "Come on, they're fighting. Let's go." Half a lap to go though, and William Knight takes third place from Duncan, and Ethan Jeff Hall tries to go through as well, but Duncan fends him off. But Ty and Bishop, I think these two are going to be the story of the season. I have to say, Nathan Ty, Macaulay Bishop. Bishop took honours yesterday. Nathan Ty has proved that he can catch and pass Macaulay Bishop. Bishop did get him back as they come into the final corner though. Number 9, the Pullman Racing driver, Macaulay Bishop, takes the win. Great drive though from Nathan Ty to catch him, and even better drive from William Knight to finish in third position. William Knight, he finished behind his brother yesterday down in 19th place, but I mean, he takes a top 3 result in this morning's first heat. And look at the action coming across the line. Still drivers jostling too wide. There's the number 35 Kart on the grass. That's Ellie Baden, and that was only for 22nd position. That was Ellie Baden and Kit Malofsky scrapping, but Macaulay Bishop wins by 0.2 of a second. But Nathan Ty, I mean, did he go too early? I mean, he gave Macaulay an overlap to get back at him.
I mean, I'm not too sure. He had great pace, caught back up to the back of Macaulay Bishop. He just couldn't quite get it there. There's the provisional race results that you'll see pending scrutineering. Obviously, use your man Henry's trick here in scrutineering bay. See if we get through.
Discuss the Ackerman principle, boys.
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, don't do it.
Behave.
Don't do any. Don't follow my example in anything in life in life in general. No. So that was a very, very good opening salvo for Cadet IAME indeed. We now look ahead to race number 24 on the programme, which will be Mini X30. And unfortunately, we don't have a grid in front of us, but I'm sure that our colleagues at Alpha Live will present a grid for you on screen. And if they don't, then we'll just guess.
Yes. I'm not good at guessing.
Oh, hang on. Where are we? This is all gone Pete Tong, it has. But yeah, good. There's Nathan Ty and Macaulay Bishop discussing it now. They've raced very closely together. They've had a couple of collisions. There was a collision at Kartmasters 2 weeks ago between the pair of them. Yesterday the racing was fantastic. You know, and I have to say, I mean, it's very early in the season, even in this truncated season. But I mean, there's Macaulay's dad Ian coming in. Macaulay telling him all about it. Nathan putting his mask on. That's William Knight putting his mask on. Over the course of a season, those two are going to be racing together inches apart. There was a lot of respect between them. There's going to be incidents where things get a bit too close, but you know, that's what happens when you're head to head. They're the two top drivers in this championship, establishing themselves so far. But next up is Mini X30.
Good news, we have a grid.
Yes.
We have a piece of paper in front of us as well, and for the lucky people at home, you also have it on your screens. As the drivers head out, starting on pole position, Vinnie Phillips. He had a great day yesterday. Hopefully he can improve that today as well. Gabriel Stilp as well. He had a podium earlier on in the finals. Leo Robinson on the second row with Rylan Etchberg in fourth place. Jack Hobson in fifth with Lewis Bird. Many puns yesterday from him.
Many more to come as well, thank you.
Yeah. Joseph Rippin in seventh place on the fourth row with Ethan Simmons, and then it's Ella Stevens, Freddie Allen, Hayden Eldridge, and Wesley Swain. They're going to round out your 12 drivers on the grid.
But again, don't be fooled. Just because there are only 12 of them and not 30 does not mean the racing will be any less spectacular. yesterday the racing was extremely good indeed. And it was Vinnie Phillips who emerged victorious. I believe it was Vinnie Phillips, Leo Robinson, and Gabriel Stilp, who had the podium positions at the end of when all was said and done yesterday. You've got the Fusion Motorsport, number 87 in Phillips, on the inside of row 1 as they come to the line, and it's a false start.
It is a false start.
Which is just as well, because I was sort of fiddling around, not with myself, but with the paperwork, to show you that it was Phillips by 0.2 of a second in yesterday's final from Robinson in second position, Stilp third, 0.3 of a second covering the entire podium yesterday, with Ethan Simmons in fourth. Joe Rippin, now Joe Rippin has been watching older brother Charlie do wonders in the junior class, so he'll be trying to replicate that in Mini. Wesley Swain was 6th, Ryland Ashberg 7th. Well, Ashberg finished higher than 7th on the road, but was given a nose cone penalty. Of course, explained yesterday that the nose cones have got a bracket on them, that if your nose bumps into the rear end of another kart at a rate of knots, then the nose cone bracket breaks, the nose cone drops, and it's a penalty.
Yeah, and the chances of that happening in tight, close proximity kart racing is incredibly high.
Yeah, but and it's remarkable then that there's so few penalties dished out per race. I mean, you think that, you know, there was maybe sometimes there's 2 or 3 per race, but the amount of racing and the action that you see is it just gives you an idea of how skilled these drivers are. As now we get the start, the green flag goes out, and it was a good start at the front of the field, a little bit scrappy at the back, but it's Vinnie Phillips, the poleman, has taken the lead, Stilp into second place, and Robinson defending third from a fast starting Ryan Ashberg.
Yeah, I'm sure Stilp with his third place yesterday in the final is going to want to improve on that today. Of course, he has got to try and get to the front. He seems to get into a battle. He doesn't seem to get past so quickly. I feel like that's a bit of a downside. He needs to try and get past, hold on to that one as soon as possible. But yeah, yesterday just struggled a bit with holding that track position.
Down the hill towards St John's Bend for the first time. And into Sunny, there's the number 41 kart. The back of the field, that's Hayden Eldridge. He at the moment is bringing at the rear of the pack, but again, all 12 drivers safely through the first lap. Phillips trying to break away from Stilp. Now, Stilp was, now the Mad Croc should like the slippery conditions, or the slipperier conditions, because it's dried out a little bit. As there is Jack Hobson making a move in the second of the Mad Croc karts, in kart number 14, giving the signal, I've overtaken you, now please follow me, don't overtake me again. Lewis Bird, who retired from yesterday's final whilst running a strong fourth. Ella Stevens in the number 28 kart. She had a penalty for getting involved in the incident that resulted in Lewis Bird being grounded. Through the day, Anthony.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but here we go, back on the lead. It's game on at the front.
It is indeed. Still piling on the pressure on Phillips. He is closing in that gap, and it's stayed at a constant less than 1/10 of a second as they cross the line. Now, there is a little bit of breathing space between these two and Leo Robinson in third place, but it is not a big gap. It's less than 1/10 of a second, or it's just less than half a second, I would say. But if these two again start scrapping, actually, I've completely missed it. Stilp has got in front. I'm not sure whether it even happened. I was looking at the timing screen.
That's right. I was having a drink of Iron Brew. and the fizzy drinks are available, by the way. But no, Gabriel Stilp, yeah, but that's, I mean, that's one move in what will be a countless. I mean, the Minimax lead changed hands between Stilp, Robinson and Phillips dozens of times yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, over the course of the day, nobody can get a breakaway in this class. It's extremely close and competitive. And you've got, you know, Vinnie Phillips and Leo Robinson. They're on the Spirit chassis, which is part of the OTK family. And then you've got Gabriel Stilp on the Mad Croc, which is a completely sole design. It's not sort of like, you know, part of another chassis brand. As you know, people like an Spirit, a Tony Kart, an Alonso, a Cosmic, and a Red Speed are all sort of same part of the OTK karting family. They just paint it differently. Marketed differently. With the Mad Croc, completely separate chassis design altogether, and you cannot choose between them. You know, they have been equally matched. There's Stilp. He's got the 2 Fusion drivers right behind him, Phillips and Robinson, and it's great to see so many different types of chassis competing so equally across different conditions. And of course, you know, some tracks will be suited to the bumps of Rowrah, other chassis will be suited to the flat, you know, billiard table smooth tracks like PF International. We'll see. It's a fascinating thing for people that are interested in sort of like who's running what. As Ethan Simmons on the Coles Racing GP plate. That's a Tony Kart. And he's in 4th position, and he's been chased by another Tony Kart driver, Litchfield Motorsport's Rylan Ashberg. Jack Hobson and Ella Stevens 6th and 7th. Then Lewis Bird down in 8th, Wesley Swain in 9th, Joe Rippin in 10th, Hayden Eldridge and Freddie Allen are the rest of the field. But up at the front still, cannot take your eyes off it, and Ethan Simmons and Ryan Ashberg are going to be working hard as we approach half distance to catch the 3 leaders.
Yes, yeah, you were trying to get the words out there.
I was
You're thinking,
no,
a little bit of smoke came out.
If I'm being honest, I was trying to suppress a burp after drinking some fizzy drink. But yeah, you can see the steam coming out of my head.
Yeah, exactly that. There's just under 4 minutes left on the timer. Again, all eyes are on that front battle at the moment. It's still incredibly close between Stilp, Phillips and Robinson. And of course, ever under the pressure of the 2 drivers in 4th and 5th, Simmons and Etchberg. They're, like you say, working hard together to try and close that. And Etienne Simmons as well in 4th place is the fastest man on the circuit, 48.960. So he is lapping faster than the 3 in front of him. As you can see, the 87, a little bit of a love tap there going into the S's, and a lot of curb there from Stilp as they go over now down the hill in towards St John's as they go through this section again. A lot of curb in here. Really, you were saying they wouldn't do it earlier on in the day. It feels like they are doing it earlier on in today's day.
Whatever sort of residual moisture was on those curves has been displaced, and so it's game on now. Use as much of the track surface and a little bit more if possible. You know, it's a risk to take. Any sort of curb action is risky because, of course, it can bend a part of the kart, or it can unbalance the kart. It can knock you, off your your sideline, and there's moving offline to take the move, and the race lead is Vinnie Phillips. So Vinnie Phillips, the number 87, leads. Robinson still turns around. Robinson says, no, go on, push you. Now, will Robinson remain true to his word? We saw it in one of the heats yesterday with Nathan Ty and Macaulay Bishop. On the last up, Ty was in second. He said, no, keep going. If we don't want to battle, we don't want to battle. We want to get to first and second, and Bishop sort of believed him, and Ty was true to his word. Now, will Stilp defend? No, he's not defending, so Stilp is thinking, well, okay, well, I'll take you at your word, Leo, and we'll push on, and let's not try and battle, and let's not let Vinnie Phillips get away. They don't want to do that, because look who is chasing them hard. So Simmons, only 6/10 of a second behind him in 4th. He's bringing Ashberg with him, and there's a big gap back to Ella Stevens in 6th, who's got Lewis Bird right behind her, and Swain also in that scrap as well.
Vinnie Phillips also on that lap puts out the fastest lap of the race, 48.79. So with that fresh air, now managing to, or trying now to open that gap from Stilp. And of course, Robinson isn't going to want that. He's going to want to be up with his teammate. He wants to try and get there as well. And that's, of course, why he's saying, don't worry, we're not going to battle, just try and close up on him. And it does look like they are slightly closing up now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does indeed. And of course, so Phillips timed that fast lap very well. When Stilp and Robinson were changing place for second, Phillips timed that quick lap very well indeed to pull out a 3/10 of a second gap. But now Stilp is able to sort of slowly start reeling in Vinnie Phillips, and we'll see this all day in Mini X30. Somebody gains a couple of tenths, then they get pegged back. It's like a coiled spring.
Yeah,
like
the concertina effect.
I was going to say accordion, but you beat me on that one with concertina effect. Well,
there you go. Still responds with the fastest lap, and is going to respond with a move around the outside here at the S's. Can't quite do it. Tries to get the switch back. No, not good enough. So Phillips holds on to that lead. Of course, this is allowing Robinson and Simmons to catch back up as well. So this gap at the front is closing in. It's still very close. Phillips, still Robinson as they head through the sunny corner. Again, sun's not back out yet as they head through Paddock Bend. 35 seconds left on the clock. They'll look at that timer. Big look over the shoulder from Stilp as they head in towards turn 1.
Through that first chicane, Simmons in the GP plate in 4th, Ashberg in that green and white with orange stripe Litchfield kart in 5th. And again, you can see the drivers checking over their shoulder. Ashberg sets a new fastest lap. 13 seconds to go, so they should get the last lap board next time around. Phillips now checking over his shoulder. He had a long lean over his shoulder. He wasn't just seeing who was directly behind him, he was seeing how many karts are behind him. And when you're doing like over 50 miles an hour, nearly 60 miles an hour, it's incredible to see how you do that.
Yeah, you'll be amazed how quickly that next corner comes up if you're not looking in the correct direction. So, yeah, I always, when I do it, it's only a quick, brief look, not a long one.
But as they come out of the Paddock Bend to start the final lap, Phillips has had a good lap this time around, and he squeezed out another kart length over.
Yeah,
Stilp
has not managed to close that gap as much as he'd liked. Vinnie Phillips there, the fastest lap just come up on the screen, the 48.510. Of course, now Stilper's got to look out for Robinson as we go into this corner here. So a big look over the shoulder from Stilp to see Robinson's there. Robinson goes to the outside. Stilp very defensive now. Covers that line. Can't get the switch back here. So good defensive driving from Stilp. But as we go down the hill now towards St John's, this has been a move for overtaking position throughout yesterday. No such luck here though. So it looks like Stilp's got this covered, but we have got the final corner.
And Robinson swings wide on the entrance. He's going to try and undercut Stilp. Stilp parks on the apex and then crosses over to take the inside line as Vinnie Phillips takes the checkered flag. Stilp second, Robinson third, and Ethan Simmons right at the end. He got alongside Robinson, and if the race had gone a few more meters, then I think Simmons might have taken third from Robinson because he did have the momentum. And it was a good race. And now it adjusts itself, and Simmons did take third according to the tiling screens by 1/100th of a second. So sometimes the transponders can take a fraction to adjust itself. So Simmons does grab third on the line for Robinson, Eschberg in fifth, and Ella Stevens rounding out the top six ahead of Wesley Swain, Hayden Eldridge, and Lewis Bird drops down to ninth ahead of Hobson, Allam, and Joseph Rippin rounding out the top 10. So we didn't see what happened to Joseph Rippin. Joe Rippin, he started seventh. Fell back, and I think looking at the times there, 20 seconds, nearly 20 seconds off the leader. He must have had a spin out of our sight.
Yes, yeah, we didn't see it, did we? Results there you saw up on the screen, seeing the Fusion Motorsport team back on top with Vinnie Phillips in the 87, and of course as they head into scrutineering, that could all change at the end of this, but I'm sure the teams have been working hard to make sure these cars are legal as they go out on track.
Now the next race is going to be the pre-final for KZ2, which is going to be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. We're looking at the drivers coming in through scrutineering now. We haven't got the grid for that just yet, but of course the pre-final order will be decided on the points that each driver scores in their 2 heat races. So for KZ2, and of course they didn't have a final yesterday, they've just got the one final today because it's only one round of their championship, and for the Bambinos. So it'll be the KZ2 pre-final, race number 25 starting next. Hopefully we'll be able to find out who has got the grid. I think
Alpha
are going to come to our rescue.
Yes, they're going to display it on the screen for us as the karts make their way out to the circuit. We'll try and get through this grid nice and quickly. Joe Charlton is going to start on the front row next to James Glenister, and then it's Miles Murphy, who we spoke to earlier. He's going to be starting on 3rd place. Dan Kelly in 4th, Ryan Canyon in 5th place, Lee Ward in 6th, rounding out the top 3 rows. Then in the 4th row you've got Tom Longfield and then Adam Barber at 7th and 8th, Ashley Lewis in 9th, Alan Kenyon in 10th place, and then Daniel Gould in 11th and Chad Sheena in 12th place. 13th place Peter Brickcliffe in 13th, and then it's Ryan Dones in 14th place, Darren Allen in 15th, and Lee Hasler in 16th place as the drivers make their way round to the grid.
Yes, and thanks to Les Latham for providing a little bit of extra info on some of these drivers. Now you've got our pole sitter, Joe Charlton. He took a year out of racing last year, so I know he used to race the CRG as a privateer in this championship. Didn't race last year. They do 2 rolling laps, and then they'll have their standing start. So Joe Charlton, our pole man, so this is his first proper year back in racing. He took a year out last year, so he's obviously come back with a vengeance. James Glenister, last year's championship runner-up, will start alongside Miles Murphy. Now you mentioned that Miles Murphy does a lot of helmet design. He's designed crash helmets for people in IndyCar racing, for Lando Norris, for George Russell, for Alex Albon. So he's used to rubbing shoulders with the rich and famous. Hopefully he's not going to be rubbing side pods with any of his rivals here on the thing. And of course, he's fully kitted up in Demon Tweeks, but he did design the logo, so may as well advertise our services.
Well, I mean, we were speaking to him earlier. He said he designed the livery on this kart to be nice and bold for the people of the stream watching, and also so his competitors can see him and so they don't crash into him.
Excellent, that's a very good idea.
Yes, I thought it was quite a good idea as well.
So now they'll do practice starts there. So it's Charlton and Glenister on the front row. Murphy and Kelly on row 2. Kelly, last year's Super 4 champion and the 2018 British champion in kart number 3. Then it's Cannon and Ward, Longfield, who was very quick yesterday, retired this morning. They're all just there now. The acceleration is absolutely out of this world.
Savage. Neck breaking.
Yes. Here we go then. The back of the field looks like number 37 is Lee Hasler is slightly out of position. Red light on, red light off and racing. It's a great start from the poleman. Joe Charlton gets a great, really quick start. And Miles Murphy up into second place. So James Glenister caught napping a little bit there.
Yeah, great start there from the front of the road. The number 2 as well. Glenister, as you say, getting caught napping, has also been dropped down another position as well. The 10 and the 3 have come through. That's Kelly and Cannon as well. So they've dived through and a big bit of contact there. The 17 straight into the back of the number 3. Longfield there, probably with a bit of front end damage now.
Yep, Tom Longfield again trying to get good ground because Longfield was in the top 4 in the first heat yesterday, but then retired. So he's trying to gain ground as quickly as possible, and of course on a track where it's difficult to overtake, the first lap presents the most opportunities, although that one didn't quite come off the way he intended. There goes Kelly to the inside of Glenister, and Glenister's not having a good day today. Glenister, he had a very good heat, but he's not having a good start to this race whatsoever, unfortunately.
No, again, it looked like a missed gear as well out of the corner, because you saw the kart just absolutely bogged down. It just looked like it had forgotten down to go down a couple of gears. So, yeah, massive shame there. Obviously, 11 minutes left on the clock. There's the 64 diving down the inside of the number 2, but the number 2 coming straight back at him. So that's Barber and Glenister. So Glenister not giving up those positions too soon. He is recovering back.
Say that Longfield, they're having a look at the inside of Dan Kelly. Tom Longfield has been very aggressive in the early stages, and I know that I can see that Dan Parran-Smith is watching and sort of watching this race unfold at home, and they're cheering Tom Longfield on. Dan Parran-Smith again a top driver.
Yeah, 10 minutes left on the clock. Again, still plenty of time in this one. A little bit of grass tracking there for the number 3 as they go through. Can't quite do anything there, so Kelly struggling to defend. He's got a big long train of karts, and it looks like the 17 down the inside. Longfield of Kelly.
Oh, but look at that though, and Glenister behind us. Longfield opened the door, Glenister went for the move as well. Then he outbraked himself as Longfield had to hard on the anchors to hit the apex. And Glenister rode up over the back bumper of Longfield's kart. And I think that there's a big crash, and of course that is Adam Barber. And look at that, Adam Barber is on the grass going into St John's. The
got tangled
rookie driver, and again that would have damaged the number 3 kart as well.
Yeah, big tangle with Dan Kelly as well, the number 3. It just looked like he tried to go down the inside of St John's, and the door was closed rapidly.
Yes, and things happened far more rapidly in KZ2 than any other class as well. There's Lee Ward in kart number 8, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, the Irishman, on the comp kart chassis, independent drive, but it's Joe Charlton who leads, and Barber is back in the race. If he can try and jump-start that kart, no, I think he's going to sort of get out of the way. So sadly, the CRG is out of the race. But here's the lead battle. Number 15, Joe Charlton. Number 6, Miles Murphy. Number 10, Ryan Cannon. And then number 8, Lee Ward, as they complete lap number 5. I've been very surprised the amount of contact we've seen in the start of this race. Drivers obviously in a say not full panic mode, but again knowing that there's it's not quite follow your leader, overtaking is possible, but as we've seen, it is not without an extreme degree of risk.
Yeah, Tom Longfield, he gets the fastest lap of the race in this one. At the moment, he's running in 5th place. He's just done a 43.42.
And he's got clean track in front of him. There he is on our screens now. He's got a bit of damage to his front end. Hopefully the nose cone bracket is still in place. But he's got, and there's a number 11. So we saw Alan Kenyon, the privateer driver on the Sodi kart chassis. It's his first year in the British Championship. Driving very well indeed. He retired from the previous heat this morning. He's in front of James Glenister. Then it's the 24 of Ashley Lewis, the 51 of Daniel Gould. Lee Hasler is still going in 11th place. Let's hope that Lee can get to the finish. Dan Kelly is still out there in 12th, so luckily not too much damage, although I'm sure the handling has been affected on that number 3 kart from that incident with Adam Barber. Darren Allen is 13th, 14th to Chad China. Peter Brickcliffe is 15th. Sadly Adam Barber he's back in the race. He did get that number 64 kart restarted, and I don't know if he's retired to the pits, but he's over a lap down. But at the moment, according to our screens, he's still running somewhere.
He is out there somewhere. We just can't see him. 7.5 minutes to go on the timer. Charlton still leading the way from Miles Murphy and Ryan Cannon, and those gaps as well closing up. I'm looking at the sector times here. Miles Murphy slightly faster through Sector 1 and Sector 3, struggling a little bit in Sector 2. So he is trying to close that gap. You see he is breaking away from Cannon and Lee Ward. He's trying to close that gap on Charlton as they go through. Then there's still plenty of time to get that done. So if he just gets his head down, concentrate, don't miss a gear, get through the track, and I'm sure he'll get to that gap as soon as possible and try and close that gap. And if he can try and get a push on the number 10 as well, I'm sure that will help out.
Yep, we've still got plenty of time to go. Just under 7 minutes remaining of this KZ2 pre-final. Charlton's lead, well, last lap around a 43.50 for Charlton and a 43.41 for Murphy. So Murphy gains by a tenth. And behind him, the fast lap of the race, Tom Longfield with that clean track. Good call, Anthony, 43.15 seconds. And I think you can see Longfield, that gap between the number 8 of Lee Ward and the number 17 of Longfield is shrinking. And of course Ward, he's not really he's not right behind Cannon in terms of he's not able to make a lunge or a pass just yet into braking. Because if you go down through the gears for Sunny Bend and then up the hill towards Paddock, it's, you know, you say about the physical nature of these cars, you forget that with 30-odd gear changes a lap, they're driving one-handed most of the time as well.
You know, you see the incredible footage of Ayrton Senna doing a hot lap around Monaco, one-handed around some of those corners, and it's seeing the same here. You see that they're one hand on it, but they get it all done in a straight line, get it done, and then it's just quickly grab onto that wheel, dive in, a new fastest lap again into the 42s. Goes Tom Longfield, and he's closed up now that gap on Lee Ward. He's now right behind, and he's going to try and get past this as soon as possible, I would suspect. Well,
Longfield in 5th position. If he's got thoughts of a podium, he's going to need to get Lee Ward out of the way, not physically, but I mean figuratively, quickly, because he can't afford to get bogged down. Ward is lapping in 43.7s, and that's 0.8 of a second lap slower than Longfield. Longfield can't afford to lose his momentum. He's going to have to make the move into this hairpin, I would imagine. Here he goes, up the inside. Good clean move. Ward tries to get a run on the outside, but Ward is going to be on the outside line for the run into Iredale's. He's going to try the crossover move though, and Longfield's going to have to make it cut across. He does, down the back straight. So one out of the way, Longfield up into 4th position, but it has cost him. And again, you can see the difference. So Cannon is now quite a little ways up the road. We've got 5 minutes remaining, and Longfield's pace that he's shown in that car, the only driver in the 42s of the best lap that the race leader Joe Charlton has done is a 43.06. So even the race leader is over 1/10 of a second slower in terms of overall pace than Longfield. Longfield has now got time to close that gap on the number 10 cart and maybe get himself into the top 3 in his pre-final.
I'm sure the only thing that Longfield's concerned about right now is that front nose cone bracket. You know, he had a big contact earlier on. You can see the damage on the nose cone as well. A huge black tyre rubber mark there where he clouted the back of another kart. So I'm sure that's just on the back of his mind. But at the time being, he's focused on what he needs to do, and that is catch up to Ryan Cannon in 3rd place.
Longfield's retort would be, I didn't hit you, I rubbed you. And rubbing, son, is racing.
Didn't look like rubbing to me.
No, there was effects, but I mean, you know, I'm trying to shoehorn a Days of Thunder quote into things.
No, you got to do some stuff where I'm going to know them as well.
Sorry, I'm being ageist. I'm not respecting. I'm not respecting the younger, more athletic, thinner, better-looking version commentator. Here we go. It's Charlton, Murphy, Cannon, Longfield, and Alan Kenyon up into 5th place. Now, what has happened to Lee Ward? Why is Lee Ward dropping down the order?
I think that potentially could be a timing.
That could be a timing glitch. I'm getting fooled by it.
Yeah.
But so Ward is still there in 5th. Kenyon in 6th. Glenister in 7th. Really surprised how James Glenister. You can see the front nose is bent up on.
Yes, I was going to say there's quite a bit of damage on that front nose, isn't there, on the number 2?
So with three minutes to go, still Joe Charlton leading by 3/4 of a second from Miles Murphy. I'm just surprised, you know. So that all stems from a bad start. You know, Glenister made a bad start, and then he got sort of freight trained on the first lap, and then got involved in a couple of incidents as well, which has sort of unsettled the kart, and he just hasn't got the pace now to sort of fight back.
No, here we go. The number 2 still right on the back bumper of number 11. These two scrapping away. 6th and 7th place, Kenyon and Glenister. 2.5 minutes left on the clock as they go through the fast sections here, down the hill in towards the final corner. Couple of hand gestures. There goes down the inside. Glenister, after the bad start, gets that job done. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and it moves up into 6th place now.
Well, thanks to Les Latham, I can tell you that, give me some information that Mr. Kenyon, he's dived inside of Glenister sideways, and that won't have pleased James Glenister. But of course, this is Alan Kenyon's first year in the British Championship. This is the first time he's raced in the British Championship. He's actually the owner of Gatwick Forklifts. One of the co-directors of the company, and I think that as he was behind Glenister, I wish he had the 2 forks come out the front of the cart and just move Glenister out of the way, which he kind of did with that lunge up the inside. Less than 2 minutes ago, there goes Lee Ward through your screen, cart number 8 in 5th position. Here's the battle of the 6th between Kenyon and Glenister.
Kenyon managed to get back past again, not sure where that happened out on track. Here we go, looking at the 10 and 17, Cannon and Longfield. Longfield did set the fastest lap earlier on in the last lap as well, and the new fastest lap there, looks down the inside, what a lunge there, but the number 10 gets it back. So Cannon defending that position, he could see the move coming, thought, right, I'll just get the switch back here then, because you've outbraked yourself there. Comes back at him, holds on to that 3rd place spot, but Longfield is a man on a mission now. He has got that pace. With 1 minute left on the clock, I'm sure we're going to see another move here, there, everywhere. It's just eyeing up to see how his defensive driving is. Yep,
and Ryan Cannon, using all his experience, he owns the Cannon Motorsport team, and of course you see they're in lots of drivers in different classes of karting, bringing a lot of young Scottish talent through the ranks in karting, and sort of the team principal going out and having a play and showing his young drivers how it's supposed to be done. But here is Miles Murphy. Now the gap is down to less than 7/10 of a second for the first time in a long time. The Energy Course chassis of Joe Charlton still leads the way. Again, when we say a privateer driver in karting, that means that it's just, the family running out of the back of a truck or a little side awning out of the back of their transit van or what have you. Other vans are available. But and against, you've got Miles Murphy, he runs for Sam Moore's team. Again, it's a small team, but that means that he's got sort of a mechanic and a team boss and some extra data to work around him. But the privateer drivers can still succeed in British Championship karting, as you're seeing at this level, without the aid of a big team around them. But can Joe Charlton hang on, and can Ryan Cannon hold on to 3rd place? The number 10 Andy Fairless racing driver leading that comp kart chassis of number 17, Tom Longfield. Now Longfield's had one go, which he couldn't get the kart slowed down to the apex of the craze. The last lap board will be going up next time around, so it will be from this point on probably about 1,200 metres remaining of the race for Cannon and Longfield. Joe Charlton start the last lap, still 6/10 of a second in front of Miles Murphy. There they flash through your screen, and there is Cannon having to defend against Longfield. Longfield's close enough to make a lunge, Anthony.
Yeah, definitely so, as they see them coming through here. This is where the move was done last time around, but Cannon responded straight away and got the move back. Now he's not gone for it this time, has Longfield. Is he going to try for it into the S's? Now this is where, of course, it's quite tricky. Cannon goes defensive. Longfield tries to go down the inside. There's a little bit of front-to-nose contact. Can't quite do anything here. And we come into the last couple of corners where this move can be done into St John's. Nothing here. Stays behind, I think. It's going to be, if it's going to happen, into the last corner. Looks to the inside, can't quite do it as the race leader takes the checkered flag, and that is Joe Charlton from Miles Murphy. Ryan Cannon holds on to that one from Tom Longfield in 4th place. Who takes 5th place? It's Lee Ward from James Glenister, and Alan Kenyon there with Ashley Lewis in 8th place. Dan Kelly in 9th, and Daniel Gould crosses the line for your top 10.
Good recovery from Dan Kelly, although he'll be disappointed about the incident with Adam Barber. Also there, Lee Hasler in 12th position, finally makes it to the finish of a race, so good result for Lee Hasler. Darren Allen in 13th, Chad Shiner 14th, Peter Brithcliffe 15th, and Adam Barber did make it to the finish on that number 64 CRG kart. Now I wonder, Adam Gleer won this title last year on a CRG, and I wonder if that, and he's not here this year, he may still be racing in another championship, but I wonder if Adam Gleer's championship-winning kit has found its way to Adam Barber, because prior to that incident, Barber, the rookie driver, was having a very, very good run indeed.
Indeed he was. So last of the results there you're just seeing on your screen, and here comes scrutineering time as the drivers head in, push the carts onto the scales just to make sure all is in order. What are you seeing there on your
Well, I'm seeing it's your favourite part of the day.
Is it lunchtime?
It is, it
Excellent.
is. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to watch these drivers come through. I mean, shows. I mean, the fitness levels on these drivers is absolutely astounding. The way they can handle the kart. You can see underneath the race suits, there'll be full-on rib protectors because, of course, with no suspension or anything like that, their bodies take an absolute beating. The actual race suits, you can see on Miles Murphy's race suits, that sort of black back bit at the part and then the black bit up the side, that's actually a slightly different material. There's a bit of support as well through there, just to give the drivers there. There's the number 10 of Ryan Cannon with the Sol tyre on his shoulder pad. He finished it. There's, hello, Miles, how are you? There we go. Oh, now see, that's how to promote your sponsor, that is.
Yes.
Find a camera, smile it, turn around, and you've got your logo right on the back.
Yeah,
there we go. There's a lesson for everybody else. So that is it for the morning's part of the racing. We got a break for lunch. I mean, the next race is the 5th heat for Junior X30, which will begin at 1:15 local time, so about 40 minutes time. Anthony will be back on the stream shortly before then, so please go and enjoy a lunch break. Thank you very much for joining us on the stream and all the comments that have been flooding in. There's been some good racing this morning. Let's see if we can persuade a marshal to get out there and sweep that annoying puddle off the inside of the run-up to Iredale's hairpin.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced, and for anyone it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. There's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and there's something which I actually never won in cadets, but I won in Formula Kart Stars in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember, racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them, and yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009 and then the Mini Match Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
I'm Miles Murphy, I race in KZ, kart number 6, I race for More Racing. Well, it's the pinnacle British karting. You're racing for the plates. I want the one plate, so it made sense to do it. Well, I started there as a Saturday lad when I was like 11, 12 years old, because we only live around the corner. I worked there for about 6, 7 years, did all sorts of work, like we used to do all deliveries for their cars in British GT, in touring cars, and Genetics, etc. And so we carried it forward into this. We've always had a good connection. We thought, if they're sponsoring the championship, we've got Tweeks Kart out there, it's a bit of advertising. If we do well, it's a bonus, which is the aim after all. I've always wanted a car that stands out. Like, ever since I did my first kit in 2011, it was basically the same as this, bright yellow, see it a mile off. So that's always been the aim, really. Don't want to be something that blends in. You want to be like bright, proud, so you can see it on telly, easy to commentate on. It gets us noticed anyway. Although if you're doing well, you get noticed. If you have a shunt, you get noticed as well. So double-edged sword, really. It's been a long way. I mean, ironically though, I'd say we probably had more testing with the brake than we did at the start of the season, because it coincides when it's our busiest time for designing. Like basically October to February, just chaos. So you're constantly doing every hour God send you could possibly do in the day and the whole week. So having this little break, it coincided when we just finished a load of additional work, so we had enough time to get a proper testing program in, get stuck in, and we're probably coming to this better prepared than we've ever been, to be fair. Car's been quick, we've been good. We qualified 4th after leading the train, got 2nd in Heat 1, so decent start, hope we can carry on. Imagine like bench pressing 10 kilos and bench pressing 65 kilos straight after each other. It's like that, there's a lot more than just like, obviously, it's still hard work in a normal kart. We've got the G-force and the bumps going on. But in this, you've got to go into every corner, you've got to brace yourself, go down the gears, be in the right gear at the right time, carry the power at the right moment, change up, and under braking, because the brakes are so powerful, it's getting the down changes right turning point, pick up the throttle. If you miss a gear, you lose so much time. It's like half a second or more just from missing the gear. And it's because the braking zones are so short, overtaking is that much harder. Like a place like this, you've got like realistically 2 overtaking spots that's really force an issue. So we've got here and fullback, which are probably one of the 2 hardest places we can overtake on. So it'll make it quite interesting. Best way is to follow the business page at MDM_designs on Twitter and Instagram. That's what it's most popular on. And on my personal one, I have it as private anyway, because I try and disclose work and personal life together. Occasionally I post on that, like pictures from the weekend, pictures of the mechanics and everything. Give them thanks for giving us a great kart to work on, really.
Hi, I'm Jessica Edgar and I race in Junior X30 for Fusion Motorsport in the British Championship. It was my home track and my whole family's been involved with the sport for years, so I just kind of had to do it. I've won multiple races at British level and I've been picked to represent the UK in the Motorsport Games in Rome. The Motorsport UK nominated me for my achievements so far in karting. I was very proud and I think it'll be a really good opportunity. I've been doing a lot of sim work and I've been doing a lot of extra training to make sure I'm physically able to do it. I feel like recently women have been getting a better opportunity to do well rather than the boys. This year I'd like to come top 5 in the British Championship and hopefully in years to come move into cars. I'd like to do Formula 4. My idol has to be my cousin Johnny because I've followed him through his whole career. If you want to follow any more of my career, give me a follow on Instagram.
My name's Danny Kill, current Senior X30 British Champion, racing for the Jade Racing team with Beaudette RT chassis and ready for round 1. My biggest achievement is winning the World Championship in 2017 at PFI. That was my greatest achievement. In 2017 I entered the World Championship without ever doing a CIKFIA event before. It was completely unknown to me, and during the weekend we saw that we had really good pace and managed to qualify pole for the final. Again was a big shock, but went out for the final and led from the green to the flag and became world champion, which is a great start for a rookie. So I've come back to the BKC because obviously I won it last year, and I won the 2017 British Championship as well when it was called Super 1, but yeah, so I wanted to win the British Championship for 3 years and try and get a hat-trick. So the BKC is the biggest British Championship. It's the most competitive in my opinion, and this is where you become to try and become the best driver in Britain. For me, it's all about, you know, some weeks don't go to your ideal plan, but if you just keep pushing and keep trying to become the best you can be, then you'll all of a sudden you'll push through a brick wall and manage to become a world champion or British champion or whatever you can get to. And that's the biggest advice for me, is just to keep going. If you have bad weekends, it's not a yeah, it might feel like the end of the world at that situation, but it's not. You've got to keep going and keep pushing to become the best. Yeah, so I've got a Danny Kell coaching page. I do some coaching during the week and on track 1-to-1, and that's really where I can try to teach young drivers also from where I've learned and to where I am today.
industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
Run
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. There's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and there's something which I actually never won in cadets, but I won in Formula Kart Stars in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember, racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them, and yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009, and then the Mini-Max Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lakeland Stadium in Rowrah, home of the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, and the second part of today's coverage of the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for the Cadet IAME Mini X30, Junior X30, Senior X30, Bambino and KZ2 classes. In fact, the first round for the Bambino and the KZ2 classes. The X30s and cadets had their first round yesterday, their first final already in the bag, but this afternoon We are going to see the last round of heats for everybody, and then the start of the finals themselves. My name is Henry Beaudette, and joining me once again up in the commentary box for the afternoon is Anthony Jordan. Anthony, a good morning's racing, and as you're looking down the circuit, the exit of sunny and everything, it is dry, but here is what we have got in store for you in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, the Junior X30 Heat 5, they're going to be taking to the track in just a moment, quarter past the hour. For their Heat 5. Senior X30 will be next at 1:30. Of course, we've seen tremendous battles throughout those grids, so hopefully we get to see some good ones. Again, the IAME Cadets, they're going to go out for their Heat 4, as well with the Mini X30, their Heat 4, and then another short break just after that at around 2:15.
Yeah, just a short break before, because the junior and senior X30s are back in action for their 6th heat. Now, each driver is just competing in 2 heats out of all the races, but of course there's more than one full grid's worth of junior and senior X30, so they're split into 3 groups, A, B and C, and each driver competes in 2 out of the 3 heat races that we've seen today. The Bambino final will be the first final that goes out at 3 o'clock local time. Then the repechage, or the B final for the junior and senior X30s. The drivers that don't make it into the top 28 in points after the heats, they battle out for the final 6 positions in their 2 finals, which are the last 2 races of the day. But before then, we've got KZ2, IAME Cadet and Mini X30. The last 2 races, junior and senior X30, where we'll see a capacity 34 kart grid.
Very busy.
Very busy indeed. 40 races across the entire weekend. Of course, yesterday you can watch all yesterday's action on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Once again, a big thanks to our partners, our streaming partners at Alpha Live. They've been providing some fantastic coverage of the racing this weekend. Also, Demon Tweeks, and for the live timing and scoring, that is a Motorsport timing in charge of that. That, if you want to go and see the live timing screens, it's www.motorsport-timing.co.uk. There is the view of Iredale's hairpin and the run down towards the back straight and Stuart S's. And you can see we're in the Lake District in the north of England, Rowrah, an old quarry, and which is why it has its own weather system, complete with at least 10 changes of weather a day. Yesterday it was sunny all day. Today, rained this morning for qualifying, dried out during the heats. It's grey overhead, but dry at the moment as we look at the Junior X30 drivers settling themselves down in the dummy grid for race 26. So for some of these drivers it'll be their 2nd heat of the day, but for other drivers it'll be their 1st heat of the day. And this morning it was an extremely exciting race. Matthew Higgins coming out on top of that one, and he starts from the outside of the front row of the grid alongside yesterday's race winner Josh Rowrah. That race will be starting very soon. Again, a very strong race this morning, a very strong field, full of talent. Let's see the full starting lineup.
Yeah, here's the grid then on your screen now. As we were just explaining, Joshua Rowrah, race winner from yesterday, he's going to be starting on that pole position. Matthew Higgins, who had a race win earlier on today, if you did miss that, he's starting as well on the front row in 2nd place. Luke Watts in 3rd. Taylor, I should say, in 4th place. Jessica Edgar in 5th place, and Sam Heading in 6th place, rounding out the top 3 rows. On row 4, Brandon Carr in the 7th place position, Sam Shaw in 8th place, Oliver Stewart in 9th with Aidan Lynn in 10th position, Aaron Walker in 11th, and James Walker in 12th place. So the 2 Walkers next to each other there. Are they going to be fighting over the that aux cable again?
The GV. No, I think the different family. I think those are different family members. But yeah, Marcus Luzio is next. Then Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 7. Fast Freddie Spindlow starts 15th alongside Connor Clifford. Then it's Jack Plant and Brandon Templeton, followed by Kanato Lee. We'll come back to Kanato in a minute. Harvey Ryby, Marcus Littlewood, Harry Cottrell, Rhys Newburn and Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans.
Finley Dunn will be in 25th place with Michael Rapsey in 26th, and rounding out your grid of 27 karts, Finley McKee.
So a couple of little orders of business to take care of. Kanato Lee starting 19th, down the grid a little bit in Fusion Motorsport. He was the driver that flipped yesterday, and the driver on the right-hand side of your screen, Matthew Higgins, stopped in the middle of a race to make sure that his rival was okay because Kanato was trapped underneath his kart. And there is Kanato on the left-hand side. He did come out for the final. He's uninjured, obviously, and is going well, although qualified this morning in the rain a little bit further down than he would normally. And this is a good chance. It gives us a chance. There is the rear end of Mark Campfield striding manfully with the number 47 kart of Jessica Edgar into the paddock. And I've noticed there that Luke Watts is being mechanicked by James Bean, again a former double British junior TKM and junior TKM intermediate champion. Man like Bean is mechanicking the number 37 Cato Motorsport kart. You can see those two chopsticks there, of James Bean's legs, on your screen briefly. There's the number 52 kart. That's Jack Plant from the Croc Promotions team. He'll be starting on the inside of the 9th row of the grid. There are 42 drivers in total in this class, so we'll have, I think, 12 or 14 will be forced into the repechage. The top 28 going through there, and again, a lot of the drivers being mechanicked by ex-top line drivers, and James Bean as well. There he is. There's Mark Canfield sporting the white gym socks, along with the rest of the traditional mechanics attire. Tight-fitting, branded top.
It's the standard of clothing, isn't it, you'd find in a paddock? Yep. You would see Alpine Star shoes, shorts, coloured sunglasses.
Yeah, exactly. And the earpiece in.
The earpiece.
The earpiece and the radio is tucked around the back.
The Tony Kart jacket.
Mark's not wearing bright orange shoes, but it's okay because he's got bright orange skin. So there we are. And he's mechanicking Jessica Edgar, who, of course, she represented Britain in the FIA Motorsport Games last year out in Italy. So she's, again, part of the Edgar racing dynasty. I think we've got Jorge Edgar in cadets. Then we've got Jessica. Johnny Edgar is racing out in Formula 4 in Europe. He won his race in Germany yesterday as well. And, of course, Jason and Justin Edgar, the dads of those, all the racing Edgars. Those two brothers were some of Britain's top gearbox kart racers and 100 national kart racers, ICA, back in the day. And they're all based up in here. I think Edgar's Hyundai is their local business, and they're very involved with the Rowrah circuit, and they always go well here. But there, number 10, Josh Rowledge, in the middle of your screen there. So on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the front half of the grid. On the left-hand side of your screen is the second half of the grid. But there is, Josh Rowledge, yesterday's final winner, came home just in front of his teammate Bart Harrison, with Darrell Taylor for the MLC Motorsport team in 3rd place yesterday. And I'm just looking there, Taylor's not in this race. There goes one of the S8 racing karts across the front of your screen. That's the number 67 kart of Rhys Newburn, a rookie to the championship. Now that's a Fullerton chassis, the S8 racing team, Alex Shorten, Jim Francis team, based out of Sheffield. They've got, it's a Fullerton chassis, that's Terry Fullerton's design chassis. Terry Fullerton, one of Britain's greatest ever kart racers, one of the greatest ever drivers to sit in a kart, I think it's safe to say. And he's here helping the drivers and that team, just again, as much advice and coaching as possible. And if somebody who, Ayrton Senna called him his greatest ever rival, Terry Fullerton, and Terry Fullerton gives you some advice. It's one of those things, you prick your ears up and you listen.
Yes, definitely so, I would suspect so. It's always nice to have such names down here and giving the advice to the younger drivers, and it is great to see. Now, I can see that the start marshal is waving his green flag to signal the drivers to go, but it doesn't look like the dummy grid is ready yet.
There's still one or two stragglers, I think. They may have enjoyed their lunch break a little bit too much. And again, we're saying about who's here in the paddock. Lots of people. Obviously, Oliver Rowland is here managing his team, fresh from finishing 5th in this year's Formula E Championship. Yep. Former British Cadet champion Teddy Wilson is also here doing some driver coaching as well. He raced in the US Formula 4 Championship last year and is going to be racing Super Cups next year. He's doing that, and there's a whole raft and host of other ex-champions, ex-drivers in karting that are here now mechanicking and sort of running teams and what have you. So there's in our little corner of the motorsport world, it's not so little, but in our area, this paddock is where all the big names are this weekend. And Of course, you're now seeing, say, like Higgins is Matthew Higgins is David Higgins' son, because David Higgins is a great rally driver from not years gone by. He still has a go now and again. But now we're still seeing the sons and daughters of top level racers coming through, the second and sometimes third generation kart racers. And there goes the green flag. So Josh Rowledge leads him out, and the Mick Barrett is Josh Rowledge's dad getting hoofed out of the way there by one of the officials. He was so busy watching to make sure Josh got off the line, he forgot there's another row of karts coming. Josh Rowledge for the Mick Barrett racing team. 1-2 finish yesterday in this class. And of course, Mick Barrett, Lando Norris came through Mick Barrett Racing. Alex Albon drove for Mick Barrett Racing during his their time in karting. So one of the most established teams in the paddock. He's been going for a long time. As Mick, I'm not saying that he's old, but I mean, he's been in and around this sport since Fred Flintstone was driving karts. Let's just say that.
Fair few million years then.
Yeah. A few million years.
Yeah.
So rolling lap, and then 8 minutes plus 1 lap of this 1,030 metre circuit with drivers coming into St John's Bend here, and then they'll head downhill to Sunny.
Oh dear, that looks like an axle.
Yes. Marcus Littlewood, he didn't. Oh, that is a shame. So he's obviously either clipped another cart or a barrier. So Littlewood, and I think now, are we going to take the start at the first time of asking?
I think so.
The answer is yes. So Marcus Littlewood out of the race. It was a bit of a tardy formation, but the remaining drivers are all safely through the first chicane. They come over that ridge, down the hill towards the first hairpin, which is called McRae's. Now up the hill towards Iredale's hairpin. It's a good start from the front row driver. It looks like Luke Watts in the number 37 kart up into second place. So Higgins maybe has dropped the position. There's Harvey Ryby, and there's a big pile up at the back of the pack there. Harvey Ryby understeering. There's a driver that was slow in front of him, and then there's the 67, the 23 of Brandon Templeton, the 67 of Reece Newburn, all caught up in that. So the leaders are all safe through to the back of the pack, and it was not well.
No, it did look like a little bit of a mess there, didn't it, through the second chicane of Iredale's. It was, I think, the 57 that took a bit of a spin, so I think it was Sam Heading who went round. No, Sam Heading still going. I think it was someone else that we saw, but quite a fair few karts involved there. But as you say, front of the pack breaking away, as we're looking at now, your top three: Rowledge, Watts and Higgins.
So Luke Watts in the number 37 for the Cato Motorsport team. He's on a second-hand red speed chassis this weekend. All his karting kit was stolen out of the back of his van about a month or so ago. I think that he's managed to cobble together some new kit. It's obviously not the kit that the drivers used to, because karters, they spend ages of getting the engines, getting their carbs, all sorts. They know what they've got. They know how each component performs. So it's like going back to the drawing board for Luke Watts, but he's still picking off, and he's in the lead. But here comes Higgins to the inside. Matthew Higgins having a little look, but Watts closing the door, and Rowledge in third. They've got a great breakaway on at the moment from Heading in fourth, the number 57 Mark Litchfield racing driver, and behind them is Darrell Taylor, and Darrell Taylor's got Lewis Malin on the spanners this weekend.
Higgins takes the lead though through the first corner, so we do have our new leader, Higgins. He had a win earlier on, and he's I'm sure going to capitalise on this and try and get another race win in this heat as well. As the rest of them go through, it looks like he has already opened up a small gap as well. A couple of kart lengths he's got now to Luke Watts. As the rest of the field comes through, it looks like Rowledge has been bumped up into the rest of the pack, and we've got a huge train of karts coming down the hill now, 4 or 5 karts, and then a few fair gaps as well. So a bit of action further behind, as again we see there the 37,
So Luke Watts again, he was leading, and now he's been shuffled right back here. His momentum has gone. And certainly his rhythm has been knocked out. And again, sometimes the driver's head could go a little bit, so he's got to get his head down, focus, stay calm. 5 minutes to go. And apart from the top two, he's still in that second group, but he's down towards the back of it, with Heading leading the charge in third position, up towards the front. Behind him, there's Shaw, Brandon Carr in number 25. Luke Watts is now down in about 7th to 8th place. James Walker for Coles Racing, and the GP plate of Aaron Walker. Quiet start for a driver that featured very strongly at the front yesterday.
Time penalty going out to the number 71, Harvey Ryby. 5 seconds, I'm guessing, for a start-finish.
Start line infringement.
Yes, indeed. So that's not good news for him. 4 minutes left on the clock, or just under 5 minutes. as these guys trail through this first chicane there. It's still a great shot, that, isn't it? I do enjoy it.
Yes, I mean, Cole Glover yesterday tried to spin backwards into our camera, but didn't quite complete the move, shall we say.
Tried and failed.
Much to the relief of the Alpha crew here that have placed that camera. Connor Clifford, 47.54 in kart number 90. Connor Clifford running well down the order. But has just had a very quick lap. He's 16th. He's chasing Kanato Lee, and Kanato Lee. And there's one of the strawberry racing cars bouncing over the curve there. Darrell Taylor in the number 14 MLC car has moved into third place ahead of Sam Heading. There is Walker, the GP plate holder, and he's got another MLC car right behind him. I think that may. Well, we'll find out who that was in a little bit, but.
Looking at the front, top two, only 0.2 of a second between them, so gap is steady at the moment. And from them, they've got just under a 2-second gap to the drivers in third place, and again, over the curves quite a bit there for the number, I think, 16 that you can
Sam
see
Shaw
there.
bouncing around the place, and also sort of telling Brandon Carr in front of him. Brandon was looking over his shoulder at the time, and Sam was saying, right, come on, go, go, go.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably want to get past it instead of being behind. You know, as you say, you've got some quick drivers there behind from the start of that they're battling through at the moment. Just 3 minutes left on the timer. The 57 here, third place, Sam Heading. He's got Darrell Taylor, just behind. They work through this long train of karts now.
That's a great, a multicoloured train of Junior X30s, all sort of trying to sort of stay in line and close in on the leaders. There is Watts and Shaw side by side. Luke Watts now trying to claw himself back into position, but Sam Shaw in the premium karting number 16, that is for 6th position. So Brandon Carr up into 5th. You can see that's a silver, predominantly silver with red and black. Oh, there's Watts at the inside going into the S there to take away that position from Shaw. They got Walker, the GP plate, right behind them. But a good drive so far from Brandon Carr. That's a privateer entry. Last year he was one of the leading drivers in the Cadet Championship with Oliver Ola Motorsport, but now he's just got that red speed chassis, the silver, red and black liveried machine, number 25, up into 5th place, and chasing down Heading and Taylor, who are battling for 3rd and trying to stay ahead of this group on your screen now, led by the number 37 of Luke Watts, with Walker now moving into 7th place, ahead of Shaw, who drops down to 8th, with the, who is 9th? Well, it was the number 98 kart of James Walker, but it's now Freddie Spindlow in the number 60 KR Sport entry, but still lots of chopping and changing. Great battling, but they are slowing each other down, and they're letting that front pack get away.
Yeah, you can see the gap on the timing screen as well. It's 2.3 seconds now, the gap from 3rd to 2nd, and of course, as much as they may be enjoying having a good little scrap and a battle and a race, it's not effective. It's you know, they're opening that gap up, they're falling behind, and of course, I'm sure Rowrah and Higgins are loving this. The gap just around 0.3 of a second now, so it is still fluctuating at the top. But Higgins, that lap around, sets a new fastest lap of the race, 47.0.
Yeah, exactly. Very quick lap from Matthew Higgins. But Josh Rowledge is able to stay in his slipstream and just sort of follow Higgins around, just copy his lines. And there's a move for 3rd place there, and up the inside goes Darrell Taylor to take P3 away from Sam Heading. Brandon Carr is right there in 5th. So Carr has done the hard work to catch these two, and now he's got to try and stay with them. We're into the final minute of this heat race. It goes past the 8 minutes flash parts very quickly indeed, but it's still Rowledge. Now Rowledge has taken the lead off our cameras. Rowledge has taken the lead. Higgins down to 2nd, and then this 3-kart scrap for 3rd, and then a 3-kart scrap for 6th.
Yeah, very close battles all the way throughout this one, and as you say, now Taylor's got in front of Heading. Do you think he wants to try and pull away as best as possible? But it doesn't look like Heading wants him to do that. As you see, he's scrapping with him left, right and centre. He's trying to get past here. Here's back at the front, the race leader at the moment, Rowledge. Matthew Higgins just behind. Again, a couple of kart lengths between them. Half a second is the gap now, so it has been opened up slightly by Rowledge. Just to see, with the 8 seconds left on the clock, they may get this lap and another one and the last lap. I'm not
going to be very close indeed as they cross the line.
So I think I don't think it's last lap this time.
No,
I think
they didn't make it. So not last time lap board this time. So they're on the penultimate lap now. So that gives Matthew Higgins another thing. But look at this massive carambolage of karts as Brandon Carr has moved into 4th position now. So it's Taylor 3rd, Carr 4th, then it's Heading, Walker, Shaw, Watts. At the back of that group, Spindlow coming into play. Behind Spindlow is Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Kanato Lee in 11th place isn't a million miles away as well. Side by side, Walker to the inside, Shaw, and when we talk about a driver getting freight trained, Sam Heading just got freight trained there because he was just pushed to the outside and there was a complete wall of karts to his inside and he lost 3 or 4 positions, maybe more. And that's Freddie Spindlow there getting muscled wide by, I think that may have been the number 17 card of Oliver Stewart.
Yes, I think you are right there. The 17 of Oliver Stewart just got a little bit of a tank clapper, just clipped the back wheel of the 57 as well, and sent them off the track. So that's suboptimal, I would definitely say, for Heading there. Now, seeing here this group now, they've really concertinaed back up, haven't they, from that battle at the front, though. I think they've still broken away still.
Yeah, and how has Brandon Carr got sucked back into this group? They're the 2 leaders coming out of the Stewart S's. Big advantage, but now you can see that Darrell Taylor's all on his own in 3rd. Walker is up to 4th, so Brandon Carr and Brandon Carr has had some form of incident, like out of my view, but never mind. There's the checkered flag for Josh Rowledge, a great win. Matthew Higgins in 2nd. The 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle is different. Number 26 is off in the gravel. The plain white kart of Finley Dunn for the Mike Spencer Motorsport team out of action. Sam Heading comes across the line a long way down, so somewhere that scrap between Heading and Carr and Taylor got resolved probably sort of unceremoniously. Taylor came home in a clear 3rd place, over a second in front of Aaron Walker in 4th, Shaw in 5th, Luke Watts down in 6th. Then it was Carr in 7th, Harry Burgoyne Jr. was 8th and Oliver Stewart in 9th. Kanato Lee was 10th and Sam Heading faded all the way to 12th, although I would have to say that was probably not all of his own doing.
No, I don't think so, and there's the provisional results that you see on the screen, of course provisional only because they have to go to the scrutineers, so that's how they stand at the moment. Good race from Jessica Edgar there, 13th place.
To 13th, yep. Mark will probably get a spray tan ready for the final now.
Yes, yeah.
Freddie Spindlow in 14th. He was up in the top 10. Connor Clifford comes home in 15th. He was very fast in the middle of the track, in the middle of that race. Behind Clifford, we had James Walker. Aidan Lynn getting out there. He failed to start his first race this morning, finishes 17th there. Then Harry Cottrell, Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans, Jack Plant, Finley McKee, who we saw spin right at the end, and Michael Rapsey rounding out the finishers. No, Finley McKee didn't spin. It was Finley Dunn that spun right at the end, sadly. He joined Harvey Ryby, Brandon Templeton, Marcus Littlewood, and Rhys Newburn on the list of did not finishers.
Now,
on the next race, as you were saying.
Yes, well, the senior X30s will head on to the track in just a moment. Speaking to one of the camera guys as well, just on the lunch break, he was saying that just before lunch he was feeling some spots of rain in the air. So,
precipitation,
yes,
moisture in the air.
Moisture in the air. Who knew it? But we're not
Rowrah? Rain?
We're not scheduling any rain.
Who thought of such a thing?
The weatherman said there is no rain in the air, but when was the last time a weatherman was correct?
I think the weatherman might have been telling porky pies.
Probably. But what isn't a porky pie is the grid.
Yes, that is a fact.
Senior. This is a fact. So the grid for the senior X30 is as follows. Callum Bradshaw will be starting on the front row. Alongside him will be Sean Butcher in second place. Thomas Turner in third, with Danny Curl starting in fourth place this time. Rory Hudson will be on fifth place with Caden McQueen. He's been struggling throughout yesterday as well with the power of the car. He needs that more oomph from the engine. So hopefully in that lunch break they managed to find the oomph. Alex Padbury in 7th place with Brad Pennell in 8th place. Green flag comes out, so the guys will be heading out onto the circuit in just a moment. Matt Armstrong in 9th place with Tyler Reed in 10th. Alessandro Serenetti in 11th place. And Morgan Porter starting 12th.
13th will be Archie Tillett, again, driver that rolled his car yesterday, but he's okay today. Sam Hawthorne, good result for Sam, starting 14th. And it's Gus Lawrence, down in 15th place. Not great for Gus. Then it's Ollie Greetham, Oliver Meadows and Dan McEwen. Ewan Wilson and Harry Platten rounding out the top 20 with Ben Hodge, Nat Thomas, Thomas Wood and Tom Nippers completing the top 24. And last but certainly not least, Oscar Houle in 25th position. Callum Bradshaw, pole position here. Yesterday's race winner, and again you saw that very tense final between Bradshaw, Hodgson and Curl. He's been drawn in a different group than Hodgson today, but Danny Curl is there in 4th. Sean Butcher, who drove very well this morning, starts in on the outside of run row. The O plate of Thomas Turner retired for the final yesterday. You'll see what he could do. And Rory Hudson in kart number 5, last year's 5th place driver in the championship, had a bad day yesterday. Can he make amends today? Here we go. It's a good start from Callum Bradshaw, who cuts across the racing line, so he's not driving defensively, and he's going to get a really good run out of this first chicane into the first hairpin. And look at that, Bradshaw has got away well. Butcher slots into 2nd, Curl 3rd, Turner up to 4th, then Hudson in 5th, McQueen 6th, and the number 29.
Oh, and there's someone off in the gravel who is at the 15 that we can see there.
Oh,
That's Samuel Hawthorne.
Yeah, he finished 33rd. He retired from yesterday's final, and he's not started this one well either. There's Hudson making the move on Turner for 4th place, but that one move at the end of the back straight has allowed the top 3 to break clear, and a change for the lead.
57, Butcher takes the lead through that one there. It was a very nice move, very late under braking, slides it in sideways, but nicely done. Gets that lead earlier on in the race, which is what he wants. Thomas Curl, or Danny Curl, I should say, is going to want to capitalise on this as well, and he has just done so there. He gets into 2nd place, up into the chicane.
Yeah, good move there. We saw Danny Curl take the lead of the race from Butcher going into the chicane at the start of, in the first heat. So he's showing that that's not that is an overtaking place for the bravest of the brave, and Danny Curl is showing his mettle there, as it were. There's a back two of the S8 Racing teammates side by side, Ewan Wilson and Oliver Greetham, wheel to wheels in the back straight. Oh, and Thomas Turner losing another place to the number 29 of Alex Pendlebury, the Strawberry Racing driver. He's got Dave Tooley mechanic for him this weekend. You know, Dave Tooley, the father of former champion Andrew Tooley, who used to come with the Tooley Motorsport team. But up at the front, there's Butcher, being closed in by Curl. Bradshaw in 3rd, Hudson 4th, and McQueen holding on well in 5th. There's the number 4 kart of Gus Lawrence trying to make good progress. Lawrence finished 5th yesterday, qualified badly this morning, and is trying to make ground in that PF International run kart.
Yep, also Curl there, you could just see in the front. We switch back to the O plates here. This is, of course, Thomas Turner. He did start the race in 3rd place. He's pushed back slightly to 7th place now, but working hard back here at the front, the 57 and the number 1. Butcher and Curl working hard, working together, maybe, who knows, trying to open that gap up to the guys behind. They already have got a 4/10 of a second gap to the guys in 3rd place at the moment. Doesn't look like 3/10, but down the inside goes Curl. It's a good move through Paddock Bend, gets that lead again earlier on into the race. 5.5 minutes left on the clock.
Well, Danny Curl obviously will recognise the fact that Callum Bradshaw is going to be one of his closest rivals, not just today, but throughout the whole season. He wants to try and put as many karts as possible between himself and a driver he perceives as a season-long title rival. That's not to do Sean Butcher any injustice, but of course yesterday Butcher finishing 7th, so Curl Butcher just checks over his shoulder. Bradshaw knows he's looking, defensively, and Bradshaw gets him out of the way quickly because Callum Bradshaw knows he can't afford to be drawn into a lengthy battle over 2nd when 1st place is escaping up the road.
Now this is also allowing Rory Hudson to catch up as well. Last lap he did set the fastest time of the race. He set a 46.64, and you can see him there in the blue colours there, riding past the start-finish line, closing that gap up to 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Hudson having a good run here. McQueen still there in 5th position. Pendlebury's now 6th. Matt Armstrong in kart number 9 for the MLC Motorsport team. He's running in 7th place. Turner has faded to 8th. Tyler Reid again, a strong drive from the Argentine Motorsport number 37 driver Tyler Reid. He's in 9th, and Gus Lawrence has only just broken into the top 10. But as I check, looking back on the back straight there, Lawrence now has some clear track in front of him. He's got his teammate Archie Tillett behind him, so that's good because Tillett will follow Lawrence. And there goes Lawrence through Sunny, just briefly, that black and red PF International run kart. Let's see if Lawrence in number 4 can catch. He's got a 1.1 second gap to make up to catch the back end of the group that contains Pendlebury, Armstrong, Reid and Turner. Here's your lead group, however, and Callum Bradshaw is starting like a fisherman with a bite on the end of his hook. He's starting to reel Curl in.
Well, he has done indeed with that new fastest lap as well, 46.180 from Bradshaw. He has managed to close that gap up to Danny Curl as well. If these two start scrapping again, of course, Sam Butcher's going to catch back up, and he's also got Hudson behind him as well. So now it's going to become a four-way battle at the front if these two start scrapping. With 3.5 minutes left on the clock, it could happen, but I suspect they're going to hold off for the time being, wait until that time it gets a little bit lower to put the pressure onto the drivers at front to think it's on the edge, the time is nearly running out, and need to be careful here because they could attack.
Yep, yes, and of course with Butcher and Hudson well placed, you know, and McQueen less than a second back in 5th position. Any unnecessary squabbling now will bring not just the top 2 but the top 5 into play. Behind McQueen there's a 1 second gap back to Pendlebury, no, but make that a 1.5 second gap back to Armstrong, who has just deposed Alex Pendlebury from 6th position. Lawrence is now within 7/10 of a second of Turner in the scrap for 9th position, but these 4 starting to pull away. McQueen, he's obviously not as happy as he was. He's not as happy, a little bit happier today because he's at least competing, you know, in the top 5. He just hasn't got that pace to catch the front quartet as we complete lap number 7, and a new fastest lap for Callum Bradshaw, 46.07, a 10th quicker than Curl.
Now he has closed that gap up slightly. It's 0.2 of a second now. There's the timer and the reminder of that fastest lap from Bradshaw, who's just set it. But there we go, a nice big look over the shoulder from Curl. He just wants to know who's there. Has he got 3 cars? Is it just 2? And of course who it is as well. He now knows it's Bradshaw behind him. And I'm sure Bradshaw is fully keen to get past quickly. And that looks like a move there down the inside of St John's. It's a great move.
Very, very good move.
Eye of the needle there. No contact made at all. And it was just straight through, nice and clean. So now Curl has got some work to do. It's 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. That was about the time I was thinking a move was going to be made near the end to pile on the pressure, thinking, you know, I've got to get past in that short amount of time. And there's someone off in the gravel.
Morgan Porter, the Argentine Motorsport number 46, retires from the race, and he retires out of about 12th position. It was. So Bradshaw's turn to look over his shoulder now just to see who's there, and you can see Callum Bradshaw taking more of a defensive line as the Stewart S's, and this is going to bring Butcher and Hudson right into the 4 as we go through St John's. That's where, and that you called it there, that was an excellent move there from Bradshaw, because of course he can't run too wide. Danny Curl was turning in, but there was just enough space, and that was good stuff. But now 4 carts with 1 minute to go lead the way up the hill through the chicane. Over the curbs, McQueen in 5th, hoping that they're going to carry on battling, and he'll be able to join the party. He's got a late invite.
He has got a late invite, but yeah, you top 4, Bradshaw, Curl, Butcher and Hudson in that order at the moment as it stands. 30 seconds left on the clock. Again, a big look over the shoulder from Curl and from Bradshaw as well, just to see what's going on there. Now, Butcher goes slightly defensive from Hudson. That's now opened up the gap between the 2, so it was a group of 4. It's now broken up into 2 groups of 2. As you can see, a big gap there, a couple of cart lengths between the 2. Now, they are going to get another lap in here. They're not going to get the last lap board this time around, so as we cross the line this time, now it's penultimate lap time. As they will know that now, and now this is where the pressure comes in. This is where they're going to think, right, okay, now's the time I'm going to make that move. And are we going to see a move into the hairpin here? No, we're not. We're not going to see it this time around from Curl. Now, of course, you'll probably see it next time around, because that's when the gap will really close up, as these guys try to go up. But again, they don't want to battle too much now, because that gap will close in, and if that closes in on the last lap, that's going to be a disaster, because everyone's going to want that first place.
Yeah, no, Danny Curl is really, really good for this section here. Got to go over the crest and down the hill. Last time around, he was so close to Callum Bradshaw, he could almost reach out and tickle the back of his neck. Really good late on the brakes coming into Sunny. Lines the cart up very well. That bodes well for the last lap. Yeah. If Curl's still there, he's going to be close enough coming into this corner, the last corner, if he thinks a move is on. Bradshaw, though, is very strong to the first half of the lap. Now, through this chicane and out there, but Curl's literally super glued to his rear bumper, and Bradshaw defends. Danny Curl's going to try the crossover move now, but he's going to be on the outside for the run of there. No, he tucks back into line. Butcher and Hudson, they are not there. Oh, and Bradshaw almost went over that little sort of bit of water, residual water. Does it half open the door for Curl? No, Bradshaw closes the door.
Yeah, coming into this S's now, this has been an overtaking opportunity throughout most of the weekend so far, but no overtakes through there just now. It did look, like you say, just clip that puddle to say if it was going to be a disaster through that corner, but it was all was well And last attempt now into this final corner from Curl if he can. No, it's going to be a repeat of what happened in the finals yesterday. He's not going to be able to get those positions. And Bradshaw takes the win from Curl, Butcher, Hudson, McQueen, Reed and Pendlebury and Lawrence.
So Gus Lawrence didn't make it past Thomas Turner, up into 8th place. Somebody else, I think, went out. Oh, we lost Matt Armstrong late on in the race. Matt was in the top 8, so he dropped out. As there's some of the tail enders and drivers that got into a little bit of difficulty during that race across the line. Oscar Poole down in 22nd place at the last kart running at the end. But again, it's game on once again between Curl and Bradshaw there. Bradshaw having the upper hand just by a whisker, however, as we'll see the full set of results coming up on our screens now. And yes, 0.8 of a second separating the top 4. Caden McQueen is going to be, really kicking himself that they didn't battle even more than that. So you get in touch. Tyler Reed, another strong result for Tyler in the number 37 kart. Pendlebury finishing 7th. Gus Lawrence, well, he salvaged something decent with 8th position. Good result there for Tom Nippers, the driver from Newport in South Wales, finishing 14th for the Jade Racing team. Alessandro Serenetti, the Italian driver, well, he's actually based in Banbury in Oxfordshire, which is the eastern suburbs of Rome.
Yeah.
It's just to the east slightly of
yes,
Rome.
Slightly.
Yeah, and then sadly Morgan Porter failing to finish that one. But again, another very good, close senior X30 race, and the drivers showing that you don't need a race with lots of overtaking to be very exciting. But when the overtakes did come, they were very well executed. They were very, very, well judged. Good, clean racing from the front runners. And let's see, is there any interaction between the top 4 as they come in? There's Rory Hudson in kart number 5. He'll be pleased with that because yesterday, Rory, he salvaged, he 18th place. He had to come to the repechage yesterday. And there is the Callum's mechanic, giving him a bit of a thumbs up and as well done. There's Danny Curl on the left-hand side of your screen. Fist pump there. But the next race up will be back to the cadets. So this will be the the second and final heat of the day for the cadets, the 4th heat of the weekend. At the end of this race, we'll have the full starting grid for the final. It's Macaulay Bishop and Nathan Tye. Round 2 between those two. They're on the front row of the grid. Cathal Clark and Zach Drummond on row 2. Connor Duncan and Zach Knight on row 3.
Row 4 is going to consist of Noah Wolf, and then it's Eden Spanswick as well, joining him on that row. William Knight and Joseph Cannisons is in the 5th row. Morgan Moore and Lewis Werrell will be on row 6.
Row 7 is Alfie Slater and Sebastian Minns. Row 8, Eli Baden and Archie Clark. On row 9, watch for Ethan Jeff Hall to make progress in kart 5 and Hardy Mimasi.
Row 10, Cole Glover is going to be joined with Roman Kamyab and George Edgar on the 11th row with Kit Bolowski. Row 12, I'm thinking round 12, it's row 12 that we're looking at here. Mason Rudman and then Daniel Sofrena, and then it's William Atrabus and Cameron Pratt Thompson on row 13.
Jack Cunningham starts on row 14 alongside William Murtagh, Jesse Phillips and Ben Smith on row 15. Now, I think Ben Smith didn't go out in the first race, but I have seen him here in the paddock, so hopefully he's okay. The field rounded out by Joey Brown and Michael Walker. 32 drivers, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And the first race, again, Macaulay Bishop and Nathan Tye, they had a good battle over the last lap and a half. Bishop got the upper hand. Bishop, of course, yesterday's winner. There he is, the Pullman Racing driver. And there's Nathan Tye. A focused look on Nathan's fate, the GP plate holder. That means he won the British Kart Grand Prix, and he gets to run that GP plate in this class for the next 12 months.
Yeah, it's a very easy number to remember, isn't it? It's not a number.
It's not a number. There we go. I was thinking that. I was thinking, yeah, you're right. GP is a really easy number. You could tell I'm not very good at 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown.
No, I do. No. It's my favourite show in the world, though.
Yes. There's so my cohort from Kart Masters, Charles Draycott, is tuned in to listen to some commentary waffle. Good to see Charles listening in.
Yes. Hi, Chaz. How are we?
Yeah, he's now well used to the various Henryisms that come into commentary.
Yes.
Normally when I just make no sense whatsoever. I'm making sense. Lance Knight is saying go Team Knight, Zach and Will. There is Shadow the Alsatian watching again from home. That's all I want to know. But here they are, going through the Stuart S's. Now, that red barrier right in the middle of there, that is precariously placed close to the curb, but I suppose, you know, the drivers, you can't touch that because, you know, it is dissuading drivers from going, oh, and there's someone slowing down. It's dissuading drivers from, you know, trying to go 2 and 3 wide through the chicane. It's not preventing them. They're still going to try, but it's just even less of a good idea than under normal circumstances. Now, that was number 45 slowing down at the back, Daniel Sofronair. He's going to join the back of the grid, but away we go. Off and racing into the first chicane. A good start from Bishop, and it's a good start from the inside of row 2 from Cathal Clark. And there was a little bit of bumping and boring in the middle of the pack there, but they all somehow come out cleanly. And Zach Drummond in cart number 20 in 4th or 5th position, also trying to make good ground. But as they come up towards Iredale, it's Bishop, Cathal Clark, Nathan Tye. Make that second place for Nathan Tye. He doesn't want to see Bishop get away, and Connor Duncan coming through as well. So the 2 Ollie Rowrah Motorsport teammates, and now Connor Duncan signaling to Cathal Clark. Right, come on, let's work together, because Bishop in that number 9, when he does get clear, he tends to stay clear, even though it took Nathan Tye a lot of time to peg him back this morning.
Yeah, he did indeed, and of course he's not going to run a repeat of that, definitely, I would say. So as you say, Bishop leading the way at the end of lap 1. He has broken away just slightly, a couple of kart lengths between, or just 1 kart length, I would actually say. It's not really much of a gap at all, really, is it? Cathal Clark as well. He started obviously in 3rd place, been pushed back slightly to 4th now, and he's going to want to fight back very quickly as well, I suspect. But these 4 looks like they're just staying relatively close together. They're not breaking away from each other. Just going to try and push up Constantina back up again and go for those moves. A little bit of a big gap, a bit of a breathing space though to 5th place of Zach Drummond. Yeah.
Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian driver, in 5th position. He has got the first of the Knight brothers, Zach Knight in the number 36 just behind him. Then it's Noah Wolf, Lewis Werrell, Archie Clark, Eden Spanswick, Morgan Moore, and Hardy Massey making good progress up into 12th position. William Knight is 13th. Ethan Jeff Hall has actually lost a place in car number 5 down to 18th position.
Yeah, so all the way down in 18th.
Yeah, it always happens. He's very quick when he's up in the front in clean air, but now he's back in that rabble in the middle of the pack, and there's Nathan Tye has caught the race leader, so Tye is sort of sticking with Macaulay Bishop, but now Tye is with him. Bishop hasn't got the pace to just cleanly pull away, and there's a move for 3rd place. That is Cathal Clark back at the inside of Connor Duncan, and this is costing them, and the top 2 are getting clear. Is this going to be a head-to-head between Bishop and Tye again?
Yeah, well, we suspect so. We've seen it throughout the weekend, and we're probably going to see it again in this race, most definitely. I'm sure someone with a very big smile on his face is definitely going to be Zach Drummond after these 2 battling away. He's managed to catch back up to the group of 2nd or 3rd and 4th, I should say. As you can see them there coming onto your screen, the 30 again. Looked like he wanted to go for a move down the inside there at the final corner, but stayed clear of it as they cross the line now. Gap between 2nd and 3rd, 1.3 seconds.
Yes, and so here's Cathal Clark under pressure from Duncan, and again, lots of good clean racing here on the thing, and we're welcoming lots of viewers on the stream, and I'm reliably informed that Shadow the Alsatian was barking away watching the Knights race in the first race. What happens if I go walkies now, and then that'll upset Lance Knight watching, because the dog will suddenly go to the back door. I want to be let out while they're watching Will and Zach Knight, and on the screen Zach is in 6th position, Will is a little bit further down in 17th place. Belinda Dewey, Reggie Dewey's mum has tuned in. Mr. Excitement's not part of the championship at the moment. This is a shame. We're missing Reggie in the series. Good to see Belinda making comments in the usual eloquent way, forthright and to the point. That's why we like it. Welcome aboard. 4 minutes to go. Sorry, Anthony.
Yes, no, that's right. Yeah, 4 minutes to go on the clock as we see these drivers go through. Now, this is the battle, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They've all concertinaed back up now as well, and they've got a bit of a gap in front, bit of a gap behind. They've got a nice bit of breathing space, but absolutely no breathing space between them as they duck their heads down. A little bit of a contact there from the back of the bumper from the number 30 on the 11. Of course, Connor Duncan and Cathal Clark working hard there to try and open that gap up to themselves in 5th and close the gap up to themselves in 2nd. But at the moment, it seems like that gap's still opening up and they're breaking away still at the front.
And people that are just tuning in and thinking to themselves, well, the second place driver, he's right there. Surely he can make a move on the race leader. And the answer is, well, he could. You know, he probably can make a move. He doesn't want to just yet because, you know, Bishop will try and fight back. You know, we know enough about these two drivers that Macaulay Bishop, if you make a move on him, he's going to come straight back in. He'll draw you into a fight. The more these karts are battling, slowing each other down the corners, the quicker that the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and maybe even 6th, 7th, and 8th place karts will catch up. And of course, that's bad news because then...
Oh, someone over the grass at the top of the chicane there. Not sure if they've...
they're coming back on. It's an Ollie Rowland Motorsport kart. The driver is back on.
There we go. So we'll try and see who that was, as their name will essentially fall down on the list in just a moment if they are losing a few positions. Under 3 minutes now left on the clock, as this is again your battle for 3rd place that you can see on the track.
I think it was Kit Bolofsky who went around. But he's come back on the track. He's okay now. But there's Cathal Clark in 3rd. Connor Duncan, the number 30 kart, in 4th. 5th is Zach Drummond, the number 20 kart. So Cathal has got a pair of Scotsmen just behind him. Behind then, a little bit further back, you've got the number 36 of Zach Knight, the number 10 of Lewis Werrell in 7th place. Noah Wolf runs in 8th. Archie Clark is 9th. Hardy Massey is 10th. Eden Spanswick 11th. Ethan Jeff Hall has made it up to 12th, ahead of Alfie Slater, William Knight, and then the number 93 kart of Morgan Moore, the Irishman for the Paul Munn Racing programme. He is there in 15th position. And a change, that would be the number 10 kart of Lewis Werrell, passing Zach Knight for 6th position.
Yeah, good move there down the inside. Hadi Mamassi sets the new fastest lap of the race as well, 54.89 out there, running in 10th place at the moment, up 8 positions from the start of the race, so a good start from them. And a 5-second time penalty is going to go out to Bolofsky. Yeah.
So as you'll come onto the straight, as you come at the start finish now, you'll see the 2 sets of white tram lines. There's a blue cone to the left-hand side of that. The drivers have to remain within those tram lines at the start until the lights change. If they move out of those tram lines, there's a special photo cell watching them, and they will get a 5-second start line penalty, just for those watching that may be unaware of how a driver on a rolling start can jump. As Nathan Tighe takes the lead, but here comes Bishop straight back at him, a minute and a bit to go. So Tighe's gone a little bit earlier this time. He waited till about a lap and a quarter to go in the first heat. He's gone early, but Bishop fights straight back. The gap was, at the start of this lap, 1.8 seconds. It's already down to 1.5. Duncan, Cathal Clark and Zach Drummond are not out of this one yet.
They're not, and I am quite surprised about Nathan Tighe going so early on. Maybe Bishop made a slight mistake, which is why Tighe was able to get past, but then, of course, Bishop immediately fought back. So I would have at least thought he would wait until the last lap board was out, so a bit more pressure, but no, not this time around. So Bishop back in front. They are still nose to tail. They've not lost any time from each other, but like you say, they have lost a little bit of time from that 3rd place battle of Duncan, Drummond and Werrell.
So, and again, you can see now, but you've seen Bishop now looking over his shoulder a couple of times as well. So Bishop is now sort of thinking he's going to be starting to get a little bit more defensive. The gap is already down to 1.4 seconds. But Clark checking over his shoulder, Duncan, head down, you know, they're checking, and Cathal Clark can see Connor Duncan pushing and working with him. So Tighe, you know, has just sort of, he's made one move, and now Bishop has fought back, but is Macaulay Bishop giving himself away a little bit, you know, as Bishop showed, he showed some of his hand, and he hasn't quite shown the entire deck of cards he's holding yet, but certainly he's, you know, Nathan Tighe, he'll make a move and sees where Macaulay fights back, because he knows if he makes another move, he knows, but there's a signal, again, Nathan Tighe signaling to Macaulay Bishop, saying, no, let's go again, but Bishop on the final lap, he's defending for all he's worth.
Yeah, of course he's going to defend it still. He's probably playing mind games, isn't he? Saying, no, it's fine, I'm not going to overtake you. Yes, I am. There
on
he
the
goes.
grass back there, that's Drummond on the grass, I think that was. But sorry, no, now Bishop is in full defence mode. DEFCON 3 for Bishop. Tighe is going to see what he can do. He's going to go to the outside. This could be a great undercut coming through the Stewart S as the checkered flag awaits.
You see, that Tighe, he is still holding back though, isn't he, Nathan Tighe? So even though Bishop's going defensive, Tighe's not attacking. So maybe I mean, I don't know why, but maybe he's just trying to hold on to that second place and he just wants the gap going into the final corner. Bishop again goes defensive, and is Ty going to go for the switch around? No, he isn't, and Bishop takes the win on that one.
Yeah, so Nathan Ty settles a second again. Here's a good battle across the line, and Connor Duncan did take third in the end. Zach Drummond was on the grass on that last lap, finishing in fourth place. Cathal Clark rounding out the top 5. Zach Knight finishing in 6th, Archie Clark in 7th, Hardy Mamasi, good drive from Hardy, the Canadian driver, to come up from 18th on the grid to 8th. Then it's Eden Spanswick and Lewis Warrell rounding out the top 10. Ethan Jeff Hall fading to 12th place, and not been a good day for the driver that finished second in yesterday's final. But Nathan Ty, obviously did give McCauley Bishop that win, of course, but I mean, he just, you know, he seems to be more concerned with not finishing third. He was trying to signal to McCauley, saying, no, keep pushing, where, because he didn't want the pack behind to catch him. So he's maybe thinking ahead to grid positions for the final. Let's down the other. There's Daniel Sofrenair finishing 17th. Jack Cunningham, 20th. Cole Glover, 21st. Joseph Katzentonis in 22nd. Ben Smith did get out, and he did finish 24th. Everyone made it to the end, all 32 drivers. Even one or two of the drivers that had a spin, William Antrobus, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Kit Belofsky amongst them, all made it to the end.
As they come into the scrutineering bay again, I'm still confused about why Nathan Ty didn't overtake. I mean, it looked like he had the faster kart. It looked like he had the opportunity to do it as well several times, but he didn't.
But in championship positions, however, championship points, they're only decided, I mean, obviously, drivers score points in the heats, but those are grid points. They're points that set the grid for the final. Championship points, where the trophies are handed out, are only in the finals.
Yeah.
So there we go. But I mean, Nathan Ty, there's Connor Duncan getting his helmet off, and he'll be asked to replace that with his mask pretty soon. So no sooner as we are finished with the Cadet IAMEs, we're back to the last heat for Mini X30. So here we go, 12 drivers, and there's been some fantastic racing all day, all weekend in Mini X30. Vinnie Phillips and Gabriel Stilp will start from row 1, Leo Robinson and Ryan Eschberg row 2, Jack Hobson and Lewis Bird on row 3.
Row 4 will be Joseph Rippin, with Etienne Simmons on joining in the 4th row. Row 5, Ella Stevens and Freddie Allen in the 66. Rounding out the back of the field of the group of 12, Hayden Eldridge and Wesley Swain on row 6.
So far this weekend, and indeed it was repeated this morning, the lead battle has been pretty much between the two Fusion drivers, Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips, and the Mad Croc kart of Gabriel Stilp. The question remains, can anybody be saw Lewis Bird briefly in that lead group yesterday, but can anyone else establish themselves as a regular race leader, front runner? You know, we've seen these three, the 87, the 37 and the 10, the front of your camera shot there, get away at the start or during the course of the race, get away and establish a gap and then battle amongst themselves. I mean, Ryan Eschberg in the number 73 Litchfield Motorsport kart has been very quick. There's Jack Hobson in kart number 14. He qualified well, but he tends to fade a little bit in the race. And then Ella Stevens yesterday, she was right up there, but had a penalty in the number 28 kart. Now, where is the number 44? Did I just miss that completely, or do we have a full complement of Mini X30 drivers, or not? We're -1 at the moment.
I can't see a 44, no.
I tell you what I can see. I can see a kart outside of the dummy grid area. Now, in karting, there are rules. So this is the dummy grid, and you can see there's fences alongside. Just outside that area, now that's either someone who's very, very early for the next race, or...
It is a 44 as well, I can see.
Oh, Lewis Bird has missed the race, and you can see the driver with his hands on his head there at the side. There are rules. The gate opens at a certain time, and the gate closes at a certain time, and if you're not in parc fermé or you're not on the dummy grid by a certain time, those gates are locked and you know race. So Lewis Bird will not go out for this one, and all that you can say to sort of make him feel a slight, tiny little bit better is that his tyres are going to be in better shape for the final, because these drivers are now going to put another 12 or 13 laps on their Comet tyres. I was about to say they're not the LeContes, they're the Comets. And so Bird, even though he'll be starting at the back, he's starting at the back of a 12 kart grid. It's a lot better than starting at the back of a 32 kart grid or a 34 kart grid. So we're 1 down, 11 left. Phillips and Stilp on the front row of the grid. GP plate holder Ethan Simmons starting out of position in 8th spot. He's got some work to do. Can anyone stop Phillips, Stilp and Robinson running away with this one again? We're about to find out. Lights out, good start into the first chicane, and Phillips takes the lead. Stilp stops into 2nd position from the outside of the front row. Robinson 3rd. Now Eschberg in 4th place, has not got any attacks from behind. There's Hobson driving it very deep into the McRae's there in the number 14 kart, and already Ryan Eschberg saying, come on, he's signalling saying, come on, let's go, let's go. And there's a spin there. That's Rippin takes a spin at the entrance to Iredale's, and that has cost Ethan Simmons and Ella Stevens a shot. So we're down to just 6 at the front. The rest of the field sort of at the back. They've got some catching up to do, but a good jump from the pole man.
Yeah, very good start there from Vinnie Phillips, who manages to break away at the start. And again, it seems to be the common trendsetter that we see here for the Mini X30s, the top 3 breaking away. Phillips, Stilp, Robinson, and once again they are doing so this time around, but they have got close comfort from Eschberg and Hobson at the moment. They've managed to stick with them as well, as you can see them just in the background. After 1 lap, there is a ½ second gap between Phillips and Stilp, but like I say, 7 minutes left on the clock. There's plenty of time to close that up, and here further back, 28 in the GP.
Yeah, Ethan Simmons, you can see him nodding his head there in frustration, because he knows that incident was none of his making. It happened a couple of karts in front of him. He had nowhere to go because he qualified badly. Ella Stevens is right behind him. They're going to have to work together to try and catch the lead group. Now, already you can see that Jack Hobson in 5th position, falling off the pace a little bit. Rylan Eschberg has gone with the leaders. This is the first time we've seen Rylan in the number 73 kart really sort of have a clean run at the start. And the rest are going. There's the number 41 kart just patting his NASA panel down. Is Hayden Eldridge, the Mike Spencer Motorsport driver. A couple of comments coming in about you've seen the white lines at track limits. Now I'm not going to open a large can of white line worms. There's Simmons and Stevens battling, but yeah, they're not enforcing the white line rule as vigorously here as they did at other rounds last year, which caused a little bit of consternation. There are track limits in karting, but realistically, you're not going to gain much of advantage here. That is what the official line is, and yeah, as you can see, the drivers have found a bit of tarmac that they can run over that might help them, so they're going to do that.
Yeah.
You know, you could build a brick wall at the outside of the circuit. That'd stop them, but no, that would,
no. I think it'd be a little bit cautious.
Yes, so you can see that there is a bit of a judicious use. Basically, if it's grey, it's good. If it's green, it's bad.
Yes.
There we are. That's the rule of thumb this weekend. But the rule of thumb at the front of this race, the Vinnie Phillips has done what no one is able to do so far this weekend, and has got a breakaway.
He has indeed, yeah, he has broken away, and that's allowed, of course, the 37, Leo Robinson, to get past Stilp. So Stilp moves back down into 3rd place, and of course he's now under pressure from Rylan Eschberg in the number 73 as well. So just under 5 minutes left on the clock, and yeah, 1 second gap Phillips has got from Stilp.
Yeah, this is a remarkable thing, and so the first race that Ryan Eschberg managed to stay with the leaders have split up, and there's no lead battle. He can't buy a break at the moment. But into the second hairpin, there goes out of McRae's, now up towards Iredale's. Robinson, Stilp shaking his head. A few people questioning, saying Gabriel looked a little bit to be down on straight line speed. Well, I mean, he's fast enough in a straight line to stay with Robinson, but I mean, he's not fast enough to sort of tow himself up to the back of the number 37 kart and then make a move under braking.
No, definitely. It is one of those tricky ones to do. It's especially around this circuit, as you say, overtaking is at a premium here, and it's, you know, seeing these guys do it. They are, of course, one of the smaller karts out here, but they're still wide. You know, they've still got a lot of space to cover out there. And as we've lost a little bit of a camera glitch there, but we're back with this one here. As over 3 minutes left on the clock, still all to play for. But second place, as you see, still had a little look down the inside there, then slotted back in behind. Vinnie Phillips sets a new fastest lap of the race, 48.660. So at the front with the clean air and the big gap behind, he is breaking away, and that gap is now 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, so it's game over for the race victory. Jack Hobson's still there in 5th position, but he's dropped 2 seconds off this packet, these 3 karts you're looking at on screen now. Behind Hobbs, it is still Ethan Simmons in 6th. Wes Swain was up into 7th place. Is that the number 92 Fusion kart of Swain? Or is it... Oh, there's a battle of a second. There goes Stilp to the inside. So, through the fiddly section, those last couple of corners, St John's, Sunny, and into paddock, Stilp showing that Mad Croc is handling very well.
Yep, Stilp and Etchberg managed to both get past Robinson there, so Robinson losing those 2 positions there. I'm sure he's not going to be happy with that one. Vinnie Phillips again a new fastest lap, 48.4, so again increasing that gap. It's now nearly 2 seconds, so the battle for first place is nearly non-existent. The battle for second place, however, is fully ignited, and you're watching it right now with these 3 drivers, Stilp, Etchberg and Robinson, as they head through the Stuart S's down the hill now into St John's.
And I mean, Vinnie Phillips has done this. He's not done it because they've been scrapping over second. He made the break clear on his own. He really had his go-go juice for lunch, and he's probably looking over his shoulder thinking, where'd everybody go?
Yeah, I suspect is... I mean, I would be bored. I'd probably slow down and let everyone catch back up. But
I mean, he's not thinking of the TV viewers at home.
No.
Basically,
Yeah.
In America, they would call this stinking up the show.
Yes,
You know, by dominating a race like this. But I mean, hey, it's been fantastic so far in Mini X30. We've still got a great scrap for second place, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Still Hobson in 5th. Simmons in 6th, Swain 7th, Rippin in 8th, 9th is Stevens, Eldridge and Allen round out the 11 runners. Lewis Bird failed to take the start as we saw earlier, but they crest the rise, plunge down the hill towards St John's, and now Ryan Ashberg. Again, last year he was in Cadet Honda, raced for the Ambition Motorsport team in Cadet Honda, so he's moving out of 4-stroke into 2-stroke this year, and again, he's proven himself very fast, not as consistent as he wants to be just yet, but now every single race he's gaining experience, and here he looks particularly strong. In fact, he looks, with 1 minute and 17 seconds to go, he does look as though Gabriel Stilp, his second place, is under threat. And Stilp checks over his shoulder and he sees, oh, this green and white and orange kart behind me. This is not a Fusion kart, it's a new rival. And Ashberg's thinking, yep, and I'm here to stay, young man.
Yeah, as you saw there around the hairpin, they did look like they run slightly wide, actually. I think that's why the look over the shoulder came from Stilp, because seeing it, we almost took the grass on the outside of McRae's, that as they head back down the hill, it's still all in the same order as they were last time around. Stilp, Etchberg, Robinson, but Etchberg ever closer to Stilp and looking for a move here, potentially. No, stays behind. He did poke his nose out, maybe a little bit of a nudge as well, just to let him know I am here. Runs wide, does Stilp. Stilp now under pressure as they go into McRae's. Can't do anything here though, does Etchberg. Stays behind.
Yep, he has a little nose at the inside of Stilp there, but you know, Stilp says, oh, if you stick your nose in there, I'll wipe it for you. And now Ashberg is in a prime position to dive inside into Stuart Estes, but he doesn't take it. Robinson watching this unfold in front of him. Vinnie Phillips 2 seconds up the road and cruising as the clock strikes 0. 2nd, 3rd and 4th still to be decided, and a big gap back to them to Simmons, who's now in 5th. So Simmons has caught and passed Jack Hobson, and but Rippin is another second back, so Hobson at the moment is safe in 6th place. It wasn't his choice to finish there, but Hobson is going to finish there. No.
Yeah.
Didn't catch on with that one.
No. So there we go.
Poor delivery.
There we go. As they go through a little bit of action there for 3rd place, the 37 of Robinson, trying to get past Etchberg there. Couldn't make anything done through McRae's there, and that has, of course, allowed Stilp to break away slightly. So Stilp now with the fresh air on the final lap, which is good. And they've actually all kind of broken apart now, haven't they? They were right nose to tail before the start of this lap, and halfway round it, they've kind of broken away.
Yep, and so we're still timing it. it's really hard for a driver under pressure to put in a very good last lap. The best drivers, the really talented drivers, can use that pressure on the last lap to not worry about making a mistake, but to really push on. And you see a lot of champions setting fastest laps of the race on the last lap when most drivers would be looking over their shoulder and being nervous. But Vinnie Phillips takes the checkered flag. What a win. Great drive, Vinnie Phillips. 2.3 seconds in front of Gabriel Stilp, who again, like you said, Anthony, who did enough on the last lap to not fall into a trap of defending, but to push on and have faith in the car, and he put in a really good lap at the end to keep Eschberg at bay. But Eschberg, that's his best result for the weekend so far. Third place. Leo Robinson has to make do with fourth. Ethan Simmons, he'll be spitting feathers in fifth position after getting caught up in that earlier, that opening lap incident where one of the drivers, I think it was Joe Rippin, spun in front of him. Ella Stevens finishing down in seventh. I think that she had some sort of damage to that kart because she didn't progress up the order as we would have thought she would have after that incident. Rippin comes home in 8th place, hopefully with no damage that will cause him a problem in scrutineering to that kart. Wesley Swain and Hayden Eldridge are next, with Freddie Allam, the last finisher, in 11th position.
Great drive there from Vinny, as you can see him on the weighbridge now in the 87. Fantastic, just driven away there. A great race from him, well done.
So that brings us to the end of the heat races, ladies and gentlemen. There's now going to be a short break before we get into the... Oh no, we've got 2 X30 heat races to go, but because of the amount of classes here, the X30 drivers, the drivers that were out in the previous heats, they need enough time to sort of get their karts ready for the next heat. So the next heat out will be race number 30 on the programme at 2:30 for Junior X30. We've got 2 more heat races to go, then we're into the repecharges and the finals for all classes. So there'll be a brief break here on the Alpha live stream. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back shortly before 2:30, so in about 10-15 minutes time. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you very shortly.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. There's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and there's something which I actually never won in cadets, but I won in Formula Kart Stars in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember, racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them, and yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009, and then the Mini-Max Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
I'm Miles Murphy, I race in KZ, kart number 6, I race for More Racing. Well, it's a pinnacle British karting. You're racing for the plates. I want the one plate, so it made sense to do it. Well, I started there as a Saturday lad when I was like 11, 12 years old, because we only live around the corner. I worked there for about 6, 7 years, did all sorts of work, like we used to do all deliveries for their cars in British GT, in touring cars, in Genetics, etc. And so we carried it forward into this. We've always had a good connection. We thought, if they're sponsoring the championship, we've got Tweeks Kart out there, it's a bit of advertising. If we do well, it's a bonus, which is the aim after all. I've always wanted a car that stands out. Like, ever since I did my first kit in 2011, it was basically the same as this, bright yellow, see it a mile off. So that's always been the aim, really. Don't want to be something that blends in. You want to be like bright, proud, so you can see it on telly, easy to commentate on. It gets us noticed anyway. Although if you're doing well, you get noticed. If you have a shunt, you get noticed as well. So double-edged sword, really. It's been a long way. I mean, ironically though, I'd say we probably had more testing with the break than we did at the start of the season, because it coincides when it's our busiest time for designing. Like basically October to February, just chaos. So you're constantly doing every hour God send you could possibly do in the day and the whole week. So having this little break, it coincided when we just finished a load of additional work, so we had enough time to get a proper testing program in, get stuck in, and we're probably coming to this better prepared than we've ever been, to be fair. Cart's been quick, we've been good. We qualified 4th after leading the train, got 2nd in Heat 1, so decent start, hope we can carry on. Imagine like bench pressing 10 kilos and bench pressing 65 kilos straight after each other. It's like that, it's a lot more than just like, obviously, it's still hard work, a normal kart. We've got the G-force and the bumps going on. But in this, you've got to go into every corner, you've got to brace yourself, go down the gears, be in the right gear at the right time, carry the power at the right moment, change up, and under braking, because the brakes are so powerful, it's getting the down changes right turning point, pick up the throttle. If you miss a gear, you lose so much time. It's like half a second or more just from missing the gear. And it's because the braking zones are so short, overtaking is that much harder. Like a place like this, you've got like realistically 2 overtaking spots unless you really force an issue. So we've got here and fullback, which are probably one of the 2 hardest places we can overtake on. So it'll make it quite interesting. Best way is to follow the business page at MDM_designs on Twitter and Instagram. That's where it's most popular on. And on my personal one, I have it as private anyway, because I try and disclose work and personal life together. Occasionally I post on that, like pictures from the weekend, pictures of the mechanics and everything. Give them thanks for giving us a great kart to work on, really.
Hi, I'm Jessica Edgar and I race in Junior X30 for Fusion Motorsport in the British Championship. It was my home track and my whole family's been involved with the sport for years, so I just kind of had to do it. I've won multiple races at British level and I've been picked to represent the UK in the Motorsport Games in Rome. The Motorsport UK nominated me for my achievements so far in karting. I was very proud and I think it'll be a really good opportunity. I've been doing a lot of sim work and I've been doing a lot of extra training to make sure I'm physically able to do it. I feel like recently women have been getting a better opportunity to do well rather than the boys. This year I'd like to come top 5 in the British Championship and hopefully in years to come move into cars. I'd like to do Formula 4. My idol has to be my cousin Johnny because I've followed him through his whole career. If you want to follow any more of my career, give me a follow on Instagram.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that brief sojourn through the Alpha Live video compilations of their various activities, some of the action, some of the interviews, hearing from Miles Murphy there about his life in karting and his role in the MDM designs. We've got 2 more heat races to go, and then we're into the finals. So it's non-stop here on the Alpha stream until the end of the day. Anthony Jordan, 2 more heats to go in junior and senior X30. Last chance for these drivers to score points. Last chance for them to get into that crucial top 28. 3 o'clock, we see the start of the finals. Bambino final. Then it's the repêchages, or the B finals for the junior and senior X30. Really, really hectic races. You've got to finish in the top 6. If you don't finish in the top 6 in the repêchage, you go home. And for a lot of people, home is a long way from Rowrah up in Cumbria. Then we're into the KZ2 final. Now these are going to be the longest races of the weekend. 15 minutes plus a lap for the KZ2s, 12 minutes plus a lap for everybody else. The cadets at the first final at 4:20, then Mini X30, and we round the day off with junior and senior X30. A big thank you to Alpha Live for providing the streams, a big thank you to Team and Tweeks for the support, and a big thank you to Motorsport Timing for all the live timings that you're seeing. But Anthony, here we go then. 2 races to go. Race number 30 on your program, Junior X30. So 27 karts set to start this one. There is the look. Still grey skies, but still dry.
Yes, still dry. Still, apart from that little patch,
That little puddle is annoying me. It's just there. It's an annoyance. It's you know, kind of like when Reggie Dewey's in the paddock. He's just there and he's an annoyance. Sorry, Belinda, his mum. I know you're listening. As you can tell, I'm still on the ball. Not missing an opportunity to have a friendly dig at one of the fastest drivers of British karting who's not here with us this weekend. So Josh Rowledge and Charlie Rippin on the front row of the grid for this one. Luke Watts and Bart Harrison on row 2. Jessica Edgar and Oliver Greenall on row 3.
Row 4 out there, Brendan Carr will be joined by Ration Chigarimbo. Yeah, Chigarimbo, great name, I love it. Oliver Stewart out there in 9th place, Alex Moody in 10th, Aaron Walker in 11th place with Jack Cox in 12th position.
Then it's Marcus Luzio and Lewis Mackey. I know Grandma Mackey has been watching on, hello to June, watching young Lewis doing well. He starts on the outside of row 7. Fast Freddie Spindlow on the inside of row 8 alongside Nathan Clifford. Then Jack Plant and Josh Agambar round out the top 9 rows of the grid.
Canato Lee in 19th place with Mitchell Gibbons in 20th place. Marcus Littlewood in 23rd with Lewis Johnson Cool in 22nd place. Reese Newborn in 23rd and Alicia Barrett in 24th place.
Yeah, Alicia was a strong runner yesterday in the top 5 all day, but qualifying 12th, and hopefully Marcus Littlewood has had a rear axle replaced after bending it on the rolling lap of his first race. The grid rounded out by Finley Dunn, Jack Sherwood and Finley McKee. So yeah, hopefully we have a full complement of 27 starters. There they are, all settled now on the dummy grid, and you can see there that, oh no, there's a shadow on the right hand side of your screen wearing a Force t-shirt. It's the inimitable figure of Jordan Baines. Can you believe he used to be a real top level mini and junior driver? Now, I mean, he stands up there, yes. He's certainly not a junior anymore, is Jordan, and has never met a Greggs he didn't like. There is Josh Rowledge. Now, talk about some of the crashes. The weather is, well, it's been 13 degrees. I think the temperature may be a little bit off, but there's the, it's going to be up to 18 degrees at about 3 o'clock, but look at that cloud, but no rain.
None on the forecast.
I mean, 10% risk on the graphics there of rain. I mean, yeah, you're pointing to a very dark cloud, which is just beyond, above the drivers where you are now, beyond the right-hand side of the circuit, over the paddock. a 10% chance of rain at Rowrah is normally sort of like you're only waist deep in water.
Yes.
That's going. Oh, dearie me! There's somebody who's gone for a spin on the rolling lap through the first chicane, getting back onto the track now. Couldn't quite see who the number was. You can see them, the white crash helmet there at the back now, trying to. I mean, should we spare that driver's blushes? The tyres were cold.
Yes.
And that's obviously you see the karts weaving around. You know, tyre warming is not strictly. I mean, they're not allowed to warm the tyres back in the paddock like you see. Thing, but I mean, it's a grey area of the rules. You know, there's a thing, and there's Oscar Joyce. That's why we've got 27 drivers, not 28. Oscar Joyce not with us. He was hurt in heat yesterday. So Oscar, hope you're back healing up at home, and we'll see you again very soon. So he's cheering on his premium karting teammates. But it's going to be Josh Rowledge, Charlie Rippin, Luke Watts, Bart Harrison, Jessica Edgar and Oliver Greenall at the front of the grid for this one. They come into the tram lines, lights out, we're off and racing, 8 minutes plus a lap as we head down towards the first chicane. It's a good start from Josh Rowledge, who gets through cleanly. Now there seems to be a lot of karts running a little bit wide coming out of that chicane, but they all somehow manage to make it through without incidents. Now down towards McRae's, and the leaders all getting themselves into pretty good fashion, with Watt second and Rippin holding on to a really strong place in third position. Charlie Rippin having a really, really strong day today.
Yeah, good start from all the drivers out there. It's a little bit of a gap from the second place to third at the moment as the rest of the field go through a little bit of jostling, a little bit of contact further back behind. Couldn't quite see who it was, but around the 10th place position, a little bit of side-to-side contact.
I think that might have been the... Oh, and there is Kanato Lee trying to make up for the fact that he had a bad qualifying session. He was having a little hack up the inside of Lewis Mackey there, but Mackey was having none of it. As they complete lap number one. I think it was Alex Moody that you were thinking, the Cato Motorsport driver, and you know, that's what we call in karting a little bit of sticker swapping.
Yes, yeah.
A little bit of sticker swapping.
Never helpful when they change kart every round or something like that. It doesn't help, does it?
So Rowledge and Luke Watts, 1-2, trying to break away as they head down the back straight on lap number 2. Rippin in third place, that MLC Motorsport kart, that's the Lee Murray run team. Rippin in kart number 21, holding off fourth place driver Jessica Edgar. So Jessica Edgar, this is her best run so far. Can she hang on to that top 4 position? Can she move up into the top 3? The good news is she's got some space behind her to make a move.
Yes, lots of space behind to try that little bit of motion there as they go through. But nose to tail are these two, Rowledge and Watts, as they go through. Just over 6 minutes left on the clock. It's Rowledge, Watts, Rippin, Edgar and Greenall at the moment. As you're seeing here, the 64 of Oliver Greenall, as we were just talking there. Bart Harrison just behind on the 77. They're having a good little scrap there. It's 3 groups of 2, actually 4 groups of 2. They're in pairs,
It's like
they?
Noah's Ark.
It's
the karting version of Noah's Ark. 2 by 2 by 2 they go. As Watts trying to hang on to the back of Rowledge's kart. Again, just the sidebar screen showing the number 35 kart of Finley McKee leading. That's he's actually down in 27th position. So we're just he's dropped down the order now. Edgar does make it past Rippin to third. So Charlie Rippin down into 4th position. Jessica Edgar, there she is. Into P3. Bart Harrison, Oliver Greenall are right there behind her. Now yesterday, obviously Harrison finishing 2nd. Oliver Greenall finishing down in 8th, but he was a leading contender in the number 64 kart. As Brandon Carr on the red speed chassis goes fastest. 47.82 seconds. And looking down there where Brandon Carr is in 9th, behind Rashin Chigarimbo in the GP plate of Aaron Walker.
Yeah, Rashin Chigarimbo had a great race last time around, moved up those positions, which was good to see. You had a chat with him while he was here in the cafeteria.
Yes,
so it was
I can't repeat the chat.
No, we won't repeat the chat, but yes, it was a good
pep talk. A bit of a pep talk.
It was a good pep talk, that one. But yeah, it's great to see him being a little bit further up the grid. So just under 5 minutes left on the clock. Lap 5 that we are on, half a second between Rowledge and Watts, and then it's a little bit of a bigger gap behind them, 0.8 of a second. But Bart Harrison setting the new fastest lap of the race, 47.410.
I mean, I can paraphrase it. It was removing one of the digits on his hands from an orifice in his body and getting going again. That's how it was. Good to see him doing that. But, oh, there was another 35 cut. There's Finney McKee in that very brightly liveried kart, but he was having an off there and getting back on track. Rowledge, though, is breaking away. So Luke Watts is not able to stay with Rowledge at the moment, and Watts is falling back into the clutches of Edgar, Rippin, Harrison. Then there's a slight gap back to the number 64 Fusion kart of Greenall, who's got Walker right on his rear bumper, and then another gap back to Carr, Chigarimbo, Moody, and Oliver Stewart in number 17 kart. Mackie is 12th, Canato Lee is behind him in 13th place. Then it's Nathan Clifford and Marcus Littlewood up into P15. Alicia Barrett has gained a bit of ground. She's up into 16th position. Freddie Spindlow down to 17th. And it's Mitchell Gibbons, Jack Cox, Jack Plant, Finley Dunn, and Marcus Lucio in the number 44 kart down in 22nd position. As we saw a little bit of change, was it a position change there? Well, it was. That was Bart Harrison, Stuart Esses getting past the number 21 of Charlie Rippin. So Charlie Rippin is now, he's a good driver, obviously. He's a little bit further up the order this weekend than a lot of people would have thought. He's now got to keep his head, okay? He's got to keep his cool. It's you often see that drivers qualify really well, a little bit out of position, and then they're trying to battle at the front, and sometimes it's better to let the front runners go and just sort of follow in line and take a top 6 result rather than crash out battling for 4th place and end up 18th.
Yeah, it's definitely so one of those. And I have to say, fresh off a roll the other day, Canato Lee, best lap of the race so far.
Ooh, as there goes Walker to the inside of Greenall for a position, and he opened it. Well, I mean, he prized the door open there. Greenall wasn't really, and there's a change for Edgar going into 2nd place. So Jessica Edgar, knows his track very, very well. I think the racing, then there's a move behind as Bart Harrison also picks off Luke Watts, and Luke Watts dropping another position behind Charlie Rippin as well as they go off into turn number 1. I think the racing line of Rowrah is sort of it's in the DNA of the Edgar family. They could literally go around here with their eyes closed. And Jessica Edgar is showing that now, and she's 1.2 seconds behind Josh Rowledge. Can she catch him with 2 minutes to go?
It's a tough call. It's not many laps left to go, and of course still under the pressure from the drivers behind, Bart Harrison and Luke Watts as well. So it's going to be a tricky one to do. Like I say, less than 2 minutes to go. With a gap of now 1.3 seconds, it is a very, very tough challenge to see if Jessica can do it. But if anyone could do it, and Edgar could.
Yeah, she can, but let's see now what has happened to Charlie Rippin. Or is that which one of those? No, Charlie Rippin is there in 4th place. He was falling down the timing screens there briefly, but he is still there on the screens. You can see that predominantly white with flecks of blue kart. Rippin in the number 21 is sitting there in 4th position behind Bart Harrison. Now, Bart Harrison, 2nd yesterday. He's done everything apart from win a race, or even yesterday he might have done, but he certainly qualified on pole, but he's been sort of ousted when it matters most. Here he goes at the inside of Jessica Edgar, and Edgar gives him room. He was 10 out of 10 for commitment there, and Edgar sort of spotted him, smart driving there. You could see that flash of orange and silver to her inside. If I turn in now, then none of us are going to get around the corner. Charlie Rippin right behind her in 4th position. 40 seconds to go. Rowledge, I think, is clear and away. The battle is on for 2nd place.
Yep, definitely so. As I say, Harrison getting past Edgar there at the S's. It was a great move, very late lunge, but the gap now still 1.5 seconds. Of course, it's opened up, as you see there, the finger from Edridge there to suggest, let's go, let's try and catch Rowledge there as much as we can. But in the meantime, Rippin behind is probably not paying attention to...
Edgar, sorry. As you were saying that, Edgar was that a little love tap? No, it wasn't. It was just Edgar late on the brakes. Harrison was guided out of the way ever so slightly there by Jessica Edgar. I have to say, as you were talking, you try and sort of stay neutral as much as possible when you're commentating, but that was Edgar sort of sliding the brakes. The back end came out and just sort of helped Harrison to move aside there.
Yeah.
But Harrison carries on, but he's got Rippin behind him. And look at Aaron Walker now coming in like a green and white strawberry racing freight train. He is hauling the mail up to this group as well as the clock strikes 0. Rowledge over 2 seconds in front. Here comes Walker. Walker passes Rippin, and Rippin hits the curb on the exit of the corner as he was trying to cut back across there, but Walker was having none of it. And we wait for the leader, Josh Rowledge, driver number 10 for Mick Barrett Racing. He crests the rise, plunge down towards St John's. Now, we've seen Edgar and Harrison exchange places several times. Are we going to see any last lap changes?
Now, Bart Harrison has been quite aggressive with those lunges as we've seen on previous laps. Are we going to see them this time? And of course, the last lap board went out this time. Jessica Edgar goes defensive. Bart Harrison stays on the inside. Aaron Walker also goes on the outside now and is going to take advantage. Sweeps to the outside. Is he going to try and get the sweep back move here on Bart Harrison? Can't quite do it this time. Sticks to the outside. Still side by side are Harrison and Walker. Walker going to go the long way around. Can't quite do anything here either. All this meantime, again, Jessica Edgar's probably enjoying this because she can start to pull away from these two now as the final lap goes on. But a late dive there from Bart Harrison gets the move done on Jessica Edgar on the final lap.
I think Harrison will probably feel that you know that justice has been served there as Rowrah takes the checkered flag, and with a great last lap move, Bart Harrison takes second place. Jessica Edgar, fantastic run for her to finish third, just in front of the GP plate of Aaron Walker. Charlie Ripping comes home in 5th position. Oliver Greenall in 6th. 7th for Brandon Kart. 8th for Luke Watts. Oliver Stewart comes home in 9th position, and Lewis Mackey rounds out the top 10. Now, we saw Kanato Lee on like the second lap trying to have a go at Lewis Mackey coming into St John's, and he was still there right behind Lewis Mackey at the end of 12 laps in 10th and 11th place. Rashan Chigarimbo fading to 12th, Nathan Clifford 13th, and then the rest of the results, we're going to see them flash up on your screen shortly. There they are, 3.5 seconds eventually though for Josh Rowledge. Just goes to show a good start, and then with drivers qualifying slightly out of position behind, good battling ensuing, it gives the leader a chance to break away. Here's the second. So Alicia Barrett moved up to 15th place, just in front of her KR Sport teammate Freddie Spindlow. Good to see Marcus Littlewood getting around in 19th place, the privateer driver with a repaired cart there. Marcus Lucio in 20th, and further back there, all 27 drivers finished the race. We saw Finley McKee have a spin, and he was the last one home. And Oscar Joyce would have been watching that, obviously hoping to heal up, and he'll be back for the next round, which means that we only have 13 drivers in the repechage. So there's the scene in Parc Fermé. So all the points will be calculated. Once the results are ratified and confirmed, all the points will be ratified now, and it will be a nervous, anxious wait for some of the drivers to see have they made it into the main final automatically, or do they have to go through going into the repechage is bad news for lots of reasons. Even if you get through, you're starting at the back of the grid, and you've done an extra 15 or so laps on your tyres. Tyre wear is important in karting, and there is Aaron Walker's kart being moved out of the way. You can see, talk about when the great view there as he lifted the kart up, it's the end of the nose cone, all the scuff marks, that is going over the curbs, and so the curbs are concrete, they're hitting that plastic, and the driver's feet as a few millimetres above that, which is why they've all got their rib protectors on. But here we go then, one more heat to go, and it is for the seniors. So another, well, nearly full grid, 25 drivers in this one. 25 drivers, led by yesterday's winner, number 25, Callum Bradshaw. Sian Shield, star of qualifying, the Scotsman in kart number 71, will start in P2. The O-Plate, the British Open champion, Thomas Turner for the Mark Litchfield Racing team, starts from 3rd, and Joseph Taylor for Argenti Motorsport in P4. Rory Hudson and Oliver Hodgson go from row number 3. Hodgson finishing on the podium yesterday.
Row 4, 7th place, Alex Pendlebury, and then in 8th place, Connor Jupp. Then it's Matt Armstrong, 9th place with Will Murdoch in 10th. Alessandro Serenetti in 11th place with Thomas Fleming in 12th place.
Armstrong and Murdoch failing to finish their first heat, so they're going to have to go good here. Archie Tillett and Casper Scusa on row 7. Gus Lawrence trying to fight his way up from a poor qualifying effort, starts 15th, and Gary Edwards looking to try and make it into the final for the first time this weekend. He starts 16th. Oliver Meadows and Caleb Marshall are up next.
19th on the grid, Ewan Wilson and Blake Anglis in 20th place. Ben Hodge in 21st with Oliver Gray 22nd. Thomas Wood in 23rd with Christopher Bingham in 24th place.
Again, we saw Oliver Gray coming home in the top 5 yesterday. We see Oscar Houle rounding out the 25 kart grid. Oliver Gray almost at the podium yesterday. He was in the top 3 in both his heat races. Poor qualifying. He gained, I think he made it to about 8th or 9th place in his first heat, so he's got a lot of hard work to do in this one as well, as the karts are released.
You see a rush of mechanics there, don't you?
Yes, the mechanics will now run round the back of the W grid area. They will sprint down to find a place on the banking where they can signal to their drivers, or tell them sort of where they are. The drivers will sort of have one eye out to see what's happened. The mechanics will then rush to get the best viewing point, but then all rush back at the end to make sure they can get their karts nice and quickly.
Yes.
Life of a karting mechanic. Living the dream.
Is it?
What other dream is there to live than running around kart circuits for your entire life, dealing with crotchety drivers, upset parents, and then lifting and lugging karts, and basically all the hard work you do getting undone when your driver fires it off onto the first corner.
Yes.
What other dream is there?
Yeah. Race mechanics.
The tyre warming issue. Well, the drivers are not strictly allowed in karting, but well, you can disqualify all of them, but it'll be a pretty boring race with nothing on track. But no. The problem is that you see these drivers warming their tyres, which does help, but then one driver veers into another driver, and we've seen also drivers spinning off on their own trying to warm their tyres. But it does show that on cold tyres, you don't want to be going into first corner with 25 other senior X30 drivers on cold tyres. Lights are green. Bradshaw got a great start. I think Sian Shields was still having a sort of a mid-afternoon snooze when the lights changed there. He's managed to hold on to second place, and this looks unpleasant going into the first hairpin. Are they all going to get out? The front 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers are clear, and then everybody else is 8th. Everybody.
Yep, everyone side by side, six wide, going into the next hairpin. Yeah, big gang of karts there at the back. So with this race underway, the front group, looks like they have broken away straight away. Purple sectors, all green sectors coming in for Sector 1, but Callum Bradshaw fastest in Sector 1 at the moment as they go through, and you can see there straight away with that gap opening up at the front. You can clearly see that Callum Bradshaw is wanting to break away as soon as possible from this pack and not give Sian Shields the opportunity, or Joseph Taylor as well, to try and get past as the rest of this group go through. You can see now that gap already 0.6 of a second for second place, so there's a lot of work for the 71 and the 21 to do. The O-plate there of Thomas Turner is one of the quickest drivers out there, and of course, as you see, big gap there from behind as the 21 gives a little love tap to the 71, so Joseph Taylor gets past Ian Shields there through the Stewart S's.
This is a perfect opportunity for Callum Bradshaw, because obviously Joseph Taylor's very quick indeed. He only finished 11th in yesterday's final. Sian Shields finished 28th yesterday, and was not really a factor in the battle for the lead at all during the racing yesterday. So none of Bradshaw's main rivals from yesterday. I mean, Oliver Hodgson and Connor Jupp are there, but they're stuck behind Taylor and Shields. Jupp, you saw going past Hodgson. Thomas Turner makes a move. He retired yesterday, so he needs good championship points today. He's obviously quick, but then Shields, you can see now under pressure, and of course Jupp has gone past. Hodgson is now going to try and go past. Rory Hudson, last year's 5th place driver of the championship, he's going to try and go past, but while they're struggling to get track position, Callum Bradshaw is just pulling away, and already that gap is 3/4 of a second over Joseph Taylor, and Taylor has got a big gap behind because Jupp, Turner and Hodgson have been sort of held up trying to battle past Sian Shields. They have all made it past now. Sian Shields, his role is to finish as high up as possible as he can. It doesn't matter who he's in, but I mean, obviously on pace, he's not as quick in the dry as the drivers that he's battling with. In the wet, he was very, very quick. He was, pole position quick in the wet, but now he's going to struggle a little bit in the dry, and those drivers, they have lost ground, and with 5.5 minutes to go, getting into position, Bradshaw will try and capitalise, although on this lap, and there's the number 11 kart, that's Casper Scusa. Out of the race, and Casper won the repechage yesterday, and with reliability like that, he may find himself back in that territory today.
I think that Marshall needs to do a qualifying lap on his legs around this track. He's just darted across the circuit to try and get that kart to safety.
Yep.
The number 11, so definitely one to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, the Usain Bolt of the marshalling world. But as I say that though, Bradshaw, his lead was 7/10 of a second. Joseph Taylor, representing the People's Republic of Thailand, Weir, for the Argentine Motorsport team. And the number 21 is closing in. Connor Jupp in 3rd place, who was his birthday yesterday, sets the fastest lap, and Oliver Hodgson in kart number 3 now moves into 4th place. It's nicely poised now. It's taken half the race to get there. Are they going to run out of time? But Taylor, very strong. And of course, he's, now he's got a bit of clear air in front of him. He can show what he can really do. But Jupp is hot on his heels.
He is, yeah. They've got a bit of a gap there between Turner and everyone there. They've got to try and open that as soon as possible, catch up as much as they can. 4 minutes left on the clock as they go through. Lap 6 that we're on, but 6/10 of a second, like you say, from Bradshaw to Taylor. Jupp in the Fusion Motorsport kart in the 35. He's up quite a few positions now, but he's got a bit of a gap to close up as well. It's about 6/10 of a second. Closes up there shortly as well. But as these guys go through, a bit of a train forming in the high pack here.
Yes, indeed. And there's Turner, there's Hudson to the inside. Rory Hudson for the Dan Holland Racing team moves into P5 in kart 5. Behind the top 6, Thomas Fleming runs in 7th place. Sian Shields down to 8th. Then it is Alex Pendlebury in 9th. Matt Armstrong is 10th. Gus Lawrence 11th. Archie Tillett is 12th. And Caleb Marshall, Alessandro Serenetti, Ewan Wilson, Oliver Gray up to 16th place. Will Murdoch, Blake Anglis, Ben Hodge, Oliver Meadows, Thomas Wood, Gary Edwards has slipped back to 22nd. Oscar Hoult and Chris Bingham are the last 2 karts still running.
Yeah, the first, second and third kind of separated slightly. The battle here is the one that you're keeping an eye on at the moment. This is the battle for 5th place. There's number 3, or for 4th place really. You've got the number 3, the number 5 and the O plate. There's all 3 very low numbers. Of course, you've got the O plate winner as well. You've got the 2 lower numbers, meaning with their finishing positions from last year. So, they're quick drivers. We know that they're quick and they're battling together to show what they've got. And now, don't be alarmed, I'm sure that's just a timing issue of why the number 3 is very quickly going down the timing screen on your screen and slots back into position. But yeah, 2.5 minutes left on the clock and these 3 battling fiercely.
So I have to say, behind the O plate of Thomas Turner, you can see the second of the Dan Holland Racing karts. That's number 73, Thomas Fleming. He's had a very solid weekend, finished 9th yesterday. He's running 7th here. He should be starting in and around the top 12. I can't remember exactly where he finished in his first race, but he certainly didn't have any major problems. So, I mean, he's, again, quietly going about his business. Not one of the superstar names yet in this championship, but is, gaining experience all the time, staying with the leaders. Sian Shields doing well, holding on to 8th position, ahead of Alex Pendlebury in 9th. But there's Joseph Taylor. Now Joseph Taylor is coming under pressure from Connor Jupp. Jupp in the Fusion Motorsport number 35, trying to catch his teammate. We've got 90 seconds to go. Taylor has kept that gap to Bradshaw very respectable, but now Connor Jupp looks like he is going to start thinking about making a move on that Kart Republic chassis for the Argentine Motorsport team, a new team this year. Did their first big race out in Europe. And now they've sort of settled into the British Championship. There's Jupp to the inside. And you can see Joseph Taylor, he was about to turn in and hit the apex, and he saw Jupp's kart entering his peripheral vision like some sort of Exocet missile, and thought, quite wisely, I'm just going to keep it wide and let him go through. Now, the gap to Bradshaw, it has opened up, though, to 1 second.
It has now, and of course, you could always see the move going to happen on that lap. Connor Jupp did set the fastest lap on that previous lap, and of course that gave good momentum to try and make that lunge done. And of course, as we just saw there, less than a minute on the clock, so not a lot of time left, but still leading the way. Callum Bradshaw, he's got nearly a second of a gap to the man in 2nd place, Connor Jupp, who's got a lot of work to do. The 35, you see there, ducking his head in to try and get as much out of that kart as he can. The 21 just behind Joseph Taylor, not breaking away, so he's still close behind on the last lap. Of course, the board that will come out in the next couple of laps, I suspect. He's going to be wanting to fight back and get back to that 2nd place, because he's not going to allow, I suspect, Connor Jupp to get away with that cheeky dive down the inside.
Yeah, and it was a cheeky drive. A cheeky drive? No, that's a dance. A cheeky dive. Connor Jupp, I said, he spent 5 years out of the driving seat, mechanicking for a lot of other drivers, including Ollie Greenall, who's now in Junior X30. To get back into race, Connor Jupp, he lost 13 kilos to get back into the seat. I mean, I'm just saying, I wonder what his diet tips are. Asking for a friend. honestly. Yeah, but what happened? He gave us 13 kilos to me, which is very kind of him. I thought, but he outbrakes himself a little bit going into the Stuart S's there. Will that help him get a better run out of the corner? If you take a wide line into that corner you're looking at on screen now, it does mean you get a better straight line speed coming out of the S's, but of course it does leave you vulnerable to attack going in as the clock strikes 0. And Bradshaw leads by 9/10 of a second over Jupp. Taylor 3rd, Hodgson 4th. Then it is Hudson in 5th, Turner 6th, Fleming 7th, Shields 8th, Gus Lawrence up to 9th. He'll be looking to play himself into contention towards the end of the final, I'm sure. Then it's Pendlebury, Armstrong, Tillett, Wilson, Gray, Serenetti. That's your top 15 at the moment, but on lap number 11, Callum Bradshaw looks like he could lead this one from start to finish, and Jupp getting it all crossed up at the braking there. That was a little bit messy coming into the Stuart S's the final time, but he did gather it together without losing too much ground. In fact, he gained 2/10 on Bradshaw, but that is Bradshaw just managing his pace as he comes out to the final corner. Callum Bradshaw, kart number 25. It's a Fusion Motorsport 1-2, Jupp 2nd, Taylor in 3rd, 4th for Hodgson, Hudson in 5th. The rest of them still coming across the line now.
Big gaggle of karts there as they cross the line, isn't it? So battles all the way throughout, but yeah, great win there for the Fusion Motorsport team. Agenti Motorsport as well coming home in 3rd place, and a great effort from that team as well. So a very, very tough, challenging race, I have to say, for the senior X30s for their heat 6.
Yes, indeed, and that now concludes all the heat racing. So the next race will be the Bambino final, the 6 to 8-year-old. This is going to be a 50-minute race, but let's look at the results here. Bradshaw, Jupp, Taylor, Hodgson, Hudson, Turner, Fleming, Shields, Lawrence, Pendlebury, Armstrong, and Tillett, the top 12. A bit further back, Wilson, Gray, Serenetti, Marshall, Anglis, Murdoch. Oh, look at that. B.A. Baracus, Anglis, and Howling Mad Will Murdoch together. If only Brandon Templeton Peck was in this class as well, we'd have 3 out of the 480.
Yeah.
There you go. Sorry, I keep going about it, but it's simple pleasures, simple minds.
It's the little things in life, isn't it?
Yeah, that keep really stupid people like me happy. Don't spoil my day now by trying to be professional and commentate on what's going on screen.
You can do you as much as you like.
Thank you.
I will more than happy.
That's all right. I'm happy in my little commentary bubble here. Speaking of bubbles, after the Bambino final, it'll be into the repechage, where in sort of Indy 500 qualifying yesterday, Fernando Alonso qualifying 26th, behind former kart racer Oliver Askew, his teammate. So there we go.
That's going to be the ones. But up next, though, Bambino time, isn't it?
Bambino time. 15 minutes plus a lap for the Bambinos. Oh my word, they're going to be tired at the end of this one. Let's hope for a good battle. And again, we were talking about the Bambinos. Again, the youngest drivers here. They had a heat yesterday in the dry, and they had a heat yesterday in the damp. And they were on the grooved cut tyres, and that was the wettest conditions that we've seen on stream today. There's a look. There's Connor Jupp taking his thing. He might lose a bit more weight if he took that big shiny earring out of his ear. I'm just saying. Let's have a look. Next up, Bambinos.
Well, the Bambinos will be making their way out on track in just a moment, and I'm sure we'll get the grid up on the screen as well in just a moment as well. Here it is for the final of the Bambinos here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club here at Rowrah. It's going to be a fantastic race, starting on pole position for the final. Finley Hinds in the 57, and then it's Edward Haynes starting in 2nd place. Blair Smith in 3rd, with Henry Clark in 4th place. Ryan White in 5th. Jensen Ankerman in 6th place.
Position 7 goes to Harley Musk. Harry Neeson is going to start from 8th. Luca Holmes-Ballack will start 9th alongside Liam Welsh in kart number 88, with Sebastian Power and Jensen White on row number 6.
So I'm sure all the drivers at the moment.
Now, on the back of the grid, we will have Cooper Snedden in 13th place, and Ethan Lucas in 14th place. So, but while I was restocking my supply of Iron Brew, I'm drinking it. It's a bright orange fizzy drink because I'm trying to get my skin colour the same as Mark Campfield.
Yes, yes.
But Cooper Snedden, we saw him driving very well yesterday.
Yep.
And then he had a problem, and then he wasn't so quick this morning. But there is a reason for this.
Yeah, a bit of an engine issue for Cooper Snedden. You know, the guys there at the team have been working hard to get that engine replaced, get it sorted out, and you know, hope for the best for Cooper on this one. You know, he's been a brilliant racer throughout this weekend, and yeah, we do hope for the best for him in this one. It's nothing worse than an engine swap in the middle of a day. It's one of those things that gets in your mind as being like, is it going to work? Is it going to be done in time? Is it going to happen? And you know what? They've worked hard, and we'll see him out on track.
And of course, as drivers get older, they tend to they realise that they're you know, a karting day is a long day.
Yeah.
Things go up and down, you know, quite continuously. When you're only 6 or 7 years old and something happens, then it's harder to sort of get your head around it and accept it, and it's just, you know, you can fall into that pit of despair quite easily when you know, an engine lets go or something like that. But the team have worked wonders to get a new engine ready for Cooper, and hopefully he can show what he can do. And it's you know, I mean, a lot of these drivers, they have a bad day on a Sunday, they shrug their shoulders a little bit, and they think, okay, well, we go again next week or next round, and it's, you know, not the end of the world. When you're 6, this is the world.
Yes.
This is the absolute world, and you know, the world will end if things go badly. You know, until we get home, we can put like Jake and the Neverland Pirates on, or Peppa Pig or something like that.
Favourite show.
Then we're okay. Yeah,
Did you know that she's 7 foot tall?
Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig, 7 foot tall.
Really?
Google it.
Really?
Yeah,
Peppa Pig
Google Peppa Pig height.
I mean, I've eaten Peppa. Oh.
7 foot tall.
What about George? I mean,
don't ask me how I know that.
No, okay.
I didn't Google the height of Peppa.
I mean, you're looking at someone here who's slightly rotund like Daddy Pig, and I'm thinking 7 foot tall Peppa Pig. That's a hell of a bacon sandwich, that is. Right, here we go. Lining up, standing start. Last words of encouragement for the Bambino drivers, the youngest drivers here. Here's number 21 being moved into position, Harley Musk, and it's great to see. So there are 14 sort of focused drivers, 14 slightly panicked, nervous dads. There. You can see
Quick, clean the visor, get out the grid.
You know, fingers crossed, toes crossed, jumping down. Okay, and there's the flag man. So everyone is in line cleanly. Now, eyes on the lighting gantry. Lights are red, we're out, we're off and racing, they're all bouncing up and down and trying to get the line. It's a great start from Finley Hines in kart number 57. The getaway cleanly, they're all off the line. That's a good start. 15 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Here are your Bambinos through the first chicane down there, and it's Hines from Haynes. Now in the dry weather yesterday, Edward Haynes was in a class of his own. And will we see that driver with the dark grey livery car with the orange stripes around the NASA panel and the nose cone make any quick progress? They're all through the first couple of corners. See, that's what you want to see to start with. You know, you want all these young drivers, some of them have come a very long way up to Cumbria. You want them to all get through their final race.
Clarkey, look in front of you, not behind you. You've been looking behind more than anything. You had a bit of an off track, you had a bit of an oversteer moment through the second hairpin. Pay attention. Go, look in front, that's where you want to be. These two breaking away, the 46 and the 57. Finley Hines and Edward Haynes, they've broken away from that one. So these guys need to pay attention to get their heads down, as 47's very slow out of the penultimate corner.
A half spin there, but to be fair though, I mean, there was someone on the spectator bank there eating an ice lolly. And when you're 6, oh, look at that.
An ice lolly.
Wow. But they complete their lap. Number 47 gets away with a half spin there. Harry Neeson drops towards the back of the field. We're talking about Ethan Lucas. He's right down the back of the grid. One of the youngest drivers here. Probably one of the first times he's been here. He's been a little bit off the back of the pace of everyone else, but it's just a case of him getting his lap times down.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see his lap time. His first lap was a 1 minute 18.4. Let's see as that race progresses, because he's in a bit of a race of his own at the back there, side by side there between the 44 of Ryan White and the 21 of Harley Musk, still side by side, still wheel to wheel. Oh, and
rubbing wheels, a bit of smoke coming off that.
And a change of the lead as Edward Haynes goes through. Now Finley Hines has got to try and stick with him and not let him get away. Blair Smith there in third position. They come down the hill. The top two have broken away.
Yep. Rather large gap between those two and third place. over nearly 2 seconds now between them, as like I say, 15-minute races. We're 5 minutes in already.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, maybe. I mean, the program says 50 minutes. I'm
But
wondering
I
if that was. I think it may have been 12.
I think it is 12 because that was a very quick 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We've only had 2 laps.
Yes, yes. even in Bambinos, you know, they're quicker than that.
Yes.
So these karts, for those of you wondering, these karts, they're 35 miles an hour, thereabouts. So again, you know, when you're 6 inches off the ground and you're 6 years old, 35 miles an hour
feels like 70.
It is, yes. To the parents, it feels like 170.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, there's the number 28 signalling to say, right, come on, let's go forward. That's Luca Holmes-Ballack. He retired from his heat earlier on this morning. There's the number 82 of Henry Clark. Is he going to have a look to see if there's anyone else eating ice cream out on the banking? No. He's eyes forward. He's listening to you, Anthony. He's listening to you, head down.
Yeah.
But they're all chasing. Well, they're driving the bright orange crash helmet. That's Blair Smith. And he is trying to work to get up to the top 2. But there's a change there as Luca Holmes-Ballack looking for a move coming out of the Stuart S's. But they're the 2 leaders. It's Hines back in front. And Hayes in second place. Haynes, sorry, in second place.
Yeah, Smith, Clark and Ankerman are the 3 behind, 3rd, 4th and 5th. As we see the leaders cross the start-finish line now, it is still Hinds that leads the way, and then it's the big group here. Smith, Holmes-Ballack and Ankerman that we see now.
Oh, there's Lucas Holmes-Ballack going at the 3rd position.
Yes.
So a good drive there for Luca. And there's Cooper Snedden going through. So Cooper Snedden, he is still down in 13th place. But the good news for Cooper is that he's in the battle and battling with the 12th place driver, which is Harry Neeson as well. Quick check-up on number 53, Ethan Lucas. I know he'll have people watching back home. His fastest lap so far has come down to 1 minute 16.4. So he's gone 2 seconds quicker than on his first lap. So that's really good progress. Now let's see if he can get into the 1 minute 15s before this race is over.
Yep. Just under 8 minutes remaining on the session. You can still see here the 2 leaders clearly ploughing away at the moment. Nothing between the 2 here as we cut to them now. The 57 all over the back. Then we switch back to the group behind. Now it looks like Blair Smith has managed to break away slightly from these 2, or was it Luca Holmes-Ballack? I think slightly broke away. I think, yes, you were saying that
Luca's got that sort of like really dark blue, grey and white livery car. Yeah, it's got Luca. It's got Luca written all over it, which is how I knew.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it's a 4-letter word, I can read that. That's not a problem.
Yes. So yeah, Luca Holmes on his own now, trying to break away now, trying to catch up to these 2, and we'll see his times. He is the quickest driver out on the circuit at the moment, and he sets a new fastest time there as well, 1:07.350. So closing in on the 2 that are in front here, who are at the moment unaware of the impending doom of Luca Holmes.
Yes, the omnipotent presence of another kart in their rear-view mirrors, if they had rear-view mirrors. But you can see now Hines in second place. He had a look to the inside coming into the Stuart S's. We got very, very close to the rear bumper of Edward Haynes coming halfway the first part of that S's, and then he sort of lost a bit of momentum. And I think you can see, Anthony, that here comes Luca Holmes-Ballack for potentially second place.
Yep, here we go. So fighting for 3rd earlier on, and now, and there's someone stuck in the barrier here. It's the 21, I believe.
Yeah, it is. That is Harley Musk, and he does get going again with a little bit of assistance. And of course, you know, the Bambino rules, you know, the pushers and the helpers and some of the dads that have signed on to help out on circuit, you know, their job is not just to help their own son, any child that comes off, you know, to get them back in the race. Here we go. We got a 3-kart battle for the race lead, though.
Yeah, nearly 3 wide here as they go into the first of the hairpins. Luca Holmes-Ballack again, new fastest lap, 1:07.070. So absolutely flat out there at the moment. It's still Haynes at the front, I believe, but super, super close here as we go to these fantastic shots here from the Alpha drone as it goes over here at the Rowrah circuits. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, and this train of 3 karts and a 2 train of 3 karts that we've got. But it's Holmes-Ballack and Hinds at the moment, 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
With Jensen Ackerman, Blair Smith and Henry Clark are the second trio of karts, 4th, 5th and 6th. And then it's Ryan White 7th, Liam Welsh in 8th. I'll look at the leaderboard as you check the screen. Jensen White is 9th, then it's Cooper Snedden up to 10th. Great drive from Cooper. Harry Neeson is next, followed by Sebastian Power, Harley Musk and Ethan Lucas. Ethan Lucas's best time so far still that 1 minute 16.4.
As they come round towards the start-finish line now, time is just going over to 15 minutes, side by side. It is the 28 of Luca Holmes-Ballack who gets the inside line up the hill and takes the lead here on lap 7. And as they go through now, it's all under play here for the 48 and the 57. It's Edward Haynes in the 46, I should say, and Finley Hinds, who are now under pressure. But here comes Edward Haynes again down the inside, nearly 3 wides into Iredale's hairpin, and again Edward Haynes gets back in front of Luca Holmes-Balak.
Oh, but Balak trying the crossover move. He's been watching the older drivers and how they do it, putting that into practice. He's got the inside line, under braking for the Stuart S's, and Luca Holmes-Balak back to the front. And it has come from the back to the front. It's been a bit of a top gear from the rear for Luca Holmes-Balak today, after failing to finish one of his earlier heats. And he hasn't led a lap of any race so far. He's still got to get through a couple of corners before he leads this lap. But again, it's the last lap that counts. So he's timing his run to the front quite well. But Haynes and Hines, so, you know, and they're coming up to lap Ethan Lucas. So I saw have a brief spin earlier. Here comes Hines to the inside for second place, going in turn number 1. Oh yeah, elbows out. He muscles his way through. Have that. And oh, now traffic. And Luca Holmes-Balak is balked a little bit. He has to switch lines. The marshal did have the blue flag out there, you saw on your screen, so that's good work there. And the leaders go past. Now this could be a good point for Ethan Lucas, because he's been driving around on his own, and now he can maybe follow the leaders for at least a couple of corners and pick up and maybe pick up some speed that way.
Yeah, it's always a nice thing when you get someone a little bit faster. Just jump in front,
yeah,
a bit of a toe. It's nice. You learn some things as well. Yeah. Just things on like racing lines, things like that. It's always nice. But at the front here, Luca Holmes-Balak, who of course started in 9th place, so a fantastic start, 9th to 1st, a great jump in 8 positions, with Edward Haynes just behind in 3rd place, but it's Hinds in 2nd.
I mean, Haynes won by 7 seconds yesterday. I mean, obviously the track was dry yesterday, it was a lot sunnier and the track conditions were a bit warmer, but he's certainly not having it all his own way here, and he's in danger of dropping off the battle for the lead if he's not careful, although the 57 cars will undoubtedly make a move for Holmes-Balak. I mean, there we go. Oh, he's going to have a little look. So there's Finley Hines, sorry, to the inside, and again, checking over his shoulder. Luca Holmes-Balak has a little look. Here comes Hines to the inside, up towards Iredale's. He's very careful. He thought about it, but there's still that little damp patch on the inside there, right on the inside line. He sort of jinked back onto line there. He doesn't want to run over on these Bambino tyres, the Lecomte tyres. And here we go into the Stuart S's once again. This is lap number 9, 2 minutes to go. And again, it's a lot for these youngsters to concentrate. You know, it's a skill in itself. I mean, I'm trying to remember, my 6-year-old was the only thing you could concentrate him on for more than 3 minutes at a time was like a Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah, a chocolate bar.
A chocolate, there we go. But I mean, to really focus at this level, at this age, you know, it's remarkable, and it just gives you show that this not just any 6-year-old that can just jump in and do this. They've been practicing and they're very, very good. They're the best in their sport at this age group.
Yes, 100% as they go through. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock, 90 seconds to go as these three have concertinaed back up again. The 46 of Edward Haynes has caught back up to these two, and now it's a 3-way scrabble for the lead. The 28, the 57, the 46, all neck and neck as they go into Iredale's. No move positions here as they go through now onto the back straight. This is where we see the moves done. It's into this shot. We go to the drone camera with a minute remaining as they head down. It's side by side at the back, and a big scrabble as well. 6 or 5 carts as there's side by side action. The 28 of Luca Holmes holding on to that position at the moment as Finley Hines and Edward Haynes battle furiously to try and get that 2nd place position.
Well, 11 seconds behind this scrap on screen, there is a 5-cart scrap. Ackerman in 4th, Smith 5th, Clark 6th, Ryan White 7th, and Liam Welsh in 8th. I was pointing on the drone cam there, you could see them coming into Iredale's, and they were 3 wide as well. I mean, they're a long way behind this group on screen. We're just going to see them come into the screen very shortly.
I think they've already gone past.
Yeah, I mean,
here they are.
Here they are. Look at them. There's the 45 in the lead. That's Blair Smith, and he is in the lead of that group. 5 cars battling. 10 seconds to go on the race clock. Luca Holmes-Balak still has the lead. Hines in the 57 cart is next. Oh, and there's a very close with Haynes as they come down. Now they've got to try and work together. Luca Holmes-Balak looks over his shoulder. He's like, yippee, let's go. This is great. The clock has struck 0. Any one of 3 can take the win still. But if it's going to be either Hines or Haynes, they're going to have to sort of get it together for the next couple of laps, because Luca Holmes-Balak is making a break for home.
He is indeed pulling away now. Is Holmes-Balak, and Haynes and Hinds are going to be fighting fiercely to try and get up towards first place, or indeed battle for second, as the last lap board goes out now for Luca Holmes-Balak. He started 9th, he's now in first, and he's holding on to it now. It looks like that gap slightly closed down as they've gone through that last corner, I have to say, as they go up towards the first chicane, in towards McCrane. And here we go. That gap has very much closed up now, hasn't it?
It has indeed, because Luca Holmes, I mean, you can't blame Luca Holmes-Balak for looking over his shoulder. He looks one way, he looks the other way. He's thinking, oh no, I'm going to have a look again. No, they're still there, Luca, they're still there, trust me. They haven't gone anywhere. Hines in second place. Here comes Haynes, almost on his bumper, down the back straight. Now, you can get a good slipstream, but Luca Holmes-Balak is going to have to defend into the Stewart S's for the final time. They're 3 wide for 5th. Here comes a move. There goes Haynes into second place. Can he get up to the lead in the last half a lap?
Well, it seemed it was a good move, but it did open up a slight gap between Luca Holmes-Balak now and Hinds. So at the 46 now of Haynes, who needs to try and get through it on these last couple of corners. I don't think he's got enough momentum to get close enough. Already putting his hand up in the air is Luca Holmes-Balak. You've not got to the finish yet.
Don't wave to your dad there. Don't wave to your dad there. Now you can have a wave. The checkered flag comes out. There we go. Now you can celebrate. Oh my, I've seen Bjorn Wertheim in a GP2 race at Monaco do that. Fist pumping in the air as he went from first to second at the end. But he takes the win. Luca Holmes-Balak takes the race victory by a quarter of a second from Edward Haynes and Finley Hines in third. Then a 17-second gap back to Blair Smith, who won a titanic scrap for fourth place. Ryan White in fifth, then Jensen Ackerman, Henry Clark. The rest of the field still coming across the line. Cooper Snedden, Liam Welsh was 8th. Cooper Snedden, well done Cooper with his new engine, he finishes 9th. Jensen White 10th, and Harley Musk, Harry Neesham, Sebastian Power, Ethan Lucas, you just see him going across the bottom of your screen, he finishes 14th. His best lap, 1 minute 14.96, and do you know what? He did that on his last lap. So he's had a tough weekend, you know, he's still learning, but hey, he finishes with his fastest lap of the race on the last lap of the final. Great stuff. And yeah, that was a very entertaining race there, Anthony.
It was, yeah. Those guys battling fiercely at the front, the top 3 that we had out there. It was a fantastic race that we saw.
So that is that, and the track is empty for a few brief moments. The next race is due to start at 3:25. That will be Junior X30, and that will be in about 8 minutes' time. So it gives, because you're going to be interviewing the podium finishers later on, Anthony, and so you can take your notes there now. We have a slight issue with repechage grids and the fact that we don't have any yet. But that's not a problem. The team from Motorsport Timing downstairs have been working incredibly hard, and I am sure that there will be a grid will magically appear in front of us before long.
Is that take the hint?
Well, I mean, they can't hear us because they're downstairs in the sort of the timing building. But yeah, it would be optimal if we have. I mean, at the moment, I like to coin a phrase that you've used several times. At the moment, the situation here is suboptimal. But we would like to raise that condition to optimal. There is the podium, the Motorsport UK podium. And you can see that's where the drivers will be standing a little bit later on. And there's a look. So there'll be a Bambino. There's be a Bambino? No, that's a Bambino presentation.
Pampered Bambino.
A pampered Bambino. Well, they're getting pampered with some nice silver trophies. We'll have a look at that later on. But I mean, there's a bit of time to do the presentation before the repechages. The top 3 drivers: Luca Holmes-Balak, Edward Haynes, and Finley Hines. So from a little bit further back on the grid, where did Luca Holmes-Balak start?
9th place.
9th. So again, a really strong drive. That's a good drive, and you know very, very entertaining races, and above all else, the racing was at very good quality and very safe.
That is the most important thing that we see out there, and yeah, it's great racing you see from Bambinos. I mean, I've taught Bambinos in the past, like fresh young drivers who had never driven a kart before. Teaching them from that point, they're very nervous, they're very timid. It's starting them from there, and then seeing them progress into something like this, it's amazing.
Yeah, nervousness and timidness. Karting soon beats that out of you, don't worry.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and you can see down in the paddock, there's a look at the run out of Sunny Bend up towards St John's, and pretty soon we will see the top step, the top 3 drivers get anointed onto the podium, and then it'll be Junior X30 repechage, Senior X30 repechage, and then the finals for KZ2, IAME Cadet, Mini X30, Junior X30 and Senior X30 still to come. So there will be a few minutes, so the top 3 drivers will go through scrutineering, because of course, just because they're younger, all the karts will have to be checked by the scrutineers to make sure that everything is fair and legal. And there is, and you can see, look at that driver there. There you go. Hello, Bam! That looks like a very happy Bambino there, just wondering. So there's the championship manager, Dan Parker, and the representatives from Zip Kart. And of course, Dan Parker used to run the British Bambino Championship before joining Motorsport UK. And this is so you're giving away some of our technical secrets there by saying, looking, let's put the stickers on the trophies and the various little prizes of the Bambino thing. We'll unwrap them. Chris Walker from kartpicks.net is there as well. So you said, Anthony, that you've done some training with Bambino drivers. I mean, I've got limited experience of Bambino drivers, but I mean, yeah, what the difference between what we've just seen there and what a driver gets in when their mum and dad first bring them to a kart circuit and say, right, little Johnny or little Susan, whatever. Let's have a go at this go-karting thing. What's the difference between when they first step in and what you've just seen out there?
What I've seen when I've seen a fresh Bambino driver jump into the car is, firstly, nervousness. Some are really excited and can't wait to do it.
But then when they sit in the kart and the engine gets fired, everything starts vibrating and it smells of petrol.
Yeah, and then they get a little bit nervous. Yeah. You see those type, and then you see there's some that are really nervous and then jump in it and just go. And it's from the word go, it's you start them off slowly. It's literally just learning to accelerate and brake. That's kind of like the main things. Let's learn how to go forward, but most importantly, stop if we need to as well. Because you'd be amazed, because you see it when you see young kids, they play video games of car racing, and who's the brake? It's the car in front is the brake.
Or the barrier, because you somersault through the air and it's okay, you just press the reset button and go again.
Yeah, but when it comes to real life racing, you have to knock that out of the head, and you need to teach them to make sure they do actually hit the brakes and stop the kart, and that's the most crucial thing. And we're seeing in here on this racing, and it's just on another level.
Yeah, and I suppose you tell the parents as well, but when they get out of the kart at the end of the first run, it is great to see that those the wide-eyed enjoyment, like this is amazing. The motor racing bug has bitten them.
Yeah.
Do you then take the parents aside and say, those things you had called holidays, where you went to places like the Caribbean maybe or America, let me introduce you to the karting holiday brochure. How would you fancy Lydd or Wilton Mill or Rye House or Bayford Meadows? They're the luxury resorts, the Premier Inn's lovely hotel accommodation
in a motorhome.
All those,
yeah. Here's your motorhome. Here's your trailer, and off you go. Have fun.
Welcome to your new life.
Yes. That's one of the ones where you usually get that from the parents' reaction when the child comes out the car. You see them.
I want one.
Be like, oh, I really enjoyed that. There goes holidays. It doesn't happen anymore. So it's great. It's great to see it and watch them progress and go through the ranks on it. And as soon as they get a little bit older, it's great fun.
Yes, and again, I think any karting parent will chuckle at that. Goes, oh, remember that? Remember Saturday night TV where we could just sit down with a glass of wine together? Oh, that was.
Those are the days.
Those are the days. And then they remember the time when we walked past a football match and you said, should we take them in and watch a game of football? And you went, no, I'm not into that. He goes, oh, the football boots are cheaper than a cart. No, it's a good fun. It is great to see. We've all been, everyone here in the paddock is here because they've been bitten by the bug, by the motorsport bug. You know, it happened. You know, I was 4 years old when suddenly I realised that this, looking and watching cars or go round and round in circles is what I wanted to do with my life, and I'm sure that you're the same.
Yeah, it was for me from a young age. I always wanted to get into karting. I actually started karting quite late on in my life. I never managed to get into it as a child, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I started when I was 16, working, racing with Rotax as well, and yeah, with other biz chassis as well. So on a rental side of it on that aspect, and yeah, doing it's been great, and then working alongside and getting used to it with the commentary side of things, it's fantastic. I've seen a lot more in my last 10 years than I did in my first 10 years, and it's yeah, it's been fantastic really to do it.
Yeah, no, it is good to know. Now, we're watching on the screen, one of the race directors is sending one of the marshals over to manoeuvre a barrier or to pick up something that has either fallen off or been unplugged, or is that just his lunchbox? Not quite sure.
It's his lunchbox.
It looks like it's. Oh, is it a flask of tea? Oh no, let's have a little look.
Looks like a jerry can.
It's a jerry can. Something run out of petrol? No, that's interesting. What was in the mystery box? Or possibly it was a sensor, maybe a timing sensor or something. A battery from a camera, and now the marshal has got to run all the way across the track. Well, there's nothing on track at the moment, which would be helpful, but we're going to be hopefully seeing the Bambino presentation very shortly, and then we're underway with the repechage for Junior X30.
Yes.
So I was referencing that, you know, the Indy 500. I know that Fernando Alonso, a lot of people will be interested to know, qualified down in 26th place on the 33 car grid. But there's lots of people that have be familiar with karting that are in that grid. Santino Ferrucci being one of them. Now, he came over to race with Fusion Motorsport as a cadet in the British Cadet Championship back in 2011, I think it was, and he's then moved his way up through the single-seater ranks into IndyCar racing with Dale Coyne Racing, I think, at the moment. Oliver Askew, who's one of Fernando Alonso's teammates, he raced in the Rotax Grand Finals for several years for Team USA. And, of course, you've got other drivers like Ben Hanley, I think, has entered this year. I'm not quite sure where he qualified. Jack Harvey, again, a very familiar figure, now a regular podium contender in IndyCar racing. So the pathway for those drivers that are looking at karting as a stepping stone, even though it's a sport in its own right, for those drivers that are looking at karting in a pathway, you look around at some of the ex-karters here in the paddock that are now doing driver coaching. They've gone into some of them are in single-seaters. So you've got Ginetta Juniors for some of them, if you know, for the saloon car route. So if you're looking at maybe sports cars or touring cars, you've got Ginetta Juniors. You know, the various single-mate saloon car championships as a way up into the world of motorsport. But then you've also got Formula 3, Formula 4. The British touring car support package is literally chock full of, I'd say, 75% of the drivers on the support package for the British Touring Car Championship have been through this championship at some point. The likes of Kean Jewis doing well, and of course Lando Norris did Ginetta Juniors, and as well as the Formula 4 Championship before moving on. So really there are lots of different ways for drivers to move out of this sport into karting. But then as some of the seniors are showing, Danny Curl, you know, showing that there's several ways as well to stay in karting and you know, get that all-elusive factory drive. I think last year's British Cadet champion Harley Keeble, he's been picked up by the Tony Kart factory team in Europe and has got a factory drive, and say a factory drive, that means a free drive for
the best kind.
The best kind in and around Europe. So yeah, so I mean, obviously Theo Makouris has been selected for the British team in the CIK Academy. He's out in Adria this weekend. Now, we were going to have, I just out of the corner of my eye, out of the corner of your ears, ladies and gentlemen, there are karts on circuit, which means that maybe the Bambino presentation will be taking place at another time, potentially at the end of the day. But let us focus on the Junior X30 repechage. Now, there should be 13 drivers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're going to have to help me in a minute because I'm going to run out of fingers and toes. No, there should be 13. Aidan Lynn and Mitchell Gibbons on the front row of the grid. Jack Sherwood, who took the last transfer spot in yesterday's repechage, he starts third alongside Louis Johnson-Cool. Michael Rapsey and Josh Agambar are on the third row. Brandon Templeton and Marcus Littlewood are next. Then Finley Dunn and Jack Plant. Finley McKee and Rhys Newburn. So that's your top 12. And do we have anybody else? We do. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 12 drivers. Same 12 that started yesterday. Well, different. So same amount of drivers that started yesterday. This is going to be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Who's going to beat the final 6 drivers? Oh, it's a false start. So I was getting all prematurely excited again. So, yeah, who will be the final 6 drivers to qualify for the main final? That is what I was going to say.
Yes. That was going to be a good start.
It was building myself up nicely to a crescendo of nonsense.
And then that flag came
Then
out.
the yellow and green chevron.
Everyone's favourite flag.
Which means say, behave yourselves, that was not correct form. So, the Litchfield Motorsport number 48 of Lynn, the Dan Holland Racing number 81 of Gibbons, then the Mark Litchfield Racing kart of Jack Sherwood, the premium karting number 61 of Louis Johnson-Cool, and so I know that Oscar Joyce will be cheering Louis Johnson-Cool on. We saw him have a great battle in yesterday's repechage. Some names are the same, those that are generally struggling to pace full stop, and then other names are different. But still, 6 to go through, 6 to go home. Let's see if we can get underway at the second time of asking. Yes, we do. 10 minutes into turn number 1. Down the hill they go, through the first chicane, everyone through cleanly. Oh, Louis Johnson-Cool on the grass. That's going to cost him a little bit of positions. Sherwood to the inside of Littlewood for 4th place. The top 3 already breaking clear of Littlewood in 4th place, Sherwood in 5th, and who is currently on the bubble? It's number 52. He was there yesterday, Jack Plant for the Croc Promotions team.
Yeah, a bit of contact further back in the field. Looked like the 26 mounting another kart as well. Finley Dunn jumping on top of another one. Your eyes lit up after that comment.
Dear me. Can't have drivers mounting each other. It's a family show.
9 minutes on the clock on that one. That start that we just saw there seemed like a carbon copy of what we had yesterday's repechage. Going up into turn 1, someone getting pushed off wide into the barriers. We didn't see someone go into the barriers this time around, but still very close to it. It was nearly carbon copy.
And already the top 4 trying to break away. That's going to be Mitchell Gibbons in kart number 81. Last year, he was dominant in Cadet Honda racing last year, was Mitchell Gibbons. Aidan Lynn, now he's had a tough weekend so far, crashing yesterday, injuring himself, having a problem this morning after qualifying really well. He's in 2nd. Josh Agambar it's now Marcus Littlewood is 3rd in that red and white number 12 kart. Then it is Josh Agambar, the SFR Motorsport team, in 4th. Then there's a gap back to everybody else. Now this is going to be the key battle. So Plant is 5th at the moment. The nervous man Jack Sherwood, well, he's used to being sort of having the repechage, the roller coaster of emotions that a repechage has. He is there in 6th position. So the number 78 kart, Mark Litchfield Racing number 78 of Jack Sherwood, is the driver that is on the bubble, and then it is behind him on the first driver outside looking in. That is Louis Johnson-Cool for number 61. Then it's Finley Dunn, Michael Rapsey, Brandon Templeton, and Rhys Newburn. Finley McKee is still there. He's a couple of seconds off the pace at the moment, but still with nobody getting dropped off the back of the field. There is still plenty of opportunities. At the moment, the man in driving kart number 78, he is the most nervous of all.
Yes, 6th place, Jack Sherwood. That's not the place you want to be at the moment. He's in the bubble, our favourite term at the moment during the 7.5 minutes left on the clock. And of course, he's going to be under pressure from Louis Johnson-Cool at the moment out on track. Now, a little bit of a gap between the two of them, only a 1/10 of a second, but it's still close enough for danger. And when we see them coming around the corner, you can see there the 78.
It's Finley Dunn in the plain white kart that is just behind them. Yesterday, you might recall that it was the 61 of Louis Johnson-Cool and the 52 of Jack Plant who were battling over 6th position, and they battled so hard they battled themselves out of contention, and Sherwood, who was running in 8th, then came back and passed both of them. But now we've got Finley Dunn moving into 7th position, passing Louis Johnson-Cool. It's Still Sherwood in 6th position, and still Mitchell Gibbons leading Littlewood, Lynn and Agambah, but they're at the road. Plant has got to try and give himself as much breathing space as possible. He is over a second in front of the 3-cart battle for 6th position.
Yep. Plenty of action then for these guys, and it's just these 3 here. It's still Sherwood who's in that area there, but no, just gotten past now. It's been close action. Finley Dunn now leading this group and now up into 6th place. So now he's in the bubble, and Jack Sherwood and Lewis Johnson-Cool are going to have to try and pull something out the bag here to try and get past, and there it is from Johnson-Cool, and down the inside he goes at Stewart S's and moves up into 7th place. A little bit of a gap now that they've opened it up to...
Dunn is pulling away.
Yeah, Dunn's pulled that gap open now, and a little bit of work these two are going to have to do. But again, this is pretty much what we saw last time around yesterday, and they opened up a gap to 6th place. 6th place looked good, and then it closed up, and then it all went a bit loosey-goosey. And
yes, that's a very good description. But it's interesting that the Jack Plant in car number 52. Yesterday, he was safely in a position to get to the A final, but he started defending. Oh, and here's a battle for the race lead. You don't need to do this, boys. This is the top 3. One wrong move from any of these drivers, and they're going to race themselves out of the final. Mitchell Gibbons takes the lead back from Marcus Littlewood. Aidan Lindau into 2nd place, and in 4th position, right there is Josh Agambah. 5 minutes to go. The signals are going to be, there's going to be 4 sets of parents and 4 mechanics that are going to be absolutely having kittens out somewhere on the banking because they don't need the battle. Plant, I was about to say that yesterday Jack Plant, he drove way too defensively and he raced himself out of the A final. Today, he's learnt his lesson. When he was in 5th position and he had pressure in behind, he didn't start defending, he just drove. And he's driven himself into a little bit of breathing space. He's got 0.6 of a second over Finley Dunn, and Finley Dunn in turn has got 0.8 of a second over Louis Johnson-Cool. Jack Sherwood, Brandon Templeton, Michael Rapsey, Reece Newburn, and even Finley McKee, they're all still within touch. So I mean, you know, any mistake in that 6th position, and you've got 1 of 4 or 5 drivers that can capitalise. There is the driver, number 26, on your screen now, that plain white cart in 6th position, the final transfer spot. He does have a slight gap, but it's not very much. Now the question is, does he start battling with Jack Plant? That's...
Well...
Should he start battling? Whether he does or not is irrelevant, but should he?
I would say no.
I would concur
yes.
with your assessment of that situation.
I would definitely say no, but are they going to listen? No, because Finley Dunn has just set a fastest lap of the race of 47.850. So is he going to pay attention to you know, just stick behind and battle it?
Ooh.
These guys aren't the leaders. There's no need to do this, guys, but you're doing it anyway. 48 Aidan Lynn now moves to the front of the pack and immediately fighting back. Again comes Michael Gibbons. Mitchell, sorry.
But again, here's the difference. So if any one of those top 4 gets a nose cone penalty, a nose cone penalty is 5 seconds. At the moment, Louis Johnson-Cool is 3.5 seconds behind the leader in 7th place. A nose cone penalty takes you out of the top 4, it takes you out of the top 6, and they're battling like it's the last lap of the main final. This is just to get into the main final. The winner will start 29th,
Ooh.
second will start 30th. It matters not whether you start on the inside or the outside of the 15th row, and they're bringing the next 2 drivers, McKee and Plant, so we're going to have a 6-cart battle for the lead, and Louis Johnson-Cool is only 3.2 seconds behind in 7th place with 3 minutes to go. So 1 penalty for any of these 6 drivers who are battling away furiously is going to take them out of the main event, and is going to bring that man on your screens now, number 61, Louis Johnson-Cool, squarely into play.
Now, if these 4 drivers at the moment who are battling at the front keep battling, the 6th place guys are going to catch up, and of course if they keep battling, obviously, yes, our 7th place man is going to catch up, and it's just going to 7 carts all in that area there. If it goes wrong, it could be, and like you say, it's game over.
And I guarantee you, if there's 7 carts in a line going into the last lap, the driver in 7th is going to make the mother and father of all moves to try and get up there, and then it really will kick off. But now it's Jack Plant on the bubble, so McKee sets the fastest lap of the race, Dunn sets the fastest lap of the race, now goes past Gibbons, so he now moves into 4th position in the number 26 Mike Spencer cart. So that plain white cart into 4th place. Gibbons fights straight back, wheel to wheel. Oh, that's making me nervous, let alone the teams on the banking. and Plant is in 6th place, but behind Louis Johnson Cool, who's 7th. They're side by side for 6th. Here comes Plant on the Mad Croc. He's the last driver currently in. There's the gap on your screen, 7th, and then behind them in 8th place is Brandon Templeton for Dan Holland Racing. Jack Sherwood in 9th for Mark Litchfield Racing. 90 seconds to go. Newburn and McKee are there. Well, Newburn is 10th. He is 6 seconds off the lead, so he's the first person that it wouldn't matter about a nose compare. Well, I don't know. It sees it's a long way to go. 90 seconds. Behind the 2S8 Racing Kart, it's Michael Rapsey in 12th place, and he has had a bit of a moment that has dropped off the pace a little bit. But look at that, Littlewood and Lynn nose to tail, and there is the number 52 kart. And of course, Jack Plant hasn't done anything wrong really. He hasn't been defending, he hasn't been battling, but because everyone else has been battling, he's under pressure now as we go into the final minute of this race.
Yep, it's been an unfortunate one, and again they go 2 by 2 by 2 in the top 6 now, as they got 3 groups as they head through now. 50 seconds left on the clock. Mitchell Gibbons sets the new fastest lap of the race, 47.8 at the moment. He's running in 4th place as they go through, and again here he goes. Here comes Gibbons pulling out of the slipstream onto the inside of the 18. So Mitchell Gibbons gets in front of Josh Agenbar as they go into the top corner of the circuit. 20 seconds left on the clock as these guys still pointlessly, furiously battle. It's.
I mean, we're saying pointlessly. I mean, number one, it's great racing. It's a great it's a great testament to their skill that they all know what is on the line, what is at stake if they make a mistake, and they're confident enough in their own abilities that they are able to pass and repass each other cleanly, which is great. However, you know, all it takes is one driver to get 1 inch wrong.
Yeah.
And that's it. But I mean, so it's a real thing. But I mean, the clock has struck 0. The gap between 6th and 7th is, well, it's now 1 second. Back from Jack Plant in the number 52 to Louis Johnson Cool in the number 61 kart. There is Plant in the number 52. There is Louis Johnson Cool. He's got company from behind. That's the number 23 of Brandon Templeton, who has joined the party, but now has he joined too late? Last lap, it's Littlewood who leads from Lynn, Gibbons, Dunn, then Agenbar's in there as well, sorry, in 4th place. Here's Littlewood defends the race lead. Aidan Lynn is there as well. Let's look back, and there's still a big gap between Plant and Johnson Cool. So at the moment, the top 6 look pretty much settled. What order they're going to finish in is anyone's guess, as Lynn takes the lead.
Yeah, Lynn takes the lead there with a great switchback move through the second of the chicanes. Or the hairpins, I should say. It's not a chicane. As they go downhill now on the final lap, it's still the top 3 now, neck and neck. As they go through, there's contact between the 3. There's 3 wide into Sunny Bend, and it's not the way to do it on the final lap here. Just get to the finish. You're in the top 6. Just get to the finish line, and here they go. Who's going to take the win? It's Aidan Lynn who takes the win from Marcus Littlewood, Mitchell Gibbons, Josh Agenbar, Finley Dunn and Jack Plant are your top 6 who make it to the final.
So what a final lap. But I will say that Brandon Templeton passed Louis Johnson Cool to 7th place on the last lap. Now he is 2.7 seconds behind the race winner. Any of that battling on the last lap amongst the top 6, if there is one nose cone down, then Brandon Templeton and Louis Johnson Cool and Jack Sherwood, who's only 4.2 seconds down at the flag, those 3 drivers are all in a position. So nobody, you can see the times there, it's a 5-second penalty for a nose cone. If any one of those top 6 has got a 5-second penalty, they're out, and Brandon Templeton is going to be the first driver looking in. Just exciting, tense-filled racing, but, you know, and I obviously hope that the top 6 all get through. You know, we're not trying to. We're getting excited about a nose cone penalty. That's because we're trying to sort of tell you, the audience watching at home, and as well as people that are new to the karting here at the circuit, what's at stake in that race. And that you know, we've had nose cone penalties in races, not loads, but in every race that you've seen, there's been a potential nose cone penalty. There's been an incident of some kind, and you know, that's just oof. That was that last couple of laps where there was a little bit of rubbing, door handling.
Yes.
You know, we had the rubbing off debate yesterday in the commentary box. We're not doing that again. But there was a little bit of sticker swapping, a little bit of contact as things there. But now we're straight in to the Senior X30 repechage. Now this is a slightly smaller grid. I'm thinking, and I'm not sure if Chris Bingham is out there. 2, 4, 6, 8. I can count 9. I can count to 9. I can do that. I did well, Mum. Look at that. Look what I did. I counted to 9. But there's only 9 drivers out there. And so Samuel Hawthorne, Oliver Meadows, Thomas Wood, Will Murdoch, Morgan Porter, Nat Thomas, Chris Bingham, Oscar Houle, and Casper Scusa. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there is Christopher Bingham. I can see the S8 Racing Fullerton kart going through. But I mean, okay, so Morgan Porter, 2 weeks ago, Morgan Porter won the British Grand Prix in the senior Rotax class. He is a former contender in the Junior World Karting Championship, has raced very, very high level indeed. He had a retirement. So did Will Murdoch, Howling Mad Will Murdoch, the ST Racing team, John Stewart, and he's got his teammate in kart number 62, Thomas Wood, alongside him. It's the Argenti Motorsport teammate, Sam Hawthorne, and Oliver Meadows in the front row of the grid. In fact, there's 4 Argenti karts in this race. Can they all make it through? So this is going to be 6 go through, 3 go home.
Yep, so again, a very small percentage there of drivers in this one. So because it's being a small grid, the likelihood of them being in one big group is much higher. So it's something that they've got to watch out. A little bit of squabbling there in the back as they go through. That is the battle for
sixth position at the
moment.
Held by Oscar Houle in kart number 58 at the moment. Now Casper Scusa, he started right at the back. He won yesterday's repechage. At the moment he's started 9th. He's only moved up to 8th.
Yeah, and the 18 there of Christopher Bingham trying to get past, running in 7th place at the moment. Actually, we've got Casper Scusa in 7th place. So has that just happened across the line?
No, I think Christopher Bingham is Christopher Bingham's transponder is not cooperating.
Yes, I don't think it is.
He's definitely there. You can't miss him. He's the one with. They decided for all the colours.
Yes.
Between race suit and kart, they've just gone. Here's the colour palette. Which is my favourite? Oh, I know all of them. Blah.
Yes.
There we go.
Just dropped a
distinctive.
Yeah.
Is the word I was looking for.
Dropped a shelf of paint down in it.
Yes.
There we go. 8.5 minutes left of this Senior X30 repechage as they go through. This is the battle for 6th place. It is between the 58 and the 18. Oscar Houle and Christopher Bingham. Houle being in that bubble spot at the moment with 3 very hungry, thirsty drivers. Ravenous drivers behind who are wanting that 6th place spot. So all the pressure right now is on the 58's shoulders of Oscar Houle.
There's Casper Scusa. Now yesterday I said when he took the lead, he said, oh, Scusa me. That was there was no politeness there. There was no Scusa me there. That was like out the way, I'm coming through. And he moves up into P7. So at the moment, number 58, Oscar is in P6. Leading the race is the ST Racing number 62 of Thomas Wood. He is ahead of Samuel Hawthorne, there we are, and his Hawthorne's teammate Morgan Porter is right behind him. Then it's the 3rd Argenti kart of Oliver Meadows, followed by Howling Mad Will Murdoch, and then Oscar Houle, you can see there. Now Houle has got about 10 kart lengths between himself, Scusa, Bingham and Thomas. Now you were saying about hungry, thirsty, ravenous, those adjectives will change to rabid.
Yes.
as the race winds down. So Porter takes 2nd place away from his teammate Hawthorne. Now, Morgan Porter, Sam Hawthorne will be good to just tuck in and follow. He's got the number 88 of Oliver Meadows, just coming into karting. I think Oliver, he's not been around, not a name I'm familiar with over the last couple of seasons, so he's not been in karting that long. Now Scusa has closed in on Oscar Houle, and Oscar Houle is under pressure from the MLC Motorsport number 11.
Yeah.
And the door opens. I was going to say, knock, knock, who's there? And he comes straight through without being invited.
Without wiping his shoes.
No, he's moved into 6th position. But look at that, Bingham and Nat Thomas right there behind them. So these 5 drivers there, they're battling over the final few transfer spots. The top 4 are relatively clear. Meadows, Meadows, and Meadows, Scusa, yes, picks up another place, and Meadows is going to get shuffled back. Meadows is going to get shuffled back to 7th by his teammate Oscar Houle. Meadows on the outside, Houle on the inside, Bingham and Thomas right there as well. Oh dear,
make contact.
And that was, Bingham just making sure that he got through there. Let's just say that there was a bit of a territorial dispute there. Now, Bingham up into the top 6 at the expense of Oscar Houle, Nat Thomas, and then Meadows now back to 9th.
As soon as they cross the timing beam, of course, the tower will update and tell us exactly who is where. So in terms of overall, it's Wood, Porter, Hawthorne, Murdoch, Scusa, Bingham in the top 6, and then it's Houle, Thomas and Meadows that round out the grid of 9 at the moment. And of course, it's all down to that Bingham-Houle battle that you're looking at now on the screen. The 18 and the 58 who are out there, you can see a bit of a gap now between them, a few kart lengths, and diving down the inside is the 70 of Nat Thomas to take that 7th place position. Now Nat Thomas is going to try and catch up to Christopher Bingham as much as and as quick as possible, but still 5 minutes on the clock, so there's still plenty of time to close that gap. And as you can see on the screen, there's about 3 or 4 kart lengths between them to try and get that done.
Yep, and I was going to say, look at the teams involved in this. So at the moment you've got ST Racing, John Stewart's team, have got both their drivers in the top 6. The Argenti team, well, they've got 2 of their 4 drivers in a transfer spot. The MLC Motorsport team have got Casper Scusa in there, and it's Nat Thomas is the first driver on the outside. S8 Racing got their driver in. The Jade Racing team, number 70 of Nat Thomas, is the first driver on the outside. And so Bingham, after that, well, he certainly bullied his way through there. That was, I'm saying that Terry Fullerton is, here guiding the S8 race team along, and sort of saying one of Terry's events is that when you've got to go, you've got to go. There's a time to be nice, and there's a time to then really get your elbows out and show your rivals who's boss.
Yeah.
And sort of gain a psychological advantage.
No, 100%.
Which Bingham certainly did with that move. But now, can Nat Thomas in that Birrell ART chassis for the Jade Racing team, can he close in on Charlie Bingham? And what can these 2 teammates do? So Houle briefly was up at the top. Meadows started in the top 6 and held the place in the top 6 for a while. Houle's always been at risk, but he did briefly move into the top 5. But they have now got to work together. So 4 minutes to go, but things have calmed down now. Things are spread out. Porter leads Wood by 0.2 of a second. Hawthorne is 2 seconds behind them. Murdoch is another 0.8 of a second behind Hawthorne, and Scusa is 1.5 seconds behind Murdoch. Then there's another 1.5 seconds back to Thomas in the number 70 kart. Bingham in the number 18 kart, and then it's Thomas, and Thomas has got to catch about 3/4 of a second. So these 2 drivers on screen, 8th and 9th, they're swapping positions there. That is Murdoch. No, that is Meadows passing Houle.
As we get back, I think, to the front of the grid that we see now.
This is a race for the lead.
It is indeed. This is Morgan Porter and Thomas Wood, the 46 and 52, Argenti Motorsport and ST Racing battling away here at the front. 3 minutes left on the timer as they go through now. Again, they don't need to race. They can just stay front to rear and just go to the flag. But are they going to do that?
Well, there's more of a chance of them saying yes, of the answer being yes in this race than there was in the last race.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, Morgan Porter is an exceptionally experienced driver, and you can see just the way, he's got the very smooth driving style, hands low on the steering wheel, occasionally moving his body around in the car. He doesn't look like he's making many steering inputs, with the car as he goes through there over the bumps and stuff like that. Wood behind him is Thomas Wood. Again, he's been around for a while, but he's hunched over the car. He's being a bit more aggressive. Morgan Porter looks so relaxed in the car. That's a great, for the drivers that are watching this, this is a great way of just sitting back, let the car do the work.
Yeah.
And every driver is different. Wood is hunched over the steering wheel, his arms down. He's really driving that kart. Porter looks like he's got a lot in hand. He's trying to save his tyres. Wood is saying, well, he's battling to stay with him. But I think that even Thomas Wood would probably not make a lunge for the lead if he had the opportunity, because second baseman Casper Scusa is so we've had Casper. He's failed to start one race when one of his leads melted. yesterday. He had a retirement from his second heat earlier on. When that MLC car is running, it's running very quickly. The problem is just getting it to the end of the races that Casper's had this weekend.
Yeah, it has been one of those, hasn't it? So now this is the important one. This is what we said was going to happen. This is the battle for 6th place. The bubble is in danger of being popped here. It's Nat Thomas versus Christopher Bingham at the moment. It's Bingham who needs to defend from Thomas, and Thomas in the 70 is all over the back as they go up the hill now. He had the wider line on the entry. Is he going to try and sweep back now here? He looks to the outside, switches to the inside. Is he going to send it? Yes, he does. Now, is Bingham going to come back? No, he can't. So that's a nice clean move there from Nat Thomas, puts him up into that bubble area for 6th place.
And again, you can almost, again, it's great to see that, you know, Bingham has got the plain white crash helmet. He hasn't got one of the reflective visors, so you can literally, with the alpha stream here, getting so many really good sort of like close angles, you can quite literally see the whites of his eyes as he focuses on the rear bumper of top of there. Good move there. Yeah, and again, there's a very good pun as well. You know, the bubble's popped off. I'm going to say I've rubbed off on you again today. That's two days in a row, you lucky boy. But Nat Thomas there he is in the number 70 car, holding on to 6th position. Now Bingham has got to try and fight back. The 2 Argenti cars behind him, Meadows number 88 and Hool in the 58. I think their goose is being cooked, as it were. They are out of contention unless something happens to one of the top 6. It's a straight head-to-head fight 10 seconds ago between the number 70, Nat Thomas, on the Birrell ART chassis for the Jade Racing team, and Christopher Bingham on the Fullerton chassis for the S8 Racing team, number 18. Which one of these 2 drivers goes through? Which one goes home?
Exactly that. Timer clicks over now onto 0, so the drivers will see the last lap board this time around. The start marshal puts it out, and it's still very close at the front of this grid. Argenti Motorsport versus ST Racing, 2nd and 3rd at the moment as they cross the line to start the final lap, and this is still the battle for that 6th place spot. Now Bingham is still behind. He's in 7th place at the moment, but he's not back down. Back here at the front of the pack, or this is this is the front of the pack, isn't it?
Murdoch, yeah, as you can see, Thomas Wood, there's a point saying, right, no, go. I'm not going to take you, just point forward, let's just drive. I'm going to sit about 3 inches off your rear bumper to make you a little bit nervous, but apart from that, let's just drive. There they go. Here's the battle for 3rd place, and it looks like Murdoch in 3rd, Scusa 4th, and here's the battle for 6th going through your screens now. And it's still Nat Thomas, a kart length in front. Now Casper Scusa and Sam Hawthorne, they're in 4th and 5th. There's the win. So Morgan Porter takes the win. Who is going to be 6th? Here we go.
Looks pretty clear to me, and from that move earlier on from Nat Thomas down the inside at McRae's, he's managed to hold on to that 6th one, so protected his bubble, he did indeed. And unfortunately from that race, pending post-race scrutineering, we have lost Bingham, Meadows and Hall.
Yes, we'll see about that now. We've got, so that's the end of the repêchages. The next race is going to be the KZ2 final, starting at 3:55. What I'm going to do, it starts a minute ago. Has somebody just thrown some paperwork at you, Anthony? That is the B final, race 35.
No, that's old stuff.
No, that is race 35. Hurrah!
Yeah,
We've got a grid.
That's the old one.
That's the old one. Throw it away. Throw it away. Here's the next grid. It's KZ2. There's your provisional result. Porter, Wood, Murdoch, Scusa, Hawthorne and Thomas, your 6 provisional qualifiers for the Senior X30A final. And we now move ahead to the only final for the KZ2 class.
So the KZ2s will be heading out onto the circuit very shortly. I can see them here from the commentary box lining up just outside on that line, ready to head out onto the circuit. But the grid for the KZ2 is as follows. Starting on the front row on pole position, Joe Charlton with Miles Murphy starting on the 2nd row. We had a word with him earlier on, which you saw in one of the breaks. Ryan Cannon starting in 3rd place with Lee Ward in 4th. James Glenister in 5th place with Tom Longfield in 6th place. 7th place, Ashley Lewis with Daniel Gould in 8th place. Ryan Jones in 9th. Lee Hasler in 10th place. Alan Kennan in 11th place with Chad Shiner in 12th place on the grid. The last of the grid is rounding up as Dan Kelly in 13th, Darren Allen in 14th place, Peter Brickcliffe in 15th, and in 16th place, Adam Barber here for the KZ2 finals.
So this is going to, this should be a 15-minute race. I'm looking at, yeah, I think the final duration 15 minutes plus a lap according to the programme. We'll soon see by the race clock that appears. I'll pay more attention to the race clock that appears at the top of the screen at the start of this one.
So drivers going around again for another
2 rolling laps in KZ2 just to get the, because again the tyres really need to be warmed up, and it's a standing start. They need to warm the karts and the engines up as well. And of course, you know, there is Joe Charlton alongside Miles Murphy, Ryan Cannon, Lee Ward, James Glenister, Tom Longfield. So Charlton, again, after taking a break from karting last year, comes back, first round of the British Championship, finds himself starting on pole for the final. What about James Glenister, though? James Glenister, he's been so quick, and then he's very inconsistent performance. Miles Murphy has been getting quicker and quicker, but hasn't made it to the top step yet. The wins are being shared between Charlton and Glenister, but Murphy starts alongside him, and then other drivers to watch out for. Longfield, Tom Longfield in kart number 17. Again, another driver's been very, very quick. And Dan Kelly from the back of the field. He's had all sorts of problems. He got involved in that incident with Adam Barber, and I think Barber has been penalised because or has had a penalty because he is starting right at the back of the number 64 CRG kart, but he should be coming through as well. Let's see. So 16 drivers, KZ2 final. Joe Charlton on the left in kart number 15. Miles Murphy on the right in kart number 6. And
we've had a staller in the back. It looks like it's the 33, Darren Allen. He's out the kart and he's trying to bump start it. They're sending the drivers around again.
Yes, quite sensibly as well, because you know, now can he get that kart start? Will it go?
I think the 64 is going to give him a bump.
He's going to try to. That's very spoiling. Or is he just?
Has he just sorted it himself?
No, he hasn't. I think he's. Nope, he's not. If he gives him a bump, he could do his nose cone. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No, there's the air boxes coming off. There's oh, hang on a sec. Give us a hand. You know what? There, something stopped. How am I going to get this number 33 kart? And of course, no assistance allowed because the official can't give assistance, and the race director. Yep. There's the universal signal for es ist kaputt.
Das Auto ist kaputt.
Yes, das Auto ist kaputt. And to the marshal post I go. So what's the rest of the racing? Oh, such a shame for number 33, Darren Allen, one of the 2 rookies in the race. It was his first national championship meeting, and it ends with a bird's eye, a grandstand view of the final, but only because he is, because he's not in it.
Yeah. You got to think what that does to the other drivers as well. For the drivers at the front, they didn't know what was going on behind. They're right there, lined up on the grid, ready for that light to go out, and then they get sent round again. They're like, oh.
Yes, like, the adrenaline builds up, and then it's subsided, and you've got to go again. So, you know, what has that done to Joe Charlton's nerves?
Yeah.
I mean, I know these are the senior, most experienced drivers in the championship, but still, you're starting on pole for a British Championship round. You're going to have those butterflies, those great butterflies that all drivers have while you're waiting on the grid for the race to start. Engine notes rise. Lights are out. Off we go. It's a great start from Charlton. It's a poor start from Murphy, and Cannon is going to go into second place as they go through turn number 1. Out onto the back straight, Charlton leads. Cannon in that red and white Birrell chassis for the Andy Fairless race team, getting alongside almost as some of the there's a spinner down at the back. I think that was one of the Rush Performance karts, the Maranello karts, having a problem, but it's a good start for the pole man, and we are underway and trying to find out who that was that spun at the start. But Murphy in third. It's the number
24.
It's Ashley Lewis who is out of the race.
Yep, started in 7th place. And that's not the way you want to start the final here. The timer is 15 minutes.
There we
for
go.
This race.
Right, there we
we're right this time for the start of this one as they go through. Good starts from all the way around. It was a good start I saw from Daniel Gould. He managed to get around some of the other karts as well. He moved up 1 position. I think he's dropped back down now, though. But here at the front, it's the 2 leaders. You've got the 15 and you've got the 10 as well. Ryan Cannon, who started just behind the man we're watching here is the number 6 of Miles Murphy. Yep, down the inside of the number 2 of James Glenister. Now At the front here.
Battle for the lead into the Stewart S's that aren't the S's, just into Stewart. We'll just call that there as Ryan Cannon takes the lead for the first time all weekend. I was going to say as well that James Glenister, that kart has been off and on all day. It's on for the final. That's good news. And Glenister is coming forward, so there's another contender to add to the list. Now, Ryan Cannon hasn't led at all this weekend so far. Now he finds himself in top spot, 13.5 minutes to go. Plenty of rivals right behind him. Is he going to be able to pull away, or is Charlton going to come straight back? And there goes Murphy. So Murphy, great overtake there on the number 2 kart of Glenister, and Tom Longfield capitalises to push it back. Here comes Longfield again.
Down the inside, I don't think Miles was expecting that.
No.
And of course he's dropped now a good few more positions as well. So the 17 at the front of this pack in 3rd place. So Tom Longfield now wanting to try and catch up to the 2 at the front, because 3rd place is good in a final, but 1st is better.
Oh yes, why do we want to be on the bottom step of the podium when the top is there for the taking? He's thinking. The top 2 are breaking clear a little bit though, but now what can Longfield do? So Longfield needs to keep Glenister, Ward and Murphy behind him for a lap or 2 to let him get into a rhythm and to see how much pace he has got. Because if Glenister, and there goes Murphy, so Murphy has been really aggressive, lots of overtaking from Miles Murphy. He goes back past Lee Ward coming into McRae's, and Longfield, there comes Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly moves past the number 37 kart of Lee Hasler. But you know, again, Longfield was having to defend from James Glenister. You know, Longfield, he needs that sort of a lap or 2 to get a rhythm together, because rhythm is so important in these KZ2 karts. You know, you can really flow from one lap to another, and that rhythm will get spoiled every time someone dives up and inside, because again, at a circuit like this, we've seen the 2 most common overtaking positions are going into the hairpins, which by virtue of the nature of the corner, which means you're pulling out, you're standing on the brakes at the apex, slowing yourself down, you're slowing the driver you're overtaking down, and then you're going flipping back up through the gearbox on the straight. Meanwhile, you've lost a lot of rhythm and you've lost a lot of ground. So, you know, Longfield, he does look as though he's sort of kept Glenister at bay at the moment, and there's a great view, and that shows how fast those karts are going down the hill. You know, 30 gear changes a lap in just over about 1,030 metres, the length of this circuit, and speeds of up to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, very quick for a circuit round here. 11 minutes left on the timer as they go through. You still have your 2 at the front. It's Ryan Cannon, Joe Charlton, I should say, Tom Longfield, James Glenister, Miles Murphy and Lee Ward are the top 6 at the moment. These 2 still breaking away at the front. The fastest driver on circuit, though, that last lap was Tom Longfield with a 43.30. There it is, that it pops up on your screen now for the people at home. So he is closing that gap. It's 0.6 of a second is the gap now, and you can see it from that drone shot there. The gap is coming in, and now he's going to want to get to the front of these guys. Ryan and Joe really need to have a head on a swivel, I would say. Yep,
and Joe Charlton is going to be, the tension is going to be ratcheted up to 11 on the tension scale, because Charlton is going to see this number 17 kart coming in. Of course, Charlton has been leading most of the weekend so far. Glenister is there in 4th position. Murphy is 5th. And then Kenyon in 6th, Lee Ward 7th, Dan Kelly up to 8th, then Ryan Jones 9th, Lee Hasler 10th, Gould 11th, then Chad Shiner, Adam Barber and Peter Brickcliffe are the remaining runners, and we have a 3-kart battle for the race lead as Longfield is taking in 3 or 4 laps. I said he'd need a couple of laps, and there's the move. So Charlton, he could sense the danger coming, and get out of harm's way.
Yeah, gets that car in between them, so good move there.
And he's going to hope that now that Ryan Cannon is going to defend from Longfield, and they'll battle amongst themselves and allow Charlton to get away, because it does look at the moment that Longfield's the fastest kart on track in this race, and he makes the move early. Well, so the gap is now 0.3 of a second between 1st and 2nd. The driver with the kart in 2nd is faster than the race leader at the moment.
Yeah, so looking so comfortable out there is the number 17 of Tom Longfield. He's set consistent fast times out there at the moment. He's not improved the lap time this time around, but he is still the fastest driver out on circuit. 9 minutes left on the timer. Plenty of time to close that little gap that there is there. 0.3 of a second that he's got to the man in front of Joe Charlton. And of course, if those two start scrapping again, I suspect there's going to be some good defensive driving here.
Because Charlton was very, very leery coming out of that first chicane. He got, the back of the cart was fish-turning around the place. He just bounced across the circuit from one curb to the other. Kart and settle. Miles Murphy, 43.17, running in 5th position for the Moore Racing team. Sam Moore's going to be doing his nut out on the banking somewhere as his driver closes in with 8.5 minutes to go. Anthony, we have got 1.59 seconds separating the top 5. Still anyone's race.
It is, yes. You can see the top 5 here coming into the final corner now. And again, it's still a bit of a 2x2 by Billy No Mates on his own in 5th place at the moment.
Sorry, Miles.
Yeah. But as they go through, just over 8 minutes left on the clock, it's still the 15 and the 17 battling it out. Joe Charlton, Tom Longford. Tom, I think I've got my money on him on this one. He's set those quick times out there already. He looks smooth in the kart while he's out there. He looks comfortable. He looks calm out there at the moment. And I feel he's just got something in the bag that he hasn't released yet.
Yeah, the drivers that are struggling, I think of the top 5, it looks like Ryan Cannon is the driver that is struggling the most. He had such a great start. There goes Glenister to the inside. That was a new place to pass. It was a very risky place, but Glenister didn't quite make the move stick. Here comes Murphy again, and Murphy's been very aggressive, but he's been passed, repassed, passed, repassed. Again, you say he's got something in the bag. You don't say that, because the Motorsport UK drug squad here this weekend. No one's got anything in any bags. Honestly, on that. But Longfield is there in second place. He checks over his shoulder again. He checks over to see he's got some clean air, so now he can set Charlton up for a move. If Cannon was there, and Cannon is defending 3rd place, and look at that, just one move from Glenister that didn't work has got Cannon on the defensive, and the gap has grown to 1.7 seconds between the top 2 and the Scotsman Ryan Cannon in kart number 10 running in 3rd place. Now behind the top 5, you've still got Dan Kelly up in decision. When are we going to see the number 3 kart? There we are. Look at that, just on cue. Flashes into view. So Dan Kelly, last year's Super 4 gearbox champion.
Battling away there on his own as well. And yeah, this group of 3 now have closed back up. The final spot for the podium. You see Miles Murphy there. He did start on the front row in 2nd place. Now back here in 5th place. So dropping a few positions down. But again, it is a tough competition out there. It's the slightest mistake, the slightest missed gear, and it's you are down the field. Just over 6 minutes left on the clock. So we've still got quite a few laps in here for this one. As they go through again, they just seem to be in a nice train at the moment. Even though they're battling for technically the last spot on the podium, they just seem a little calm.
Yes, indeed. And of course, every time that you see the drivers coming into McRae's hairpin, you've got on the side of the circuit Ashley Lewis, helmet on, just slumped on the barriers, watching this and both thinking, I could be there, that could have been me. But there's always next time. Dan Kelly is in 6th all on his own, but 7th. Here comes a move from Glenister. Ooh, and Ryan Cannon chops him off. Going into Stewart. Murphy, what does Miles Murphy do? I would say that Miles Murphy, who's got the fastest lap of the race so far? I think it is a 43.02 for Glenister, but Murphy's in a 43.1. It's a 43.02 for Joe. I think for Joe Charlton. I think Murphy's probably as quick, if not quicker, than the race leader. The problem he's had is that every time he's made a pass, he's been passed back and he's never got into clear air, and it all stems from that he didn't get a great start.
No, he didn't, and it's one of the pains on that one. Here's the move. No, can't quite do it here. It looked like Longfield there was going to go down the inside of Charlton at Stewart, but he didn't do it there as they close up now here as well. The number 10 and the number 2. This is the battle for. It's the battle for 3rd place. It's I think one of the timings has gone wrong. I thought that was battle for 2nd. Then battle for 3rd.
It was one of those where I think that Longfield he put the crosshairs on Joe Charlton, but he didn't quite pull the trigger.
No, yeah, it was a half pull there, wasn't it? So as they go through, has a quick look behind him just to make sure that there's no one there. Yep. That means get ready for a move. Dan Kelly, new fastest time.
Just caught James Glenister as well. Glenister looking over his shoulder. I think James Glenister is in trouble. Looking down where Kelly is, and there's somebody off in the barriers at the outside of the circuit. There's somebody who's pulled off their cart, and we'll get a number check.
The number 2's just pulled in.
I thought Glenister was in trouble. Glenister has retired back to the pits and I think there's somebody else who's gone in. So we're losing drivers from the front. So it's still Charlton, and who's that? That's the number 11 kart of Alan Kenyon, who moves to 5th position. So, Miles Murphy. It's Miles Murphy that went off.
No.
There was a kart that was. There was a kart at the side of the circuit at McRae's. Miles Murphy in the Demon Tweek sponsored drive pulls out and is out of the race. And at the same time, James Glenister was looking down. Glenister was looking down at the behind the airbox area of the kart, and he's pulled in to retire. So there may have been retirement. I hope that the two weren't connected, or I hope those two karts didn't connect at some point. Yes, that would be unfortunate. Here's the battle for the lead, but it does look as though Joe Charlton, he's weathered the storm, and he's sort of, Cannon all on his own in 3rd position. And I said earlier, the top 5, when they were all together, Cannon, he looked like he was the one that was struggling for pace. But however, he's held his nerve. The kart has stayed together, and he's found himself now all on his own in 3rd position. Both Glenister and Murphy, who showed better pace, I would say, better out-and-out pace, they've both gone now, and he's on his own. So it's now Kelly in 4th, Kenyon in 5th, Ward 6th, Doan 7th, Hasler 8th, Gould 9th, Barber 10th, then Shiner, and that's it. 11 karts still running. Peter Brickcliffe has also retired the number 52 kart, so we're down to 11 with 2.5 minutes to go. Still Joe Charlton leads, but I think Longfield, maybe he hung back for a lap or two, let the tyres cool off again. At least Ashley Lewis on the side has got a friend.
He's got some company now, hasn't he?
Yes, so, two disgruntled drivers watching the last race unfold. But again, 42.91. Kelly into the 42s. How far is Dan Kelly behind his teammate Ryan Cannon? The answer is 1.1 seconds. The two Andy Fairless karts in 3rd and 4th place, but Kelly is the fastest of 2. So 2 minutes to go. Longfield, he seems to have, just taken a couple of laps to let the tyres cool off. Now he's going to go again. Charlton, though, has been unshakable.
Yeah, it's been quite tough there at the front. Now, I think what Tom's done is he's seen behind him, he's seen the gap that they've got. Let's not fight at the moment. He's opened up quite a big gap now, I have to say. Hopefully he doesn't need to open up too big of a gap. Or maybe, again, I think there's some psychological warfare going on here. I reckon he's backing off a bit to try and let Charlton relax and think, oh, he's dropping back. Oh, and there's a big gap behind there. Maybe I could cool down a bit now, and then that's where he'll pounce.
Yes, like a cheetah in the long grass.
Yes.
And Charlton is the gazelle.
Yes.
I watch David Attenborough. I know these things. Yes, very good point. But, and of course, but a cheetah's not as fast as these karts. But then again, neither is a gazelle. So here we go. And again, you're right. So now Longfield, he had a really good run through that first chicane. So we've got a minute to go. Longfield's kart very good through that first chicane. Can he maintain the advantage or maintain that pace? Yeah, through those couple of hairpins. Longfield's still right there. Out of Stewart, down the hill towards St John's. Now through Sunny. Waiting to pounce, like you said, Anthony. 30 seconds to go. This race has been going on now for 20 laps, nearly 15 minutes. The top 2 separated by less than a length of a kart.
It's just to see where it's going to happen, isn't it? 15 seconds left on the time. They haven't got the last lap board yet. They will see it this time, and there's the lunge from Longfield. He tried it there on Charlton. It didn't work out, so now Charlton knows he's there, and he's going to step it up a gear, I think.
The gazelle leaps out of the way, and the cheetah is left to lick his wounds and go again, but I think we're going to have a situation where the clock strikes 0 next time around the last lap board. Has Longfield shown his cars just yet? So Charlton is going to be aware, and Charlton is going to get very defensive. Now, if at a track where it's difficult to overtake, it's going to take hopefully he's taken a leaf out of the Junior X30 last lap book of lunges. It's going to take, here comes Longfield. Charlton on the brakes early. That's going to affect his run out of the corner, but he gets up to the gears quite quickly, and you can see Longfield now, bang, 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 down to the box, through into Iredale's. And Dan Kelly has caught his teammates, so we could have a change for 3rd as well. So game on for 1st, game on for 3rd. Charlton very defensive in his Stewart. It's going to mean he's slow on this run down the hill. Is Longfield going to pounce? Charlton defends. It's going to be a crossover move coming out of this corner up to the final turn. Longfield's on the outside.
He's got the line here. He's going to try and go for the switchback move here. It's going to be a run to the line. Is he going to get it though?
Oh, Joe Charlton hangs on. Great result for Joe Charlton. And Ryan Cannon holds on to third. Well, Anthony, this is going to be, that was a great race. I mean, Longfield did everything good. There we go. Bit of sportsmanship there. That's the only handshake you'll see in this paddock all weekend. Everyone is, you can't do the elbow bump when you're sat in a cart because the pods are too wide.
Yes.
But again, that was very good sporting. And again, Charlton, he'll be pleased with that. As the privateer driver, Longfield, again, Longfield in second. So a privateer 1-2. So, again, they're getting help from various people, but I mean, they're not in a big team, and they just saw the British Championship, privateer entrants, have just finished first and second. The two Andy Fairless Racing drivers, Ryan Cannon and Dan Kelly, third and fourth. Cannon just holding off the 2018 champion. Kenyon, Ward and Dones were next. Lee Hasler, after a torrid weekend, comes home 8th, and then it was Daniel Gould and Adam Barber, the rest of the top 10. Chad Shiner also finished 11th after 22 grueling, arduous laps. That was KZ2. Now, Anthony, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch my very athletic legs. I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to get the grids for the next 4 races, because Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing is all on his lonesome down there, and he can't leave computers. So we need some grids, I would say. It would help.
Yes.
Yeah, so I shall... So, right, okay, talk amongst yourselves. I shall be back.
Yes, exactly that. And, of course, while we have Henry stretch his legs to go get the times, you can see here, the drivers here from KZ2, they pull into the scrutineering bay, and, of course, all the results are coming in now. And I believe we're going to have an interview with Connor Duncan, I believe, from earlier on this week.
My name's Connor Duncan. I'm in the IAME Cadet class and I race for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. It's the pinnacle of racing, and I just want to race against the best. And it's probably the hardest championship to win out there. Race for a team is a lot better with the benefits of, like, because I get Oliver Rowland and my mechanic working on my car, and then Oliver Rowland's coaching me, and the benefits are just a lot bigger than being by yourself and not knowing what to do some of the time.
Yeah, so obviously my name is Oliver Rowland. In the karting capacity, I own and run ORM, and I'm a Nissan Formula E driver. Yeah, so obviously it's quite busy trying to juggle being a racing driver and also have a team. I try to share my time as much as I can between both. But yeah, it's extremely busy and it's a passion of mine, so having been able to share some of my experiences with the young drivers is amazing. And yeah, of course, to have Connor in our team is fantastic. We really believe in him and we believe that he can get the results for the team, just like we do with a lot of others, but we're really looking forward to our partnership together and hopefully we can win many races.
A couple of weekends ago, I managed to win the GP plate in Honda, and that's probably one of my biggest achievements. It was just one of the best times of my karting career, I would say. In the next few years, I would like to be testing and trying to get into cars, maybe like F4 or F3, maybe something like that. I looked up to Jim Clark. I loved the way he raced, and I love how many great stories there were of how he won races, so I look up to him.
Well, here we go. That's great news there. Who's looking up to who? We're off and racing in the final of the Cadet IAME race. That was a very brief intro there. Boom, we're off and racing. 12 minutes and the yellow flag's out. Oh, we've got karts in the barriers coming through the first chicane. Who is that with the bright yellow crash helmet on? I'm going to look down. It's the 69. Number 69. I think that would be Eden Spanswick, the Pullman Racing driver. Now, the grid. It was Connor Duncan on pole position, Macaulay Bishop on the outside of row number 1, Nathan Ty and Cathal Clark on row 2, and Zach Knight and Zach Drummond row 3, and look at that, it's a sea of Oliver Rowland yellow at the front, but as I say that, Macaulay Bishop in kart number 9 moves to 3rd place with Connor Duncan leading, and Nathan Tye second, Bishop is third, Zach Knight is fourth, and who's that in fifth? That is Zach Drummond? No, it's another Oliver Rowland kart in fifth, possibly William Knight. Now, I mean, I'm looking there about, I think thank you to Alan Dove, a cheater being recorded at 75 miles an hour. You didn't see me run up and down those stairs, did you, Alan? No, that was 7.5 miles an hour, and I'm suffering from it. Here we go. But Eden Spanswick gets back in the race, and Bishop now trying to get alongside Nathan Tye for second. No one has broken away. Yesterday we saw Bishop make a good start and get a 1 second advantage. The entire lead group, including the number 8, there's the number 5, Ethan Jeff Hall is there into 6th position, and then the 11th of Cathal Clark, and here comes Bishop for the race lead. Will Tye follow him through? No, Zach Knight slices back into 2nd place. We just heard from Oliver Rowland, their team boss. And Connor Duncan, the driver, looks up to Jim Clark, which is a great thing, the great Jim Clark. Into 2nd place. I mean, that's got to be this guy's in the YouTube footage there of Jim Clark. I mean, you know, doubt Connor Duncan's parents were around when Jim was racing, let alone kind of a good knowledge of racing history, I have to say, for these gentlemen. There's Hardy and Massey going through in car number 44. So we've got at the front 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts. The lone Pullman Racing entry. Then we've got a Strawberry Racing kart, one Strawberry Racing kart, one the number 44 kart, the privateer driver Hardy Massey, and 2 Fusion drivers. So all main players in the lead group. There's Ethan Jeff Hall to the inside of the number 30 kart. So Connor Duncan in kart 30 now beginning to slip backwards, and
the 33 PMR kart is off into the gravel, and there also the number 5 being jostled out of the way. Ethan Jeff Hall, yes, that's not gone well for him, and his
teammate Archie Clark and Hardy Massey going through as well, and he's out behind his namesake Cathal Clark. But yeah, Josh inside him, but look who's got a little breakaway at the front.
Yep, indeed. We've got Bishop again leading by just under a second. He's got 0.7 of a second gap to the GP plate of Nathan Tye, then Zachary Knight and Connor Duncan, William Knight. So the 4 Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts.
And there's 2 more, Ethan Jeff Hall and Hardy Massey going grass tracking, coming out of there as well at the background. So that's 2 out of the thing, and look at that whole horde of Fusion Motorsport karts as well coming through the chicane there. There's Connor Duncan being chased by William Knight, and then it is Zach Drummond, Archie Clark, Cathal Clark, Lewis Warrell, Noah Wolf, Sebastian Mins, Alfie Slater, Ben Smith, Roman Kamyab. There's like 6 Fusion drivers all in line, but they're chasing Macaulay Bishop, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 Oliver Rowland karts, and the leading and sole remaining Strawberry Racing Tony kart of number 8 Archie Clark. See, Ethan Jeff Hall is still in the race, but he has dropped right down the order along with Hardy Massey out of the top 10.
Last lap around that we just had, Nathan Tye was 0.2 of a lap faster than Macaulay Bishop, so he is closing that gap down. The gap is just now 0.4 of a second, and again from that fantastic drone shot that the viewers on the stream can see, that gap is visibly getting smaller. They start to come round the final couple of corners. Sunny Bend now, they come into view of everyone who's watching from the paddock as they go round Paddock Bend now. That gap for the lead slowly closing down. It was 0.4, it's now 0.3 as they cross the line. They break it now, 7 minutes left on the clock as they go through. 5 laps down already, and it's still all to play for. Macaulay Bishop here, he won yesterday in the finals. He's trying to do it again today. Is it going to be done?
Well, I mean, he led every lap yesterday, and he's not led every lap so far today. So that's gone out the window. Nathan Tye, fastest lap of the race. And I thought Nathan was looking particularly aggressive coming across the start-finish line. He had his head down, he was pushing himself on. I think he probably thinks to himself, okay, I've played the tactical game, now I'm going to show my real colours, I'm going to show my real pace. And he takes the lead away from Macaulay Bishop with Zach Knight in 3rd. Still Connor Duncan in 4th, and it's William Knight in 5th. So the 2 Knight brothers both in the top 5. Archie Clark in 6th, and then 2, 4, 6 Fusion karts. Drummond, Werrell, Cathal Clark, Wolf, Mins, Slater. Ethan Jeff Hall is 13th, Hardy Massey 14th, Ben Smith 15th. Then it's Kamyab, Glover, Jorge Edgar, Belofsky, Rudman, Cunningham, Moore, Sofronea, Phillips, Murtagh, Walker, Brown, Katsantonis and Eli Baden are the top 29. And we have lost Jay Brown. I don't know, Jay Brown is still there in 30th place, but we've lost Ethan Spanswick and Cameron Pratt-Thompson.
There we go again, they're still squabbling at the front, and this is allowing the 36 of Zachary Knight to catch up to these two as well. Nathan Tye, Macaulay Bishop fighting furiously. Yes, Nathan Macaulay Bishop trying really hard to get in front of Nathan Tye again at the top of the Stuart S's. Refuses to do it, but here again, almost contact again, and that loses the position. 36 takes it. Zachary Knight moves up into second place. Macaulay Bishop falling behind again, and now he's being swamped here. 3 of Wade as they go through the final corner, and that is not what you want to see with 5 minutes left of the final.
And that was Archie Clark as well, darting to the inside in cart number 8. Now, this is allowing Nathan Tye to get away. It's Nathan and William Knight in second. It's Tye, William Knight, and now his brother Zach Knight moves into third place. I mean, we're talking about who's going to have the front seat of the van on the way home. It depends. If they both finish on the podium, one of them can probably drive, and Dad can sit in the back. But there's the number 9 cart now. Bishop, this is not a familiar territory for him. He's been forced back into the pack. He's going to try and muscle his way back through, whilst Nathan Tye, timing it perfectly, as they cut. There's the drone shot. 10 cart lengths, 15 cart lengths in the lead. Down the hill they come, and inspired by Oliver Rowland being here today, fresh from finishing 5th in the Formula E Championship this year. Bishop behind the number 8 cart of Clark down in 7th place. The top 7 drivers now separated by 1.5 seconds. Zach Drummond last time around in cart number 20 for Fusion Motorsport, the 54.93, fastest lap of the race. There's Tye, William Knight, Zach Knight and Connor Duncan, and Oliver Rowland Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4. Fusion in 5, make that Strawberry Racing in 5. Strawberry infused with Fusion in 6th. Then it's Paul Munn's team, and Bishop's pointing forward saying, right, go, go, go. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Ethan Jeff Hall recovers and sets to the sets off in the number 9 car to try and catch the front. This video from ex-British Championship racer Sean Arnold watching there, asking what about the white lines, penalties and the track limits. They're not enforcing them this weekend. Which is why the drivers are being very judicious with their use of the outside line coming out of McRae's hairpin and out of Sunny Bend as well.
Yes, yeah, it's the track limits rulebook has been torn up, thrown away and forgotten.
But just for this weekend.
Just for this weekend.
The drivers are all made aware of it. They can't police it this weekend, so they're not going to try and penalise 1 or 2, because they'll end up penalising everyone. And we're not at Wilton Mills, that's not going to happen.
Exactly.
Here we go. So now, can William Knight and his brother Zach Knight close in on Nathan Tye? Can Connor Duncan get there as well? Has Tye broken away and done it? Now, if any 2 drivers are going to work together, it's not going to be just the 2 teammates, it's going to be the 2 teammates who are brothers.
Yes. Yeah, that's going to be the one to keep an eye on that one, as they see the 8 and the 9 all start to tuck in. Archie Clark, Macaulay Bishop there, front to rear as they head through. This is a little further forward. This is the gap now between first and second. Again, it's slightly come down again. It was over 0.8 of a second. It's now become below 0.8 of a second. So these 3 need to work together. Of course, top 4, all Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammates. And of course, they just need to work together. There's no need to battle at the moment. There's still a little bit of time left. When it comes to the end, I think that's where the bell rings and it all kicks off.
Yes, and behind them, Macaulay Bishop has moved back into there. He's the number 9 car. He's now back ahead of the number 8 of Archie Clark and the number 20 of Zach Drummond. But the gap between these, the front 4 effectively, and Bishop in 5th place is 1.5 seconds. But Bishop has got a whole train of cars behind him, and the Fusion drivers all turning around and communicating. Drummond in the number 20 cart. He's got Werrell in the number 10 behind him. Then the number 11 of Cathal Clark. They're all working together now. Change for second place. Zach Knight takes over P2. William Knight moves to the outside, and Connor Duncan slots into 3rd position. Out of the Stuart S's, down towards St John's and Sunny Bend now. The gap, it's been hovering at around 3/4 of a second, and it's now about 0.6 of a second. So they are closing in ever so slightly, but they're running out of time. And Nathan Tye, he's made that move, timed it perfectly, and he's now trying to make his escape for victory.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job of it as well, so that gap is opening up. He has opened up about a 0.3 of a gap between Zach Knight and Connor Duncan, so is breaking away ever so slightly. 90 seconds remain on the timer itself. Of course, the last lap board will come out, and then we get one more lap. Ethan Jeff Hall, fastest lap at the moment, 54.670. for this final at the moment. He's running down in 11th place at the moment. He has dropped 3 places from the start, but working hard to try claw those back. Just over a minute left, and still all to play for at the front here.
So can Conor Duncan push Zach Knight up to the front? Behind them, Bishop, Archie Clark, Cathal Clark and Drummond are all closing in ever so slightly, but really they're going to close in to try and scrape second place. Nathan Tye, he's driven a very sensible day so far. I mean, the heats mean nothing in terms of the championship. He put himself in a position where he still started third on the grid for the final, and he's managed to make his way through, take the lead, but also then maintain that small gap. But his teammates aren't going to go. Well, it's an Oliver Rowland, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this will be a first in the British Championship. Bishop in 5th, and then it is the leading Strawberry Kart, Archie Clark, in 6th position. 7th will be Cathal Clark, and it's the Fusion Brigade in 7th place on back. And looking at Ethan Jeff Hall's made it back into the top 10. Hardy Marcy is back into 12th. But here we go. Now, Zach Clark in the 36, Conor Duncan in the 30. The clock is about to strike 0. Will Nathan Tye come there? Will the last lap board? I'm looking out the window.
Yep,
last lap board goes out. Here we go. Ding, ding, final round. Nathan Tye has the lead.
He's got the lead, and he's got a consistent gap here of about 7/10 of a second. It's all going to be down to what the 3 behind can do. They're now becoming under pressure from Macaulay Bishop, who's caught to the back of this trio of Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts as they go through. Macaulay Bishop also sets the fastest lap of the race with 54.560 on this final lap, and he's right behind now. Expect to move down the inside here. Knight looks behind him. Duncan, of course, on the inside on the number 30. And is he going to send it down? Macaulay Bishop takes that 1 position, so he moves up into 4th place. I don't think it's enough. There's still a gap of 0.4 of a second to Nathan Tye as well.
As in, Tye was looking over his shoulder, and it was getting the gap was coming down. Duncan's made the move, and I thought at one point they're going to catch him. But then Duncan made the move, and now it's side by side. So Nathan Tye has got it wheel to wheel, 2 wide, 3 wide almost, coming out of the final corner. But Nathan Tye for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, the GP plate holder, takes victory in the second final of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship for the Cadet IAME class, and a deserved winner. What a day's racing for Nathan Tye. Conor Duncan in 3rd, and it was a Oliver Rowland Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4. Behind Conor Duncan, Zach Knight beats his brother to the final step of the podium by 0.06 of a second. They both deserve a front row seat in the van on the way home, I would say, for that.
Definitely.
Brilliant. And Macaulay Bishop, yesterday's winner, comes home in 5th position, and 0.2 of a second from 2nd to 5th. There it is on your screens. Archie Clark coming home in 6th position, and then Cathal Clark in 7th for Fusion, Zach Drummond 8th, Ethan Jeff Hall 9th, Noah Wolf rounding out the top 10, Lewis Warrell and Hardy Mamasi. There's a rundown of some of the lower positions. Anthony, again, a fantastic drive for Nathan Tye in that one.
Yeah, it was a fantastic drive, and yeah, the teams should be immensely proud of all the drivers out there today. They had a fierce race all the way throughout, and yeah, it was a nail-biting one to watch at the end there.
And so that is going to be it for the Cadet. So, I mean, that is just the first weekend of racing. We waited a long time to get there, and I can see Oliver Rowland, one of our camera guys, have caught Oliver Rowland coming back to the paddock. Very happy. Well done, Oliver. He's got Finley Bunce and Teddy Wilson, two of the driver coaches on his team. They're just coming back underneath there. There is a very happy David Bellchambers congratulating Conor Duncan. So, yeah, there's handshakes all around. At least Bellchambers has got his mask on. That's good to see. There is Nathan Tye Jr. Went and having a good rundown of the whole team, and there's Conor Duncan, having a smile. So he's going to be well pleased with the podium, and pleased for the whole Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Yeah, I'm trying to think now. Last time a team had a 1-2, it must have been a Fusion Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, if there has ever been one before. But certainly the top 4. All from the same team. A great race, and that's just the start of the finals, or the second final under. We've got 3 races to go. Next up will be the minis. Well, if the cadets can pack that much excitement into 12 minutes, then I'm sure we will see just as much from the Mini drivers. Having said that, Vinnie Phillips took a storming win in the last heat race, the only win in the whole class. And like I said there, so there's Sarah Lohman watching the Oliver Rowrah Motorsport. Lots of support for the ORM team on the feed. Good to see so many people watching and supporting. I'm sure there's lots of support for all the drivers out there. Lots of people. I mean, I think yesterday 6,500 views by about 10 o'clock last night on yesterday's Alpha live stream, and I'm sure there'll be many more today. But Anthony, take us through the grid for Mini X30, if you would, please, sir.
I would be more than happy to take you through
so
kind. Vinnie Phillips then will be starting on pole position with Gabriel Stilp starting in second place. Leo Robinson will be on the second row in third, and Rylan Etchberg in fourth place. They've had a tough day all day of racing today. Etienne Simmons in fifth place with Jack Hobson in sixth place on the grid. Moving on into seventh place is Wesley Swain. Then it's Ella Stevens in eighth place, Hayden Eldridge in ninth, Joseph Rippin in 10th place with Lewis Bird in 10th, and Freddie Allen in 12th place. Hopefully Lewis has actually made it to the actual...
Lewis has been sat there since the end of the repechage outside. He didn't want to miss his slot on the gate opening out onto the dummy grid for this one. So we should have all 12 a full complement. I won't say the dirty dozen, because I'm sure some of them had a bath last night. Here we go. Vinnie Phillips on your left of the screen. Kart number 87, Gabriel Stilp. So the Fusion Motorsport Xspirit chassis of Vinnie Phillips will lead them out for the start of this one. The number 10 Mad Croc kart from Croc Promotions driver Gabriel Stilp on the outside. Then it's another Xspirit belonging to number 37 Leo Robinson on the inside of row 2, and the Tony Kart chassis of Litchfield Motorsports Rylan Eschberg, Kart 73 on the outside of the second row. The GP plate holder, the British Grand Prix winner, Coles Racing Ian Simmons on a Tony Kart chassis he's the leading qualifier with the Aventus power.
We've had some drama in the grid. One of the karts didn't start up. It was the 28 of Ella Stevens, yes. But gets started now, makes the way out. A bit of there's someone who's had a spin there. Who's that? The 37.
It's Leo Robinson.
We've not even started the race yet, Leo.
But no, at least he's done it at the early part of the lap, so we can maybe catch up and retake his grid slot.
Are they allowed to do, is that...
if you get to the pack and you catch them up before a certain point on the circuit, you can retake a grid slot.
Okay.
You can't come hammering through the last corner as they're coming to the line and retake the grid slot. Then you've got to start at the back. But he should make it up there, although I don't know.
I don't think he has, no.
No, now he turns up coming like a bat out of hell, straight up there, and he is stuck now. He's going to have... Oh, he's stuck in the middle. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. No, he has found his spot. He has found his spot. And the judicious... Now, former British Championship clerk Alan Bryant was saying about, the tyre weaving thing. He was, having an argument. And that's the reason why tyre warming isn't allowed, and they're going to go around again. And, so Alan Bryant, who's, I hope Alan is well and watching, but yeah, former clerk in this championship, which under another name at the time, he was saying about tyre warming. That's the reason why this saying not tyre warming. As you can see, all the drivers have read the rules, because none of them are warming their tyres at the straight there, none of them are weaving around trying to, but when the tyres are cold, the power of these karts is such that when the tyres are cold, drivers can spin off very, very easily, and nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to spin off on a rolling lap while warming their tyres. That would be bad. But,
it's an embarrassing thing to do.
Yes. So,
our producer, Luke Austin, has definitely done that in the past in his karting days.
Here we go. So that's why he turned to TV.
Yes.
So here we go. So now Stilp on the outside is just getting himself ready. Vinnie Phillips on the inside. Now Robinson has got to sort of reset the mental brain and forget about that incident. Now Rylan Eschberg has worked very hard to get to the front. Are we going to see a breakaway by Phillips, or are we going to see... And Phillips cuts across from the start there to take the racing line, and Gabriel Stilp was forced wide. Somebody has spun in the background, but it is Phillips and Robinson 1-2. Etienne Simmons up to third, Stilp fourth, and Eschberg down to fifth. But that was a deliberate move there by Phillips to cut across the front and take the line. Oh, and that's the number 66 kart of Freddie Allen Cato Motorsport driver who was spun off, but that was a deliberate move there to take the traditional racing line into the first corner. Stilp was there, and he was forced on the grass. It affected Stilp's rhythm, and now he's back and forth, but crucially, no breakaway yet. So can Robinson sort of work with his teammate, or is this going to be a bun fight for the next 12 minutes? Simmons has got to get his foot down and close in as Stilp makes a move to regain third place. And I have to say, under darkening skies, oh no, Etienne Simmons fights back, and this is slowing them down. It's allowing the two Fusion drivers in front to get away.
Yeah, there was a mistake from Etienne Simmons out of the penultimate corner that allowed the driver to get past.
Stilp has gone past again. Now he's saying things. So Simmons is slapping his head, saying, oh, like, you know, that was a bit of a forceful move.
Yeah.
Stilp is saying to him, come on. Eschberg is right there as well. And now, look at that, 20 kart lengths at least between the top two and the third place battle.
It's Fusion Motorsport 1-2. Coles Racing in third place at the moment. Etienne Simmons, of course, trying to hold on to, or actually, no, it's Stilp in third place. It hasn't updated on my timing screen, so it's Stilp in third place. As these two, like I say, they break away. They have got a gap of 0.8 of a second. They're going to want to close that in as soon as possible. Like I say, race has only just started. 10 minutes still to go. Plenty of time to get that done. As long as Vinnie Phillips and Leo Robinson keep their cool, keep their head down, just try and get to nearer the end of this race before the squabbling starts.
Yep, as well, they're trying to try and keep things nice and tidy for as long as they can. Gabriel Stilp has got to just get his head down. He's got no one behind him, so he's got no one to push him along. Eschberg takes fourth position, and Eschberg saying, now think, go. Think, go. You know, I'm sure Etienne Simmons was giving that exact signal to Ryan Eschberg 1 corner ago.
Yes.
And that's the problem. They'll think to themselves, well, you didn't listen to me, so why should I listen to you?
Yeah.
They'll go back in and forth on each other. There's Ella Stevens in kart number 28. And see, there we go, Eschberg.
Yep.
You know, and Simmons had already repassed Eschberg once and twice, and they've gone from being 20 kart lengths behind the top three to being 100 kart lengths behind the top three, just because they're too busy pointing at each other and not listening to each other and working together. But Eschberg is clattering over the curbs there. I think that's Ella Stevens up at the 5th position, but the gap between the top three and Eschberg in 4th, suddenly 1.7 seconds, just like that.
Stilp with the fastest lap of the race will be the cause of that 48.660, and that's allowed him to get right on the rear bumper now of Leo Robinson. A big look behind from Leo, a big look behind from Stilp. Stilp can see there's no one there, so he's free to attack. So will we see a move on this lap into these corners, or will we see it on the next lap as they go in? He goes to the outside here, cuts back in, can't do anything here as they go through Sunny Bend in towards Paddock Bend. Are we going to see a move here down the inside? Looked like he was going to do it, thought against it. He's holding that tighter line, so maybe he can get on the power earlier out of the corner, which is why he's doing that as they go up the hill now through the chicane. And as they go through, watch the rest of the field come through. Still some side-by-side action. Back into shot. There's the move. Still down the inside of the McRae's hairpin. Gets it done. Moves up into second. Says, think, let's go. And the 37 also says, fine, let's go.
But he was also saying, well, I was just doing that as well. But, I mean, what I was going to say, what Stilp has to be mindful of is that in the last race, Vinnie Phillips was able to break away and go. So if he was going to make a move, he had to make it cleanly without losing too much ground. And I think just about, you know, on average, I mean, okay, the gap length is about 10 kart lengths, but he's managed to achieve that. He hasn't got involved in a lengthy tussle with Robinson that has allowed Phillips to escape. And of course, Phillips looking to try and do what was the weekend double yesterday.
Scrambling, looking for results.
It was Phillips, Robinson and Stilp the order yesterday. So Phillips, Robinson, Stilp yesterday. That's the order at the moment. No, it's not. It's Phillips, Stilp, Robinson today. Here's a good battle back in the pack. Okay, we've been concentrating on the top three. A long way back from them. It is Ella Stevens in 4th. It's this driver, the GP plate kart, in 6th position. So Eschberg is 5th. Etienne Simmons is trying to hold off Jack Hobson in the number 14 kart. Then you've got the 41 of Hayden Eldridge having a really good run. So Eldridge there, Joseph Rippin, and Lewis Bird is having a disappointing run so far today. I mean, he was right up there in the final yesterday before he retired. Now he's slipped back. He's running down in 9th place behind Joe Rippin. 10th place rather. Wes Swain, and we saw Freddie Allen spin off earlier. He did get back on the track, but he's a long way down. And I think Wes Swain has had a moment as well, because Wesley is running in 11th place and he's about 5 seconds behind this battle.
Yeah, about 5 seconds behind this battle. As you said, it's not been a good start for them. Gabriel Stilp, fastest lap of the race again, 48.300 as we watch this battle further back in the field. The 41 looking to the inside. Can't quite get anything done there. The 44 as well, or the 54. No, it is the 44 of Lewis Bird. Sorry, is trying to cover us down the inside. Goes Hayden Eldridge and gets another position there. 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
Right now, Rippin's having none of it. He goes straight back up the inside, and Eldridge runs wide, and he loses of another place to Bird. And there you can see Hobson going through in the Mad Kart number 14. He is running in 7th position. So Simmons in 6th place. Up at the front, I think we've had a change for lead up at the front. So Stilp moves into top spot. So Gabriel Stilp, for the first time all race, on lap number 8. He slipped back to 4th place earlier on, and now he is back into the lead. He looks over his shoulder again.
I did see a comment on the stream saying, "Come on, Gabe, no looking behind."
Well, it's easier to say that from your sofa than to think it, but it's cost him. It has cost him. He looked behind. Phillips is back in front. So Vinnie Phillips does not want to have anyone in front of him. He wants to lead this one out from the front, and Stilp knows that he can't let Phillips get away. He's seen the fact that Phillips can pull away and pull out a gap, so he doesn't want to. If he can peg Phillips back into a 3-kart scrap, even though it's against 2 teammates, and Stilp is on his own. Rylan Ashberg has jumped the start, and Gabriel Stilp back into the lead. Now that's the 3rd time that Stilp has made a move under braking into McRae's. He went in on Simmons earlier on in the race. He passed Phillips a lap ago, and he's just passed Phillips again, and Phillips has now been pushed back to 3rd place. It's now Stilp, Robinson and Phillips, the top 3. 2.6 seconds back to Ella Stevens in the 3rd Fusion kart in 4th.
Yeah, it's been a tough race for these 3 so far at the moment. Just under 5 minutes to go. Again, still signalling to Phillips to say, let's go, let's just get out of here. Let's try and break away as much as possible. Oh, it was actually Robinson in 2nd place, sorry, he was saying that too. Phillips moving down into 3rd as they go through. 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and still all to play for with these top 3 just going through. Are we going to see a dive down the inside here from Robinson? No, we don't. They still say in that single file line. I think they have listened and are going to try and work together, because I think they've realised that we've been battling for a while now. We don't want the guys in 4th place to catch up.
Yeah, and the more that they battle, the more risk they take. Let's get to the last. If we're going to battle, let's leave it till when it matters most of all. Now, of course, I did see Gabriel Stilp sort of giving Lee Robinson the standard sort of work together finger. He may be thinking that, okay, well, we don't want to be trying to drop Vinny if we can. Don't think that's going to happen somehow. I think that these 3 drivers, barring a mistake now, are going to be nose to tail, like a limpet on a barnacle, clung together from the rest of this race. Here we go. There's Robinson. He's passing Stilp at Stilp's favourite overtaking place. Stilp runs wide, 2 wheels on the grass, slips back to 3rd position. Phillips now looks to the inside. Let's look at and we'll keep an eye on the gap between the top 3 and the number 28 car of Ella Stevens in 4th place. It was 2.9 seconds. You just saw a flash of a nose cone into flash of a nose cone onto the screen here, but she's been overtaken. Now Ashberg moves back into 4th place, but he's got a 5-second penalty, so it's still Stevens in 4th, even though she's 5th on the road, with 3 minutes to go. And Robinson, Phillips and Stilp. There's people trying to take odds on the winner for this one online. It's anyone's guess. Don't put your money down, because 3 drivers are even odds.
Yes, they are even odds, as we see here. The 37 moving,
it's
the 87, sorry.
The 87 on the 37.
Yes, sorry, they got 2 very similar numbers. The 87, yeah, Phillips down the inside, gets it done. Now here comes Stilp round the outside, gets forced out wide by the 37 of Robinson. So can't get it done. Robinson furious at Phillips, saying, come on, let's go. Let's try break away from him. But they're not doing it yet. Still right behind in 3rd place at the moment. There is no one behind you, Gabe. So just look in front, focus on those 2 in front of you. That's what you need to do. You're right behind them. Here we go. Down the inside. 2 minutes left on the clock. Can anything be done? Phillips still holding on to the lead as this one as they cross the line. Robinson still 2nd, then it's Gabriel Stilp, then it's Edgeberg, Stevens, Simmons. They're the next group of 3, and they are closing in. The gap is now 2.5 seconds, so they have closed in a few tenths of a second from these guys battling. They need to concentrate, they need to work together. It's nearly the end of the race.
And see, it is nearly the end of the race, you're right, but there's still a long way to go.
Yes.
That's one of those karting misnomers. It's a long way to go, but we're nearly at the end, because anything can happen in the next 4 corners. Oh, and Phillips runs wide. There's a mistake from Vinnie Phillips. First time that's been a mistake all race. He missed the apex, he missed the turning point for the Stuart S's there. Robinson pounced, and Phillips was lucky to get back online before Stilp poked his nose in, or poked there, and that crocodile has got, and that mad croc, they've got long noses. He poked that in, but it was wiped for him as Phillips got back online there, but that's the first time there, and here we go. Now what's the gap? 2.3 seconds. So Eschberg, even though he's got a penalty, he won't know that. And here we go again. Now will Phillips retake the lead? Oh, this is great racing. This is just great racing. I mean, the amount of lead changes, we must have, 10 to 15 lead changes in this race so far, and we've got a minute plus a lap to go. Still gets forced wide again.
There's some serious squabbling going on here. That gap now is ever closer.
Oh.
It's only 2.2 seconds now between those guys. These three really squabbling now as we go under a minute remaining on the timer. It's still Vinnie Phillips leading from Robinson.
Hello.
Still
What
down
a
the
move.
inside. What a move that was as they go into the final corner. And Phillips needs to respond really quickly. It's going to be last lap next time around as they come back across the start-finish line. But look at the gap to the guys behind. It's less than a second now.
Yep, and the problem is, though, the driver leading that train in the Litchfield Motorsport number 17, he's got a penalty. So even though he's leading him up the front, he's not in a battle for the lead. Eschberg, but he won't know that. Simmons and Ella Stevens are the ones trying to think, and still to the inside, having to defend side by side for second. Robinson grabs second and they caught them. It's now 5 on, and Phillips looked over his shoulder, and he drew the cartoon where the eyes go. He looked over and saw that, and said, "Oh no, there's 3 more of them to deal with now." 6 karts. It's like the 6 winning lottery numbers. You don't know which one to pick to win, and it's still leading in kart number 10. The clock strikes 0, and I'm glad that the last lap board's coming out, because I'm going to need to lie down after this one.
I've got a lump in my throat, as someone would say.
And Simmons has been spat out there. Simmons has been spat wide. And here we go then, game on. Last lap, Ethan Simmons' kart is beached on the curb coming out of the final corner. It's still who leads into McRae's. Robinson follows him in deeply. There is Simmons out of the race, up the straight towards Iredale's, and it is still on the inside. Phillips on the inside. Here comes Ryland Eschberg round the outside. Robinson now takes third place. Ella Stevens is there in 5th. The 3 Fusion drivers, Linus Stern on the inside line. Stilp's going to get hung out to dry like yesterday's laundry. He somehow battles back in 3rd place, but there we go. Stilp's chance is gone. Who's it going to be? Head-to-head fight between Phillips and Robinson. Into St John's, through Sunny Bend. At 1 corner to go, the kart of Simmons has been moved. There's no yellow flags out, and it's going to be Vinnie Phillips to complete the weekend double. What a race!
What a race indeed that was. Still even happy with the 3rd place there. He was leading at the beginning of this lap, but again, very defensive driving, but incredible racing from all of the drivers out there today. Super close, very exciting for the people watching at the track and of course at home as well, who couldn't be here.
Yeah, and so Phillips wins. So let's have a look. Is that an actual replica of yesterday's podium? I think it, do you know what? I think it very well might be. Looking at that, there's the count there, Vinnie Phillips, so the race winner by, I mean, yesterday's podium, it was, yeah, it's an exact replica of yesterday's podium. And you might think to yourself, oh, the same 3 drivers, that didn't look very exciting. Oh, the results do not tell the entire story. That was a very special race indeed. Phillips, Robinson, still the top 3. Now, Ryan Eschberg, he's got a 5-second penalty, so he'll go down to, oh, well, look at that. So it's going to be Ella Stevens in 4th, Lewis Bird 5th, and then behind Lewis Bird, Jack Hobson will finish 100th of a second in front of Ryan Eschberg once that penalty has been replied. So Hobson will finish in 6th position. Eschberg will take 7th, Joe Rippin 8th, Hayden Eldridge 9th, Wesley Swain 10th, and Freddie Allen in 11th, and sadly Ethan Simmons fails to finish. And here come the lead drivers. There's Vinnie Phillips coming into scrutineering, and there is the circuit. Oh no, circuit boss. There's a big hug as well for Vinnie. I think that's Tom Arm is Vinnie's mechanic. Tom Arm was an absolute weapon in a Rotax a few years ago, and I mean that in a positive sense. He was very good, and Leo Robinson finishes second, and Gabriel stood up. You saw him punching the steering wheel as he crossed the line, but he gave it his all. He just coming down the back straight. He was just pushed wide, and he finished in third place. But a great race, and apart from Ethan Simmons, sadly, all the leaders got home.
Indeed, a very exciting race for that one as the kart gets recovered now from the final corner.
2 races to go, Anthony.
Yes.
Time for the juniors. So, the early evening sky, I mean, it's not, the colour of the sky hasn't really changed since about 11 o'clock this morning. It's been overcast but dry ever since the first race of the day. Qualifying this morning was wet, and then the track dried out nicely, so everybody has had a second day of dry racing, although not the level of sunburn that we saw yesterday. A couple of the Alpha camera crew were coming in, and the lobster look was, I think, we have called one of the lads Thermidor today just because of his thing. So here we go, a full grid, 34 drivers, 12 minutes of action. Josh Rowledge and Matthew Higgins on the front row of the grid for Junior X30. Bart Harrison and Oliver Greenall on the outside of row 2. Then it is Aaron Walker, the GP plate, and Charlie Rippin on row number 3.
Row 4 in 7th place, Sam Shaw. Then it's Luke Watts in 8th place, Brandon Carr in 9th, and then it's Rashan Chigarimbo in 10th place. Daryl Taylor in 11th with Lewis Mackey in 12th place on the 6th row.
Row 7 is Sam Heading and Harry Burgoyne Jr. Row 8, Kanato Lee and Oliver Stewart. And row 9, Jessica Edgar and James Walker.
Row 10 in 19th place, Freddie Spindlow. And then it's Jack Cox in 20th place, Alicia Barrett in 21st, with Alex Moody in 22nd place. Marcus Lucio in 23rd, with Nathan Clifford in 24th.
Starting on row 13, Connor Clifford, his brother, and Harry Cottrell, with Harvey Ryby on row 14, alongside Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans, with row 15, the start of the B final qualifiers, Aidan Lynn and Marcus Littlewood. They were the first transfer drivers home. The field rounded out by Mitchell Gibbons, Josh Agambar, Finley Dunn and Jack Plant, and I'm pleased to say that there were no exclusions at the end of the repechage. The top 6 drivers that finished on track after that spectacular battling, some all made it through safely through scrutineering, no nose code penalties, and they fought hard to get into this race. Now they have 12 minutes to try and work their way up the order. But yesterday's winner, Josh Rowledge, a quick reminder as to the podium yesterday. The podium yesterday was Rowledge, Harrison and Daryl Taylor. Rowledge starts this one from first, Harrison starts from third, and Daryl Taylor starts all the way back in 11th. But don't count him out. Don't count out that number 15 on the side, Matthew Higgins, who won his first race in Junior X30 this morning. The driver from mid-Wales. Not North Wales, I've been told, not Trafalgar, but like I said, being from the southernmost part of Wales, anything north of Caerphilly is far and away up north. So, 34 karts. Let's keep our fingers, toes and everything else crossed that they all get through the first lap cleanly and we can go racing properly. Here we go then, with Junior X30, lights are green, we are off and racing as they head towards turn number 1. It's a good start from Rowledge, Harrison and Higgins side by side, and there was nearly 4 wide as Aaron Walker tried to get, and yellow flags waving at the back of the screen there. Somebody has gone off in the middle of the track coming to the first chicane, but I think it was one of the leaders, and I think everyone's safely round. There's 1 or 2 drivers that have been delayed at the back, but the leaders are through cleanly, and well, Josh Rowledge has had a great start.
Yeah, he's disappeared, hasn't he, in the number 10. He's absolutely flown ahead right now as we look at the battle for second place. all squabbling, as you saw, as the run towards McRae's. There was, I think, 4 wide. The Trek can't really do that, and one went up and nearly over another car and managed to land on all 4 and carry on. As they say, go down the inside, goes second and third, the 19 and 18. So at the end of lap 1, it's Rowledge, Greenall, Walker, Higgins, Harrison, Shaw, Chigarimbo, Watts, Carr, Rippin, Mackey and Taylor are the top 12 out there at the moment.
No, Josh Rowledge is a great start, but already Ollie Greenall is sort of clawing that deficit back. Walker in 3rd place, Harrison in 4th, Higgins in 5th position, but Higgins makes the move there at Iredale's. Luke Watts there losing a place a little bit further back to Rashan Chigarimbo in the number 92 kart. Here comes Harrison back up the inside of Higgins, and there's Sam Shaw for the premium karting team, also trying to force the issue and make a place. But I mean, the top 3 are now bringing to break away from Harrison in 4th on your screens now in the number 77 kart, Higgins in the number 15 kart in 5th, and then Shaw in the number 16 car in 6th position. Brandon Carr is 7th in the number 27, in the number 25 red speed car, that silver, red and black liveried machine. Through the first chicane, up the hill. Luke Watts is next, everyone else sort of following in line, and I think we have to say all 34 drivers, Harvey Ridey there coming into the pits to retire, and just a quick shout out to Lewis Mackey is out there, and he is in 11th place at the moment, just behind Darrell Taylor, and Nanny Jr. is watching Lewis Mackey. That'll embarrass him later in life when he's looking back at this. Come on, Lewis. Telling his kids how he's a karting superstar, and there's a commentator shouting out, "Oh, big is it? Nanny June says hi." Here we go.
It's still good support, though.
Yes, it is, absolutely. And of course, all these young drivers, these young men and women need the support from their families more than ever. And a big pressurised weekend like the British Championship. And Rowledge still leading Greenall by 0.8 of a second, and Greenall half a second in front of Walker.
Yeah, so very close at the front there, but leading the way, Mick Barrett Racing, Joshua Rowledge, then it's Fusion Motorsport, then it's Strawberry Racing. So 3 different teams in the top 3, which is uncommon of what we've had in these finals so far. It's either been one team or the other, hasn't it?
Yeah, a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Oliver Rowland Motorsport in Cadet IAME, a 1, 2 for Fusion in Mini X30, and now we've got, you see, Mick Barrett's got 2 karts in the top 5 at the moment, and he took a 1-2 finish with Rowledge and Harrison yesterday, but certainly a lot of other major players, and it's good to see a couple of privateer drivers up there as well, especially Brandon Carr in the 25. This is his first season out of Cadet, don't forget, for Brandon Carr, and he, running on the red speed chassis, is showing some more experienced drivers the way at this event. Oh, there's some wheel-to-wheel contact there going down the main straight by some of the back markers, but they're all battling hard. Brandon Carr setting the fastest lap of the race, and he's now closed in, and he's running right behind outside front row starter Matthew Higgins. Higgins was so quick in qualifying in the wet. Sorry, Anthony, you were about to make a very prurient point.
Well, it was more on Brandon Carr. He started in 9th. He's up 3 positions already. Fastest lap on this one. He is a man on a mission on this one. He's absolutely flying through at the moment in the number 25, and another position gained there as well. He's just moved up into 5th place. As well, so he's up now 4 positions from the start, just under 8 minutes to go on the timer, and he's clawing his way through. He's sneaking through, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and also sneaking up towards the front is Oliver Greenall, because the gap is closing, and it's closing at a rate of knots. It was 0.8 of a second, it's now less than 0.4 of a second as Greenall closes in. He's leaving Walker behind, so Walker's got a bit of room to make, a bit of work to do now to catch up, to avoid the top 2 getting away. Harrison in 4th place, holding off the number 64. No, that's not Harrison. I thought there was a Mick Barrett kart with a kart right behind him. It must be Harrison, because Josh Rowledge is right on the road. But no, it's Greenall who's there. There's Higgins coming back, and Greenall has caught Rowledge in the space of 2 laps. He's really got it together, and there they come out of Paddock Bend. Walker is going to be thinking, yes, they're going to catch each other and start battling. Harrison in 4th, then Carr in 5th, and then a good 3-kart battle for 6th place between Higgins, Shaw and Luke Watts. Darrell Taylor is 9th, Rashan Chigarimbo is 10th, Charlie Rippin runs 11th, Sam Heading is 12th, and then it's Harry Burgoyne Jr. 13th, Kanato Lee 14th, Oliver Stewart 15th, Alicia Barrett is 16th, Freddie Spindlow is 17th, Jessica Edgar 18th, and Lewis Mackey 19th, and Marco Luzio rounding out the top 20.
Yeah, very close back all the way throughout. Bart Harrison Obviously, a quick shout out to him. He's just done 2 laps of the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 47.24 out there at the moment, running in 4th, and he is closing that gap down as well. If these two start scrapping, which they do now, in towards Paddock Bend, and that is a change for the lead. The 64 of Oliver Greenall takes the lead from Joshua Rowledge as they go up into the first corner. So that's now Fusion Motorsport leading from Mick Barrett Racing and Strawberry Racing.
And Walker, the GP plate holder, is closing in as well. I mean, you can tell that the world has gone mad in 2020, because I saw Strawberry Racing boss Paul Spencer walking around in a jacket that didn't say Strawberry Racing on it. He's not dressed in green. I almost didn't recognise him. Luckily, the squeaky voice and shortness and grey hair gave it away. But he's okay. But I mean, he's obviously still supporting all the Strawberry drivers here. But he's working with Tillotson and Carbs as well as supporting them this weekend. But look at that, 3 karts battling for the lead. His man, the GP plate holder Walker, closing in on Greenall. And so Greenall has lost the lead again. Rowledge retakes the lead. Harrison, like you said, Anthony, fastest man on track a couple of laps ago, has closed in. 4 karts for the lead. Then it's a gap back to Brandon Carr in 5th. But he's not out of it yet, and neither is Shaw in 6th, Watts in 7th, Higgins in 8th, Taylor in 9th, because look at them all flooding through the chicane at the back of the screen as the leaders, with 5.5 minutes to go, start, you know, it's like someone has rung the dinner bell, and they're all charging to get the seat at the top of the table.
Yeah, it's definitely the way forward on this one. Just over 5 minutes to go on this one. Everyone looking down at the steering wheel, trying to get in. It goes to Benson for the 10. No, doesn't happen. It gets pushed out wide. So Oliver Greenall takes the lead again and opens up quite a big gap as well through that as well.
Yep, smart move there by Greenall, because he forced Rowledge wide. He knew that Rowledge would have to cut back across the track to avoid going across there, and that would slow everyone behind him down.
Yeah.
Smart move.
It was a very smart move indeed.
Ruthless, but smart.
Under 5 minutes to go now on the timer as they head back up now towards McRae's as they go through now. That gap's still a little bit open. It's half a second that Greenall's got now from Joshua Rowledge. Aaron Walker in the GP plate. He's up 2 positions now. He's in 3rd place, so keep an eye on him. Now also 5th place as well. Brandon Carr, he's up 4 places. He's in 5th place at the moment. He's closing in on these group as well. He's only 0.4 of a second down from the man just in front of him. So that's in potentially lunge distance, maybe.
It is within lunge range. You know, he's there we go. Walker to the inside.
Oh, gets his nose cut off there.
There was some slight poddage going on. Slight poddage. Only a small amount of poddage being served at that corner. But Walker does make the move, and look at them all charging through the chicane. Still battles all the way through. So Walker now into P2. Yep. They're communicating with you. Okay, look, I'll go. You know, Harrison thinking. Then again, Bart Harrison, you know, he's still sort of, you know, just establishing himself as a leader contender. Yep, thumbs up. Okay, I get you. Let's go. And so, you know, it's amazing that drivers do that at 60 odd miles an hour. So down through the Stuart S's and down the hill. The problem is, though, is that Greenall has got nearly 0.8 of a second of a lead. Here's Brandon Carr having in on erstwhile race leader Josh Rowledge, and there is Harry Burgoyne Jr. Getting turned, having a moment. That would have been at the Stuart S's, and leaders. Greenall has actually extended his advantage, and I mean, they're all looking over each other's shoulder, and none of them are overtaking each other, but none of them are actually catching the race leader. They all want to catch the race leader, but they're not actually going about doing it. And now look at Walker looking over his shoulder saying, well, you just punted me into the corner, Bart. And Bart's like, I'm really sorry, I missed my braking point by 6 inches. And let's see if Greenall saying, you crack on, you chat amongst yourselves, talk amongst yourselves, boys. I'm off. Sorry, I'm off.
Yep, the gap is just under a second that Greenall has got now from Walker, and you can visibly see it on the track. It's quite a few kart lengths between them now, so this is in a good position is Oliver Greenall. Now, of course, all eyes probably on Brandon Carr. He's now up into 4th place.
Just made a move on Bart Harrison.
He has, yes.
So very impressive drive. He made the move there, and of course, just behind them you can see Luke Watts, Darrell Taylor and Sam Shaw. They're all just sort of towing up, because again, if they're not catching the leader, this is the battle for two steps on the podium.
Yes, exactly that. And there's a dive down the inside through the Stuart S's. nicely done there. So that is...
Rowrah back in a second, because Walker missed his braking point. Walker just understeered slightly into the corner, and I don't think Rowrah was thinking of a move, but the opportunity presented itself, and he was like, well, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Through I go.
Yes, indeed. 90 seconds left on the timer, so it's at that grey area. There's not a lot of time left to go, but a long way in the race left. 13 laps completed so far, and it is still Greenall that leads from Rowrah, Walker, Harrison and Carr as they cross the line. As they go into now Iredale's hairpin. No positions being changed there, but a good scrap a little further behind the 14 and the 16 scrapple. That's Darrell Taylor and Sam Shaw. They're having a good little scrap at the moment, a little further down in the order.
Dear, Sam Shaw going up over just as you were saying that though, Sam Shaw tried to remove on Darrell Taylor, went up over his rear bumper, and luckily doesn't lose a position because the battle behind him for 9th place. There's the 81 of Mitchell Gibbons off, and the number 19 of Jack Cox. They're having a little chat amongst themselves about who was to blame for that one. And there's a Rowrah battling holding off Walker there, being a little bit aggressive, coming onto the main straight. Yellow flags waving because that's where Jack Cox and Mitchell Gibbons crashed on the last lap. Looking down, and now Rowrah defending, and he gets shuffled a little bit wide there. The understeer, enforced understeer that we call that. Down the back straight, it's Bart Harrison now in second place. So Harrison takes it in. Brandon Carr, what a move by Brandon Carr, the junior rookie, up into 3rd position. Great stuff there from the number 25 on that red speed chassis. He's still got his old Oliver Rowland Motorsport Cadet race suit on.
Is the last lap board going to go out this time? I don't think it will. The timer ticks over to 0 now, and no, we don't see a last lap this time. So last lap board will come out.
The graphic says, okay, so this is where we're a bit confused here. We've got to be careful because the last lap board now being shown, it says final lap on the screen, but I'm not sure the drivers saw the last lap board when they took the last lap. So, I mean, we'll call it as we see it, but I'm not sure the drivers know it's the last lap. Certainly the leaders don't, because the last lap board wasn't being shown. Maybe the graphic on the front, the board says, on the digital board says last lap. Oh, and there's a problem. There was a lunge. Walker went for a move on Carr, and that is game over for Walker and Carr and their chances. But Oliver Greenall, and here comes Harrison, slicing it inside. Oh, that's Jack Cox who's recovering. It's a slower kart. So it's all confusion here at the end of the Junior X30 race. But it's going to be Oliver Greenall who takes the checker flag in second. Harrison in second. Rowrah in 3rd. Luke Watts makes great progress in the last lap to finish 4th. Taylor in 5th. Brandon Carr comes home in 6th, just in front of Aaron Walker. They clashed on the last lap. And then it was Sam Shaw in 8th, Alicia Barrett 9th, and Charlie Rippin in 10th. Sorry about that. Sorry, again, the last lap board went out for some of the drivers, not all of them, but then there's a big digital screen right underneath our thing that did go off, so the drivers would have seen it.
Last lap,
automatically, as soon as the clock strikes here, it automatically comes on.
Well, I'd say I'm glad you were here, because after all that carnage that happened and the last lap, I had no idea what was going on.
Neither did I. But I never do. It's okay. But let's look at the top 12. Rashan Chigarimbo just outside the top 10 in 11th place. Sam Heading, tough result for him in 12th. But I mean, Oliver Greenall, a great move for the lead. Let's look further back now. What happened to Matthew Higgins? Faded to 16th place. So obviously there was an incident. He started second and faded back to 16th. Jessica Edgar in 13th place. Oliver Stewart 17th. Kanato Lee disappointing with 18th place. Now Connor Clifford beat Nathan Clifford in the Battle of the Cliffords. Looking for the repechage winner. That was Aidan Lynn. He finishes 27th. And the 6 drivers that qualified, not many of them had made great progress. Sadly, the only retirement was Jack Cox. He was a lap down at the end. He did get back in the race, and there's somebody has stopped on the slowing down lap. You can see, trying to get an ID on that kart. Well, it's a Tony Kart race suit by the looks of it.
Is that the GP?
Well, I mean, the GP and the Aaron Walker did have a collision on the last lap. Can't quite see the number. They've got to drag the kart back because, of course, all the karts have got to go through. They've got to go through post-race scrutineering, whether you finish or not. Even if you crash out, the kart still has to be taken back to the scrutineers. So that is, something that's going to happen. I can't see who the number is. It's definitely a Tony Kart. Well, it's a green. Yeah, it is a Tony Kart race suit. Do you know what? It might be the GP. I can recognise the letters. I can the numbers even. I can recognise the numbers, and they're not. And I'm being told it's the 86 Kart. Thank you. That would be Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans for the SFR Motorsport team. And he finished in 22nd place. So, and his kart lasted just long enough.
Just.
Like Colin Chapman used to design the Lotus Formula 1 cars. If a Formula 1 race back in the day was 200 miles, he would design those cars for 200.5 miles.
Yes.
You know, and that's why Jim Clark was able to win so many races, but that is why also they occasionally broke.
You can't do that nowadays, though.
No. Right, so here we go. Let's have a look at the final race of the day. Well, it's been an outstanding start to the British by the stand-in start, and I'm looking at there. So I think we've got a member of the Theo Makuris team. There's a glance at Ollie Greenall there coming through, and I say one of the junior X30 drivers that would have been here but couldn't race the championship because they were picked for the British team in the CIK FIA Academy with Theo Makuris. He's been out racing in Adria, and he got some good finishes yesterday. And I'm looking there. I'm not sure it went so well today. But we'll try and see. But again, it's one of those things that Theo, the minute that his race finishes out in Italy, he's quick to get on the live stream to see how all my mates are doing in Britain and what's going on there. So one race to go. Senior X30. Have we saved the best till last? Well, another capacity grid awaits us. The track is being cleared here one more time. Before we get to the grid, no, actually, we'll tell you what, we'll thank the marshals after we go through the grid. Let's go through the grid, seeing as it's there.
It's right here in front of us, isn't it? Starting on pole position for Fusion Motorsport, Callum Bradshaw alongside is Danny Curl in second place on the front row. Sean Butcher in third place with Oliver Hodgson in fourth. Rory Hudson in fifth place, and Caden McQueen, who I believe has got the oomph from the kart now,
yes,
is in sixth place.
The WAFT unit is back to being a WAFT unit, not the other word unit.
Yes.
Connor Jupp starts seventh. Yesterday he had a birthday. Today he doesn't have a birthday because it was yesterday, but I still mention it. Sian Shields, eighth on the grid. Alex Pendlebury, ninth, and Tyler Reid rounding out the top 10. He's had a really strong day for the Argenti team. Thomas Turner qualifies 11th, and Thomas Fleming will start 12th.
13th on the grid, Archie Tillett, obviously from his crash he had earlier on in the weekend, recovering well from that one, up into 13th in this one. Gus Lawrence in 14th, Joseph Taylor in 15th, Harry Platten in 16th on the grid. Then it's Ewan Wilson and Oliver Gray in 18th place.
Again, yesterday, 4th for Oliver Gray in the final. Today, only 18th on the grid. Blake Anglis and Caleb Marshall round out the top 20 ahead of Dan McKeown. Tom Nippers, Alessandro Serenetti, and Ben Hodge. That is your top 24. There's still plenty more behind them.
Plenty more on the grid, and here they are. Matt Armstrong in 25th, Gary Edwards in 26th place. Then it's Brad Pennell in 27th, Ollie Greetham, in 28th place, Morgan Porter in 29th, and then rounding out the top 15 grid is Thomas Wood.
Morgan Porter, the repechage winner. How much ground can the number 40 Argenti kart make up? The last two rows of the grid, Will Murdoch, Casper Scusa, Sam Hawthorne and Nat Thomas. So again, after we saw a very exciting repechage in the senior X30 race, the top 6 drivers that finished on the track all safely made it through post-race scrutineering and take their positions on the grid for this, the last 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Just a reminder, boys and girls back home and here in the paddock, yesterday's results: Callum Bradshaw, Oliver Hodgson and Danny Curl, the top 3. Oliver Gray and Gus Lawrence, 4th and 5th. Bradshaw starts from pole. Hodgson starts from somewhere else, 4th. Curl starts 2nd. Gray starts right back in 18th, and Gus Lawrence is 14th, so there's real scope for some changes in the top 5 here. Here they come out onto the circuit for the final time here at the Lakeland Stadium, Rowrah today. Engines are fired, and we are off and running on the rolling lap.
Yes, a rolling lap out there. It's always nice where hopefully everyone gets around without any excursions off the track. We have seen that today, but hopefully no one does it in the final.
And let's hope that this is the last time we refer to rolling in this race,
Yes.
has to be said. So they all sort of get themselves in line. So, I mean, again, several fast drivers, obviously. Bradshaw, Curl, Butcher, Hodgson and McQueen. I mean, even though Hodgson and McQueen are on the third grid, neither of them have shown race-winning pace yet. What have they saved for the final? Anybody outside the top 2 rows can make a can anybody outside the top 2 rows make a concerted bid for victory? Because Bradshaw, Curl, Butcher and Hodgson have been virtually unflappable today. And they slow down. Yes, there's a bit of tyre warming going on there. They're all sort of lined up. Let's hope for no start line infringements, and then everyone has a safe passage through the first thing. So here we go. Senior X30, lights are green, we're off and racing. Bradshaw gets a great start, gets across the racing line and takes the lead through the first chicane, and we're all through safely. No, it's a false start. Ah, no, was that a false start? Do you know what? I thought that Bradshaw made a very early move across to take the racing line, but now Danny Curl knows what Callum Bradshaw's going to do. So I would bet my bottom dollar that Danny Curl will make sure he comes off the paddock bend on this next rolling lap absolutely alongside, if not a millimetre in front of the pole man, just to stop Bradshaw from coming across to take the racing line coming into that first chicane. So, I mean, it was a good thinking from Bradshaw, but he went a little bit too early. Now we're going to do it again, and Curl knows what the tactic is now.
Yeah, and is he going to read into that one as they come out of Sunny Bend?
But I mean, of course, you know, Bradshaw's going to try and stop that by going as wide as possible.
Yeah.
So we're going to watch him. So before we get into the tram lines, I wonder if Callum Bradshaw's going to ease out a little bit wide. No, not much. Or he's going to a late turn in. See, look at Curl. Curl, he's almost in front of the pole man. He's going to get up the speed now. This is better. And they're off and again, Danny Curl was right there, and he made sure that Bradshaw didn't cut across him, and he's actually taken the lead. Great anticipation from Danny Curl, and Bradshaw has been snooped a little bit. He's down to third position behind Oliver Hodgson. Well, this is the one that you'd buy your tickets for, Curl versus Hodgson in the final. And with the rest of the supporting cast playing an important role, but I mean the two main players from last season, two of the three main players from last season, and in fact there's a problem. There's two players that are out. That's Gary Edwards, the number 87. One of them, he made it to the final today, and it's lasted about 100 yards.
Yeah, Ewan Wilson also involved in that one, and the number 12 also caught up.
So here we go, at the end of lap number 1, Curl leads, Hodgson second. How many times have these two locked horns over the years? The answer is lots, and it's great to see. But now they've got Callum Bradshaw and Connor Jupp right behind them, so the two Fusion cars in second and third place. The Jade Racing team that runs Danny Curl lead the way. Oliver Hodgson from the Mark Litchfield Racing outfit in P2. And again, how ironic was that Litchfield and Hodgson, they were teammates at the PF International Kart team for several years. They were fierce rivals, and now Hodgson is driving with Litchfield. And lead them in. Here's the kart streaming down the back straight into the Stuart S's. The leaders, they're coming through Sunny Bend and into St John's and into Sunny Bend. There is the number 73 kart of Thomas Fleming ahead of Caden McQueen. So McQueen has dropped to 8th position. So the order is Curl, Hodgson, Bradshaw, Jupp. Then Butcher, Hudson, Fleming, McQueen, Reed, Turner. That's your top 10. Tillett is next, followed by Shields, Lawrence, Platten and Gray is your top 15. All 30, Alex Pendlebury has retired. Ewan Wilson and Gary Edwards are both still running after their collision, but they're a little bit off the back, so no Pendlebury, 33 karts still running.
Dive down the inside from third place, and that is Bradshaw moving on Hodgson, so a great move up into second now. That's Fusion Motorsport now back up into second place.
And the young Fusion Motorsport starlet flows in on the former World Karting champion Danny Curl out of Paddock Bend. Long way to go. And 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers. Is that 7 drivers? Back all in line. No, 6 drivers. Back Butcher and Hudson at the back of this lead group. Now, Hodgson moves back in, and Jupp forcing his teammate wide there. Connor Jupp deciding, I've had enough of this. I'm going to be the first Fusion kart in a while. There's Hudson at the back of that group in kart number 5, Butcher in the number 57 kart. But even despite all that battling, Danny Curl is not getting away.
He's not breaking away, is he? KR Sports Sean Butcher, he's at the new fastest lap of the race, 46.7 at the moment. He's running in 5th place, and he's in this group. So the fact that even though they're battling and in this tight-knit group, they're still putting in some fast times. Yep. So that's obviously going to allow these guys to still break away this top 6 from the 7th place team. You can see there that there's a 1.4 second gap between the top 6 and 7th place. So they are still breaking away. We'll keep an eye on that gap to see if it does fluctuate at all. Oliver Hodgson now sets a new fastest time, 46.510, and he's in 2nd place.
Yep, and he's closing in. So again, down the back straight, that you can see the top 6 gap back to 7th place. Caden McQueen, who can't quite catch it. He's got Tyler Reid and Thomas Fleming behind him. Tillett still rounding out the top 10. He's just gone past the O-plate of Turner, who slipped to 11th place. Shields at 12th. Gus Lawrence not making much progress, unfortunately, from 13th place. Neither is Platten from 14th, and Oliver Gray in 15th place. Then there's Taylor next. Tom Nippers having a good run up into 17th place in the number 89 kart. And but again, Danny Curl, he's starting to come under pressure. Hodgson, bit between his teeth, and he's bringing Connor Jupp with him. Great photo from Chris Walker from Kartmasters a couple of weeks ago, the finish of the Senior X30 race with Hodgson beating Jupp by about half a kart length. Sadly, Danny Curl was not in that shot because he crashed out with a couple of laps to go. But Hodgson is there now. Hodgson has got, it was about 3 or 4 kart lengths between him and the karts behind him. He's got Danny Curl in his crosshairs. Will he make a move coming into paddock possibly this time?
Curl's lost that lead he had, hasn't he? It's all the way down. It was 6 tenths this time. It's now non-existent as it gets taken over by Hodgson. So Curl moving down into 2nd place. And I think Hodgson's transponder now responding, and he moves back up into first on his timing screen. But down the inside goes the 25. That's Callum Bradshaw on Connor Jupp. So Juppy having to be pushed out the way. And Juppy pushes him straight back out the way.
Yeah, and Bradshaw's sort of shaking his head, thinking, "Come on, teammates, give us a break." And Jupp's like, "I know, but this is the final. It's all bets are off." But it has slowed them down, and it's allowing Hodgson and Curl to escape slightly. Still 6 3/4 minutes to go, however, and so Danny Curl, we might, I'm trying to predict what's going to happen. Danny Curl sitting right behind Oliver Hodgson. He'll be content to sit behind Hodgson for a little while. If he senses that the drivers behind are closing in, just as they sort of get within lunge range, then Danny Curl makes his move and gets out of trouble. That is how we see Danny Curl operate quite a lot. He's happy to sit in 2nd. He doesn't want to get involved in a neck-and-neck tussle throughout the whole race. But if there's the check behind, right, he's got 10 kart lengths. I don't think we're going to see a move coming into this corner.
No. I think he's going to. He doesn't. What we saw in the final the other day, he had the lead. He was holding it comfortably. Went down to 2nd, but then he tried to go for that move, and he let everyone catch back up. And then we had 6 karts fighting, and then he lost out again and went down to 3rd. He doesn't want a repeat of that today. No. What he wants to do is he wants to stay 2nd place, keep that gap open, maybe extend it a little bit when the timer runs out, then make the move. There's no time to get it back. Takes the win.
And if he sees, if he sees that gap come down to about 5 kart lengths, then he'll make the move early, just because to avoid, like you said, getting sucked into a multi-kart scrap. Hodgson leads. The problem is, though, is that Hodgson isn't exactly some bandit. He's not going to make a mistake. He's not going to make it easy for you. Hodgson is not going to. He's not going to pull over. He is. No. And the 3rd and 4th place drivers, Jupp and Bradshaw, are closing in. Butcher is still 5th, but Butcher and Hudson have fallen off this lead group. So it is 4 drivers battling for the win here in Senior X30.
5 minutes left on the clock. Jupp set the fastest time that lap around, and still this time it is still the fastest lap out there. So he has closed that gap up. So like you say, these 4 drivers battling it out. Hodgson, Curl, Jupp and Bradshaw as they go through. Again, Bradshaw another fastest time, 46.170. That gap is non-existent now. They are nose to tail as they go through. Each driver has a little look behind to see where it is, and there's the dive. So Curl could see the group catch up, and Jupp also followed through. So Jupp, he said, "Thank you very much, I'll take some of that as well." So now your new one is Curl, Jupp, Hodgson, then Bradshaw.
So Connor Jupp hoping for a belated birthday present here, and he certainly seemed to have the pace. I spoke to him earlier, and he said he just didn't quite have, you know, the top end to compete, you know, for the win yesterday. But he said he thinks we've got something for him today, and his prophecy is turning true.
Yes, it is. Just under 4 minutes.
Yep, and there is the top 4 coming out of McRae's. Great, Iredale's rather. Great drone shot past the lake. Wouldn't go swimming in it though.
No. Looks tempting.
You don't know what's underneath the surface.
Well,
I did 4 Cortina.
Yeah, 4 Cortina.
Yeah. And possibly a hill with an Avenger. Or a Morris Marina with a piano. For those of you that watched Top Gear back in the day. Here we go, up the hill towards Paddock Bend. And again, Butcher and Hudson, they haven't got the pace to stay with the leaders as things are. McQueen and Tyler Reid in 7th and 8th place. They're not out of this one yet, but it's going to take some battling. Now Connor Jupp, not the most patient of fellows when it comes to taking the lead, and he's having a little look at the inside of Curl, and Curl's having to defend. So with 3 minutes to go, Danny Curl, by the fact that it's Jupp behind him, he has to defend, and Jupp turning around to Hodge saying, right, come on, let's have it. And Danny Curl, but hugging the inside, this is going to slow people down. It's going to bring Butcher, it's going to bring Hudson back into play, and it has. And now it's going to bring McQueen and Reid into play, and it's about to.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, it's a carbon copy of what we saw the other day, and hopefully it turns out differently. And 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. And again, this long train of cars battling it out. It's great to see such competitive drivers up in this top class. It's not just one driver, it's not just 2, it's 8 of them who are fighting.
Yep, indeed. It's like we're going to quote Smokey the Bandit, we're doing a 70s culture reference. Now we've got a long way to go and a short time to get there.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Again, yeah, I've gone even further back. I mean, if the 80s references, I mean, oh dear, we started off with early 90s rave music references, and that didn't gain a reaction. But so back to, now, never mind. Henry, shut up, talking about the racing. Look at that, there's 8 karts battling for the lead, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of action out on this one. The top 3 are the closest out there, so it's still Curl, Jupp, Hudson. Are we going to see a move into this final corner now? I think we were. Oh, I wasn't close enough. And it was lucky that Jupp did it because Hodgson was going to do it as well. And further back as well, a little bit of defensive driving. You still got some of the Fusion, the KR Sport cards as well, battling there in the background. Here comes the number 3 down the inside. It's Hodgson down the inside of Jupp, makes the move done into McRae's. And he says, go, 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 push forward. I want to catch him. As there's 90 seconds on the clock.
And Danny Curl looking over his shoulder thinking, oh, God, that's Hodgson behind me. You know, he thinks my rear bumper is not under threat at every single corner because Connor Jupp, again, looking really aggressive. You know, Connor Jupp knows one way to race, and that is forward, front, quick as possible.
Yeah, exactly that. And through here now, those guys battling away. There's been a bit of an opening.
And there's been a bit of a problem behind. I tell you what, Tyler Reid, if we're going to have a driver today so far, Tyler Reid up in the 5th position on that number 37 Argentine kart. He has moved past Hudson, McQueen and Butcher to take 5th position. And you can just see him poking his nose in the back of the lead camera shot there. And Callum Bradshaw's had a quiet run there. I'm not sure. I mean, we're getting down towards closing time. And Bradshaw in 4th place hasn't been able to sort of make a move. It's been, once he lost that sort of advantage early on, he's not been, well, he's been at the races, but he's not been at the races, if you know what I mean.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Good. That.
I'm glad you do, because I haven't got a clue what I'm saying. 30 seconds to go, and it's still Danny Curl leading from Hodgson and Jupp, with Bradshaw in 4th and Reid in 5th.
Last lap board won't come out this time. They are going to have time to cross the line. Last lap board is going to come out next time, and the drivers know that as well. So they know that they're on the penultimate lap. And these guys, as they go through, they're still all closed up. But again, there's a little bit of breathing space that Curl's got. He's got 0.2 of a second, but he's got to keep his head down and concentrate. Now, it is still Hodgson behind. Looking at the sector times, the sector times in Sector 1 for Curl and Hodgson are identical. There is nothing between them. So as they go through into Sector 2, I'll keep an eye on that to see if there's any difference, but the gap still looks the same. It's still nearly 0.3 of a second.
And the last lap board is being prepared. Out of Sunny Bend, up the hill towards Paddock. Now Hodgson, no, Curl defends. Curl defends, that's going to give Jupp an opportunity as well as Hodgson. On to the final lap here in the opening weekend of the British Kart Championship at Rowrah, and Danny Curl meets Ollie Hodgson Connor Jupp and Callum Bradshaw. Jupp to the outside. Is he going to try and steal second? That's going to force him wide. He's still on the outside. Now he's got the inside line for the run into Iredale. He's going to stick his nose at the inside. They both run wide. Callum Bradshaw says, it's not my birthday this weekend, it's your birthday, Connor, but thanks for the present. And into second place he goes as Danny Curl says, whoa, and he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, or can he? Because Callum Bradshaw, 5 kart lengths back, is there room for one last lunge, I wonder?
I don't think so. It's a little bit too much of a gap. I think Curl's got this one in the bag as he goes through. Doesn't even try to defend it as he comes across the line. He's going to take the win, and he's so happy with that one. Hits the side pod, and what a win for Danny Curl. He deserves it after his 3rd place in the final yesterday. He takes the win this time, and as the #1 driver, you've got to have it.
Yep, and you spoke to him yesterday, and he sensed his frustration that, he wanted to he had to sit in 3rd place, but he said at the start of the championship, I wanted to really, have a go for the win, but I couldn't, I was thinking about the championship. Today he did. He led out most of the race to the front. Great final. What a way to end the on-track portion of this weekend's race meeting. And there is the number 93 of Will Murdoch, who has had an issue. There's the result. Curl by 0.2 of a second from Bradshaw. Then Jupp in 3rd, Hodgson in 4th, Reed, fantastic for Tyler Reed in 5th, McQueen 6th, Hudson 7th, Butcher in 8th, 3 seconds covering the top 8. Lovely. 9th for Thomas Fleming. Gus Lawrence rounds out the top 10 ahead of Oliver Gray and Archie Tillett. There you can see on your screens Taylor in 13th, Turner 14th, Anglis 15th, Armstrong in 16th, Shields 17th, Nippers in 18th, Wood, Marshall, McEwen, the bent axle, but Will Murdoch finishes 22nd. Hodge, Platten and Alessandro Serenetti round at the top 25. Sam Hawthorne 26th, Casper Scusa, Ollie Greetham, Ewan Wilson. There's Joe Bullen giving Danny Curl congratulations, and there's the Fusion mechanic again congratulating. And little look back there, Nat Thomas finishing 30th, Brad Pennell 31st, Gary Edwards 32nd. We lost Morgan Porter halfway through that race, the pre-final winner, and Alex Pendlebury didn't complete a lap. But there is on camera now, coming into scrutineering, Danny Curl. He's having a little look at the timing monitor up there just to see what his fastest lap was, and how he coped, how he compared pace-wise with everything else. And I think that behind him you can see Callum Bradshaw having a look around, and Danny Curl's probably thinking, there you go, Callum, nice try in the first one, but I've got a few years on you, son, and I'm a bit long in the tooth to fall for that manoeuvre twice in 2 starts. There's the eyes of the 2017 World Karting Champion. In the back of the their arms folded, Oliver Hodgson. And hey, there we go, elbow pump. There we go. Yeah, think of Corona. Yeah, elbow pump. There, the 2 drivers, absolute fierce rivals on the track, but lots and lots of mutual respect off it.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very close race out there, and yeah, team clearly happy with that win after yesterday's final result, and yeah, I would definitely be happy with that one as well.
Yeah, so now we've got the presentation which will take place a little bit later on, and I know you'll be interviewing the winners there, Anthony. But so as we look at the sort of the closing moments of the drivers in scrutineering, and what are your thoughts? So this, you've been blooded.
I have.
Yeah, yes, I have. You have lost your Motorsport UK British Kart Championship virginity, as it were. And what are your thoughts as we see Danny Curl taking his lid off there? It looks as cool as a cucumber. Yeah. So, reflections upon the weekend.
Reflections are, one, how close the racing was.
Very. Yes.
Very.
Yes.
I wasn't expecting it to be that exciting, but it was.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's and at this circuit again, this is a real driver's track. This is you can see the perspiration coming off the drivers coming, and they're very fit young men and women. But this track really a driver's track. Overtaking not as easy as it is at some other tracks. So you imagine we go to a track where it's just slipstreaming, and it really is like the Daytona 500 in NASCAR, where they're bump drafting with each other all over the place. But I mean, look at that view. It's a fantastic setting, a beautiful part of the world. It's we're a few months late starting the British Championship, but my word, the wait was worth it.
Very worth it.
So there will be obviously interviews and the presentation will be taking place shortly. Whilst we're looking at the race circuit, it gives me a chance to say a big thank you to the marshalling team here. You can just see on your screens there some of the boys and girls in orange coming off post after a long 2 days. The marshals, the most important people in all of motorsport. Without them giving up their time, none of you would be able to go racing. A big thank you as well to all the organisers, the support staff here that have been put on to make sure that everyone has their temperature checked coming onto the circuit, that they're wearing masks around the paddock, and that all the health and safety aspects of this current COVID crisis are adhered to. A big thank you to all the paramedics and the medical team. They were called upon yesterday. Luckily, we had a really clean day of racing today in terms of nobody trying to drive on their head, which was good.
Yes, yeah, none of that, which was very lucky.
And also a big thank you to all our partners, not least to Alpha Live for providing us with the pictures. Thank you to you providing us with the words. I did my bit as usual.
You did your fair share, yeah.
I did a bit. made noise, made a few mistakes, pratted about. But I'm glad you all enjoyed the coverage. Big thank you to everyone for watching back home, and for all your support online. Thanks to Demon Tweeks, our partners, to Motorsport Timing, for providing all the timing and scoring. The British Championship moves on at a pace. So this is now 9 weekends. Not every class competes. There are 14 classes in the British Championship this year. Next week we're at Lydd in Kent, the Garden of England, where I'm sure it will be just as sunny and just as spectacular for the Honda and Rotax classes. So the interviews and the podiums, they're not going to be live streamed, but they will be on all the Facebook pages later on this evening. The Alpha team worked extremely hard to give you a lot of coverage post-race as well. So final words, Anthony.
Final words, great weekend. Can't wait for Lydd.
Yes, bring it on. Thank you very much for joining us. This has been the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships opening round for 2020. Goodbye from Rowrah.